Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to be tardy to the party. However, my excuse is that I am sick. So I could be being a baby and go, oh, I'm so sick. I'm so sniffly. I'm coughing. I need a sick day. I need to stay home. Oh. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I'm just going to suck it the fuck up and just keep on going. It is what it is. I am sorry for being late. My brain does hurt. But it is what it is. All right. Hold on. Let me get chat actually loaded up. I want chat. Give me chat. There we go. Hey, Jeb Kush. Good to see you. Good to see you, Jeb Kush. So, hold on. Let's get the national intro rolling. Let's get the... Let me get this rolling. Let me get the TikTok. JD Vance, Never Trump guy. Connor's a real ninja, not AI. True. True, I am a real ninja. So, apparently, just sharing, Queenman, J-Stock, and Chud Logic have all made segments about my divorce coverage or whatever, which I expected, to be honest. But like, what? Sorry, what are they saying? You don't have to share this much personal stuff? You know? Okay. Well, Chud Donos instead of starting stream. You know why, Fellrunner? I'll tell you. Because if he's not on YouTube anymore, I'm probably never going to see him again. And Chud Logic has been a mainstay of my YouTube consumption habits for a long time. So actually, hold on. Let me play the national anthem and let me come back and let's address the micro drama before we keep going. So hold on.
Donald Trump chose as his running mate.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
All right. So let me share some things real quick. So, number one, well, actually, I should pray first, shouldn't I? So, may your grill stay hot, may your beer stay cold, may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Daddy, give me the strength to goon, the patience to edge, and the wisdom to know the difference of when I should do either. Okay. Now that we got prayers knocked out, we got the national anthem knocked out. I'll set the goal. That can be the last bit of administrative housekeeping. And then I'll go back and I'll do it. So, okay. So, what's allegedly going on, okay, is Chud Logic, Queenman, and J-Stock have covered the divorce segment. Unsurprising. They are drama frogs. They are a huge fan of a downturn in somebody else's fortune. So apparently that was, you know, obviously some schadenfreude. J-Stock and I don't think we're like, we don't hate each other. But you know, he doesn't like the fact that I've, you know, continued to be friends or associates with Destiny after he thinks that Destiny has become a irredeemable garbage bag. Let me sneeze. Queenman likewise just likes blood. And then Chud Logic, I think, is a little bit more fair, a little bit more experienced. You know, he has his own divorce under his belt. He has a couple of kids. He's purchased a house recently. He's still a drama frog, and he participates in the space and all that kind of stuff. But he's also a 40-year-old man with kids and a divorce. So I expect him to be a little bit more nuanced in his coverage. And so, but apparently they've covered it. They've had some elbows to throw. But the real elbows to throw, because I haven't heard anything specific, is just like, you're oversharing. You don't need to share this much autistic detail. You don't need to share this much autistic detail about your personal life. But the truth is, I shared autistic detail about my personal life when I felt like there were things to crow about. I'm going to share autistic detail about my life when there's bad things going on. And I'll share autistic detail about my life in the future. It has nothing to do, that just because people are mean on the internet, that's not really going to change my disposition or tactics. So, people are mean on the internet. Who fucking knew? So I think that from my perspective, like the dunks whatever dunks they do have, I haven't really heard any yet. I don't think they're necessarily going to land because discuss your penis now, 7 inches down and to the left. So, yeah. So, I mean, like that's not really going to be a thing that's going to like hurt my feelings too much. And then also not just that, but like, wouldn't they also criticize me too if I just like perpetually swept it? Like a year from now, like if I kept making goonery comments, because I've made more goony comments recently. And then if I was giving feedback on dating apps for my audience members, despite getting married before the era of the dating app, which would be weird. And then basically like I kept like being like slutty on stream, but I was supposedly happy married with kids. Wouldn't that get fucking weird eventually? Wouldn't that get weird to have a fucking 40-year-old allegedly happily married fucking unk giving dating app advice, specific dating app advice? That's where like the hypocrisy and the lies get you, is like when you endlessly lie to sweep up your own bullshit. Like that's when the hypocrisy comes in, because you're so worried about your public reputation that you simultaneously behave in a way that's normal to your personality, and then you have to fucking sweep in order to protect your fucking public persona. That's what got Lauren Southern. That's what got Destiny. That's what got every public persona who's ever gotten fucking absolutely raped by a personal drama. It's because they weren't honest with their audience about what was going on, and then the hypocrisies added up. So, wait, you're not already being slutty on here? No. There was an uptick in sluttiness in recent months. I don't know if you noticed that. I started being more willing to comment on other women besides my wife because my wife and I were splitting. So, I was like, all right, fuck it. I don't have to protect her feelings anymore. Guess what? Allison Bree's hot. Guess what? Megan Fox with a penis over Hulk Hogan with a vagina, And that makes it more free. That makes it more fun. So, now, like, what are you going to do? You're going to dunk on me with the truth? Okay. Sometimes the truth hurts a little bit. It is what it is. What the fuck am I going to do? Oh, you're divorced. Yeah, that happened. That sucked. Correct. Chud donos instead of starting stream. Oh, okay. And then the Chud Logic thing. So with the Chud Logic thing, number one, I am sick, so I'm dragging ass a little bit today. I do have like a very mild cold. I popped some Dayquil. I took my medication, but my sleep. I don't know if you can tell, but I have like Sith eyeballs today. I mean, I probably have Sith eyeballs every day, let's be real. But especially this morning, when I woke up and I like peeled my eyes open, the fucking bags under my eyes were crazy pants. So I had like Sith eyeballs. So, Chud Logic. So for those of you who don't know, I don't know what the reason is. Well, hold on. Let me do some Chud Logic back lore real quick just so you guys can get a vibe for the space and the relationship. So Chud Logic used to be a politics guy 6 years ago, same time that I started. And he streamed. He was hard stuck at 50 viewers to 150 viewers, the same way I am now. Let's be real. As a politics streamer, but he was really funny, and he was a really good debater. Like, you could just tell that whatever it was, he just had the charisma to carry a show, even if he hadn't found his niche yet. And so, Chud Logic was a Destiny Orbiter. He hung out with Mr. Girl. He made really funny content. But there was always this temptation in his content to take the really serious, like, political commentary and make it funny. And kind of to, like, go for the low blows and the personal dunks and the drama and all that shit. So eventually, after being, like, a hybrid drama political streamer for a long time, after 2022, he said, fuck that, I'll just be a drama streamer. And so he shifted into drama, and it's been very lucrative for him. He gets, like, 500 live viewers, 1,500 live viewers, something like that. They are generous. They do donate a lot, allegedly based off of the ad revenue. He does okay off of ad revenue and off of super chats. And he built himself, like, a nice little 6-figure niche. So, like, good for him. Now, I think he still resents and hates his past. So he doesn't like that he was over in the Twitch and YouTube political debate shitter scene, which, arguably I'm still a part of, which is kind of sad. He doesn't like his past. So whenever, like, his chat tries to fucking dunk on him, he tries to minimize on it. And whenever somebody from that past, like me, hangs out with him or, like, jumps in chat or whatever, not only does his chat dogpile him, or dogpile whoever, like, the old Twitch and YouTube political shitter is, but he himself can be quite abrasive, I guess. But the game is the game. It's not too personal. Sometimes he said some shit that ruffled my feathers, but, like, I'm not a pussy. So, he's burned bridges by being abrasive. So I would say I'm one of the few people who is still, friendly with him from the old days. But unfortunately, he got hit with a community guideline strike, I think, or inauthentic content. And so he was banned for a week. And so I don't know if it was a community guideline strike or if it was inauthentic content, but he got hit and he was gone for a week. So basically, that's too big of a risk because he has such a strong media operation that he can't lose a 6-figure media operation based off of community guidelines or based off of, based off community guidelines or inauthentic content. So he's taking his YouTube operation and he's shifting it purely to Kick. And the truth is, like, yeah, is there, like, a part of me that, kind of wants to keep tabs and, be mutuals and send DMs and fucking follow him on Kick and watch live streams on occasion? Maybe. But I'm already busy with my shit. So I barely click on a fucking Chud Logic live stream as is. And so if he's on a different platform, that might actually be the last time that I talk to him in, like, a live format. Like, maybe I'll leave a comment on a video every now and then. But that might be the last time that I talk to Chud Logic for a really long time. So instead of going live, I did do a couple of super chats for him, which I know it's weird that you give me super chat money and then I'm turning around and giving it to Chud Logic. I know that's, like, a weird dynamic. But, once again, it's like a fallen soldier. You have a coworker who you've worked with for a long time, and you used to be boys back in the day. Now you're not boys anymore, and he's kind of moved on into his new thing. But now he's moving into something that you're not really going to follow him into, so you're going to lose contact. And you kind of know that you're going to lose contact. So it's like, because he's an abrasive cunt, maybe that's maybe it's a good thing to just kind of, like, let the relationship go. But there's still going to be a part of you that's sad that it's not the good old days. It's not the good old days of the Prime Kai, Reverie Roundtable, Dylan Burns, Hippy Dippy, jumping on the fucking stream, yelling at people for 3 or 4 hours, mixing memes with current events and political news. Those were good days for me. I had a lot of fun doing that shit. So, you know, it's the end of an era, and it's sad to see it go. But maybe, you know, that's just life, man. That's just life. So, Vazraka, thank you for the gifted. I appreciate you. How dare you be friendly with people I don't like? I know. Chud is fair. Sometimes. Describe your penis now. 7.5 inches, curved and down to the left. Weird criticism, you sat on this since February. I know, but I don't expect them to get, like, all the details right. They just want to be like, ha! You're a wife guy, and you don't have a wife anymore. And it's like, okay. You know? Jeebus Christie, I feel like the online drama slop is so brain dead over what the actual problems facing this country and individual states are. Yeah, sure, but that's the point, is it distracts you. Like having a dramatic, low stakes, angry gasoline fire is more interesting than, you know, the shit that's going on. There's no way the Queenman interview is real, right? Dead. That's him baiting 100%. No, fucking Queenman. I'll read you the exact DMs. Where's Queenman? Queenman says, can I get the divorce interview, or is that too fucked up to ask? And I said, if you cannot be a cunt, question mark, is that possible, question mark? And he said, I'll keep it above the belt and not ask totally insane questions. Is that a yes? I said, sure. And he says, when can you do it? Thursday night. He said, that's great. So then we negotiated 7 p.m. So no, like what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? A childless, womanless 24-year-old who is the leader of a tribe of autistic volcel incel fucking Kiwi Farms losers is going to press me about my personal life, and I'm going to answer it honestly? Okay. Like, dude, sorry. You can't dunk on me with my personal life. My personal life is my personal life. It is what it is. So, you know, if you say, oh, you're divorced. Yep, that's true. Oh, you're not going to see your kids as much. Yep, that sucks. You know? Oh, you got a girlfriend. Yep, I do. Oh, you're glazing your new girlfriend. Yeah, I am. Like, what I'm sorry. What are you going to do? Like, I'm going to try to, like, if he asks questions that I feel are fair, I'm going to try to answer every single question earnestly. And if there's some unfair questions, even if there are unfair questions, I'm going to answer those as earnestly as I can. And hopefully what it looks like is a autistic incel Kiwi farmer trying to dunk on somebody, you know, trying to dunk on somebody who's going through some real shit. You know, hopefully that's what it looks like. Because, you know, if he takes that tact of I'm going to dunk on you when you're experiencing a personal issue, then I'll just, okay, sure, fine, go for it. Right? And then, what was the other thing too? And that's the thing. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And what goes around comes around. So hold on. This is something that I want you all to think about. So if he's so afraid of living a personal life, meaning getting a woman, having children, engaging in extended relationships, that's cowardice by itself. Like, you start relationships knowing that even marriage that lasts your entire life, even a marriage that lasts your entire life ends. It ends in death. And it oftentimes ends in tragedy. So even a marriage that lasts a lifetime still ends in tragedy. So, you know, divorce is just another tragedy. It's not that, it's life. What do you want? What do you want, man? Excuse me. Worst case scenario, I spurg out and I say, hey, Queenman, if we were in real life, you wouldn't be talking that way because I could physically rape you. And we get a callback meme, you know? It is what it is. C-Sape Waiting says, wait, you're not already being slutty on here? No. No, I actually skipped my slut arc. I could have been fucking going crazy on the dating apps Matter of fact, Bud123, I owe him a thesis paper in the DMs on how to improve his Hinge profile. But no, I skipped my slutty arc. I went on one Tinder date. We went on a couple of dates. It was fun. We got to know each other. It wasn't the vibe for her, and I was okay with that. And then she moved on. Then I asked out my current girlfriend, and she, so far, obviously it's only been a couple of weeks, but she's an amazing human being. And even if she broke up with me, literally like next day, let's say that my hottest girlfriend breaks up with me tomorrow, I would still be like, the way she conducts her personal life is so admirable that I have nothing but respect for the way that she conducts her personal and professional life. And I'm actually in awe of the way that she lives her personal and professional life. You know? Jeebus Christie, I feel like this online drama slop is so brain dead. I think I just read that one. I appreciate the sharing, and it was shared at a time where you are clearly in a good place. Yeah, and like, it's a flawed place. You know, it's not perfect, but I could have crashed out in February. Dude, in February, I could have picked up a 12-pack. Like, I could have gotten served papers at 9 a.m. I could have, you know, fucking crashed out, gotten a 12-pack, gotten wasted, punched holes in the drywall, gone live, called my ex every slur under the book, and then complained about the lot of my life. That's what I could have done in February. And you know what? The drama sloppers would have enjoyed that a lot more. Imagine if I was just here, like, live streaming, wasted, just like punching that glass behind me in the wall, taking all my personal possessions and smashing it and like gnashing my teeth and crying. You know, they would have fucking loved that shit. So no, I could have been a dipshit. I could have been a lol cow, and being honest, in my opinion, is not how you're a lol cow. I think being not self-aware and consistently hypocritical and a liar is how you become a lol cow. Connor, you denied us a Jack Murphy arc. I know. I don't have any Medium articles talking about how cuckolding is actually amazing. I don't have any secret. Yeah, I don't have any secret Medium articles about my sex habits. Is this why we've had multiple days now of how hot certain politicians are when they were younger? Yeah, that's it. I probably, like, truth be told, I probably would have, like, mentioned that segment and I would have moved on, you know? Like, I would have been like, oh yeah, Hillary Clinton when she was younger, she's hot. You know, Dianne Feinstein and fucking, who's that chick with the huge tits? Nancy Pelosi. You know, they were hot when they were younger. And then I would like Google, but I wouldn't have like Googled them and brought up their young pictures. You know what I'm saying? Like I would have acknowledged that they were hot when they were younger, but you know, that's the kind of shit where the wife would be like, ugh, you're talking about other women being hot. And I'm like, yeah, it's silly. It's purely hypothetical. It's a goof. It's a gag. But now I don't have to worry about her feelings. So who gives a fuck? Now I can talk about Nancy Pelosi's boobs, you know? She's got nice boobs. You know who else has nice boobs? AOC. Do you know who's allegedly leading in the primary for the Democrats? AOC. Do you know who I'm not voting for? AOC. Do you know who I would vote for over AOC? Marco Rubio. Put that in your fucking pipe and smoke it. Like, dude, sorry. It's, that's not good. That's not good. Hulkussy is probably tight, though. You would say that, wouldn't you? You would say that. The Hulkussy is mad tight. That's fucked up. That is funny, though. And now he just does UK rape hang coverage. Yeah. And that's my thing. It's like, so on one hand, I am happy and proud that Chud Logic has found his niche. I'm happy he makes a good living. I'm happy he's able to provide for his kids. I'm happy he's able to afford a mortgage. And the UK is supposed to be like wildly less affordable than the United States. And the United States is already not great. So, you know, like I'm proud of him in that regards. But I also think that he's in a prison of his own creation where his audience and chat are some of the worst fucking people on the planet, including me. So, you know, You ain't gonna cover them, Chud and company, covering your divorce, correct? Yeah, no. What am I gonna do? They're gonna say something mean, and then I'm gonna get mildly upset, and then I'm gonna try to dunk on them with how my personal life isn't that bad? No, that's fucking cringe as shit. Connor, Queenman also didn't like Brianna Wu. I know. And that's a touchstone of content, don't you think? To be honest, Chud had to switch to slop. He wasn't the best political debater. He wasn't, but he was really funny. And he wasn't the worst either. There are plenty of people more stupid than Chud Logic. Like, you should never believe Chud Logic is a stupid man. He's not a stupid man. He loves slop, but he's not a stupid man. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with chat, but there's a lot. Fashion 40 with the 5, Daily Chip. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 5. Chud, to me, seems too into audience interaction, and his audience isn't political. Yeah. Stop making me nostalgic. I know, right? Those were the days. I feel like y'all boys, and he doesn't want the fuck Connor, fuck that dude. Okay, I don't know what that means. It's all about money and audience capture. Sure. He's like a fisherman. He added a half inch, gets bigger with every retelling. No. It is a so depends on how I measure it, right? But it's 7 to 7.5, depending on the day, and it bends down to the left. So it is what it is. I'll share all sorts of weird personal shit. I have no sense of shame. I don't give a fuck. Cotter, who was the annoying debate bro who would constantly repeat the last 2 words he was saying? Fanatic. The fanatic tactic. The fanatic tactic was great. So, you know, I stole the fanatic tactic and I used it. Cotter, you're getting divorced. I'm sorry to hear that. It's all good, buddy. And if you check yesterday, I think the first hour of the stream, I basically covered all the details. If you check the last hour of the stream on Friday, that has all the details. Basically, you know, too long, didn't read. Hit the rocks in September. Reconciled in November. Hit the rocks again in November. Served papers in February. Finished up the divorce in April. And, you know, it's as amicable as it can be. I'm keeping the house. We got 60-40 on the kids. Kids are doing well, all things considered. And they're obviously the light of my life, and I still love them like a motherfucker. I'm bitter and angry about some shit. She's bitter and angry about some shit. But, you know, as far as how amicable a split after a 14 to 15-year relationship, it's about as good as it can be. So I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to complain too much. And if I do, I'll complain to my girlfriend. Fashion 40 for 5 says, you're pushing 40. You don't need to speak to a 24-year-old about your personal life. It's not like you're their OG. You say that, but I think you say that, and I agree with you. I don't have to. I don't have to do shit. I could say, hey, this is my personal business. Everybody fuck off. And I think that's a sane and worthwhile way to conduct yourself. But I also think that just saying it is what it is. What do you want to know? You know, that's a thing. You know, what are you going to do? You're going to hurt me with the truth? Ha. If they're unfair questions, just drop some hard R's and dab. Sure. Sleepy Welder says cope. Well, you can tell me how. I mean, being a wife guy is not bad since you will not remain maidenless. As you said before, you could have been an incel, but God made you 6'4". I mean, that's unironically true. That's unironically true. I would be a pimple-faced Warhammer fucking 5'4", Nurgle-like cultist fucking Warhammer fiend if God did not make me 6'4". So, Jeb Kush for 5 says, being a special ed teacher for severe high needs is glaze-worthy, not gonna lie. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, literally, she could break, and she's probably not going to. She seems to like me. But she could literally break up with me tomorrow, and I'd still be like, yeah, she's an amazing human being. It was an honor to meet her and to hang out with her. You know, like, it's not, you know, that a breakup wouldn't change anything either. It's life. What do you want me to say? Exactly. Fell with the 5. Thank you, King. Calling it now. So you don't see the connection between your friendship with Steven and your divorce? No. I think there is a mild very mild connection. Just being honest, getting ready for the interview or whatever, there is a mild connection. I love the autism and the slop and the power plays and the backstabbing and the goofiness and the weirdness and the autism and the debates and the incest debate and the fucking would you eat, like the Xander Hall debate where he's like, yeah, if disabled people were harvested for meat on the backside of the moon, would you eat that meat? I love all that shit. I think it's so fucking funny. And the truth is, I thought that was funny when my wife got with me. You know, you think Marines don't have those kinds of conversations? You don't think we say some of the most vile, evil, funny, fucked up shit that you've ever heard in your entire life? So when I found Twitch and YouTube Politics, it was like perfect for me. But I think that she, she just didn't like the vibe. It wasn't necessarily Steven. It was Steven, Lauren, Kyla, Queenman, Chud, Xander Hall, Vosh. She liked Dylan Burns. Funnily enough, she actually liked Dylan Burns. She liked Dylan Burns and she liked Prime Kai. She liked Prime. She liked Dylan. To be honest, she liked Prime and she liked Dylan and she hated everybody else. And I think she only liked Prime and she only liked Dylan because we had like nice, friendly, wholesome conversations of professional peers. But everyone else, she was like, I have no idea why you interact with those online internet political schizos. And I'm like, it's because I love it. I love it. I wouldn't do it if I didn't love it. So yeah, it'll probably be because if he asked me that question, I'll answer it honestly, which it's partially Steven. It's also definitely not just Steven. It's everybody else, including Queenman, by the way. So she'd be like, parasocial snarkfest. Yeah. Why is the internet fucking up? I don't know why the internet's fucking up. Let me make sure my connection's good. Okay. Hopefully, it says the internet connection is poor. So sorry if there's a poor internet connection, but I did just jam my hard line in a little bit harder. So hopefully, if it was like a hardline connection issue, hopefully I just fixed it. I think that's fucking rad. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm still sick. I caught the most bitch-made fucking cold. It is seriously like the weakest cold. I think that's fucking rad. Though you managed to find some games on the apps. I hear success stories from 35-plus-year-olds a lot recently. Yeah, dude, it is a numbers game. So can I give you my dating app theory real quick? So if you go onto Hinge or Bumble, what I saw was that those are like female-initiated apps, right? So you basically they're all looking for their fucking husbands, so they're only swiping on the cream of the crop. So it's basically like a husband application app. And for me, I wasn't in that space. So like I created a Hinge and a Bumble app, and then I saw that even though I put my, age from 22 to 50 and was swiping through all the girls, and I found a few cute girls on Hinge and Bumble. There's cute girls on every app. But it felt like every single girl on those apps, because I'm 38, they basically put me in the category of like, we're only going to show you girls who are looking for like a husband. And I was like, dude, I'm just getting out of a 15-year relationship. I'm not like, I might get married again, but I'm not even sure if I'm getting married again. It's a little early. It's a little early, Hinge and Bumble. Let's chill the fuck out a little bit, right? And so, it was just like a husband application machine. So you basically need to think about it that way. You just need to, if you were to try to get some woman to want to marry you, you need to craft your profile in order to be that way. I could actually go through my advice for Bud123. Number one, you need to pick the photo with your best face picture. In Bud123, out of the profile that I observed, Your best face picture is the one where you're cooking the meat and you're holding the meat and your biceps look good. So go ahead and fucking move that one to the top. Get rid of the academic one, right? You don't need to get rid of it entirely, but you need to put that one on the back burner because that's not your best angle. So anyways, it needs to be face, then it needs to be body, then it needs to be your character. Because the truth is, maybe this is personal experience, but this is just me. If you have an ugly face, people are not even going to swipe. They're not even going to fucking give you a second shot. Literally, like they're clicking no. If they don't like your face shape, they're clicking no, right? Then the second thing, if you're lucky, if they're like, his face shape isn't that bad, let me take a look at what he looks like. They're looking for a body shot because they want to make sure that you're not fucking 500 pounds. Maybe I'm projecting, but this is the way that I think it is. So they're going to click on the next photo. So they want to make sure that, that you're not 500 pounds or 90 pounds, right? They want to make sure that you actually look healthy. So boom, body picture. Okay, you passed the face picture and the body picture evaluation. Now you're on to personality. So with personality, then you can add in academic achievements, hobbies, whatever. Do whatever the fuck you want once you get past those first two pictures, and then have your bio be a decent representation of who you are. And what I would say, my genuine recommendation to Bud123, I know he might be looking for his wife or a serious girlfriend. I would still recommend Tinder. And the reason why I recommend it is because every single kind of human being is on Tinder. So fat sixes, no offense to fat sixes, but there's a shitload of fat sixes. So if you're into fat sixes, you can find a ton of fat sixes with cute faces. Few trans girls. There are quite a few trans girls. Notice that there were some passoid and some non-passoid trans girls on there. So if that's your thing, go for it. And then after that, the remaining 30% are people that you depending on the way that you evaluate your own attractiveness, those are the people that you probably want to date. But they are inundated. Like I said, I went on a date with a girl and we had a lot of fun but she basically told me, and I would say she was like a solid 7-8. She's a good looking girl. She's professional. She was in her early 30s. She has a master's. She owns her own house. She was a cool person. There was absolutely nothing wrong with this girl. And I would say she was like a solid 7-8. And we went out on a date and we basically talked about like the nature of the dating app and how much we both hated it. And she was like, oh yeah, I probably had over the course of 2 weeks, I maybe had like 30 likes, and probably like 10 of those were people that I thought were attractive enough that I wanted to entertain a relationship. Over the course of, she was only on the app for like a month. She said she had 700 likes. You know what I'm saying? 700. So I'm filtering. So I swiped on 1,000 people. I got 30 likes. 10 of them I was interested in actually going on a date with. One of those turned into an actual date. And so those ratios are horrible, right? For like a dude. Like I understand how a dude would get discouraged by those numbers. 100%. But, and then compare that to the female perspective. The female perspective is dudes are just like throwing their dicks at you. They're just fucking like, want my dick, want my dick, want my dick, want my dick. Like it's crazy. So basically, in order to make it through the 700 person dick filter, you have to have an okay face. You have to have an okay body. You have to have a decent bio. And you just have to swipe on 1,000 fucking girls in order to get one coffee date. And you have to hope that you have chemistry on the coffee date. So, it's a lot, man. I do feel bad for the dating app generation. It's fucking tough out there, man. It's tough. But rather than being a pussy and just saying like, no offense to the fucking incels and volcels who have totally given up on fucking dating apps, I would say instead of being a fucking pussy about it, you just need to look at it as a numbers game. You just need to know. You need to know as you're on the apps, you're going to get, number one, if you can find somebody in your friends group, if you can find somebody in a running club or your local gym or something like that to ask out, that's obviously going to be way better. but that carries a lot of social risk, whereas the dating apps don't carry that much social risk. If somebody says no or doesn't swipe on you, that doesn't have very much like social impact. But if you're going to be on the apps and you're going to use the apps, you just need to be aware of that ratio. It's going to be 1,000. You're going to swipe 1,000 times to get maybe 10 mutuals. And those mutuals might not even be the people that you're really looking for. Sometimes they might be somebody like, I really wouldn't date this person, but they have this interesting thing about them, so I'll give them a pass, you know? And so it's 1,000 swipes for 10 DMs for one coffee date that actually manifests. So you just gotta know those are the numbers and just fucking flow with it. So, oh, bro, that shit would have been good for the algo, probably. Don't say grape. Political pundits. You could have gone full quarter pounding and pissed in the basement. You think I won't? That's the one thing that everybody fucking hates on the quartering for. That's the one thing I do not hate on the quartering for at all. Pissing in the basement. It's your basement. You're paying the mortgage. There's a drain in the middle of the basement. Piss right into that fucking drain. Good for you. You know? If you're paying that mortgage, that's your house. Yeah, your biggest growth obstacle is not being of dramatic character. Yeah, kind of. I don't get why they want any details, not like you made your relationship your main form of content. They just want to dunk on a wife guy who isn't a wife guy anymore. So. Good old Jack Murphy, true. Hillary Clinton was a certified 10 out of 10. She was a solid 8 or 9. Young Hillary was, you know, she aged like milk, but young Hillary was a good looking girl. So, sorry. I skipped some super chats. I need to get back up here. Hold on. Special ed teacher, calling it now. Destiny. Sorry. Now I'm feeling we missed out. Yeah, I know, right? Wouldn't that have been a fucking fire content? Me just fucking freaking out, drinking a 12-pack, smashing my house up, you know? That would have been classic. What if AOC disavowed socialism and marketed in a liberal fashion? Sure. Latino AOC would go so hard right now. Dude, Aryan AOC. I'd be fine with Aryan AOC. If Aryan AOC was a fascist and she was like, yo, I'm gonna execute Hasan Piker on live television, I'd be like, all right, fine, Aryan AOC, I'll vote for you. If Marco Rubio was a big booty Latina, that would go hard. True. Ooh, hold on. I'm like scrolling. It's simultaneously scrolling too hard and not enough. Slop is context-based for me. I care about Connor Slop. Thank you, Fellrunner. Fanatic was a smug bitch, but he was a good debater. Yes. Better than Prime Kai anyways. Sure. Bro, I miss Fanatic. I miss Irrelevant. I know. Relly's still like out there, like grinding in his tiny little corner. But I do miss Relly. Relly was a good egg. If I could be friends with somebody in real life, it would be Relly. Relly's a good egg. Christian Blair says, I don't suppose STV Philly watched the Your Hasan Bad coverage given the VOD hasn't even dropped yet. Has he become a leftist contrarian? I think he always was. I think he was always like leftist, BLM, social fucking whatever. Maybe not a socialist, but definitely a progressive. Fashion 40 says, I just don't think it helps. It doesn't benefit the cog and the mission you're trying to obtain, and that's my opinion. Do you, and we support you. Well, I think what it does do, it doesn't help the mission, that's for sure. But what it does do is it's just honest. You know? It's just honest. Being a teacher already sucks, but being even moderate needs sped sucks even more. She's not even moderate needs. She's severe ASD. She's the fucking, she's the behavioral unit person. She fucking has a hardcore job. She seemed at least lukewarm towards Pisco. Oh, no, she does like Pisco. Yeah, the ex, she likes Pisco just fine. She would, obviously, like, Pisco and I are oil and water, but she liked the fact that Pisco and I had serious conversations about serious topics and contended with each other at, like, the peak of our intellectual capacity. So unironically, the ex not only likes present tense, Prime Kai, Dylan Burns, she also likes Pisco active tense. Thank God my missus doesn't mind me partaking in these shenanigans. Dylan is very chill. Yeah, no, Dylan's awesome. When you first started Valor, I remember you saying she had pressed you about why you were so invested in Steven. Yep, it's true. My wife was just thankful I don't come to her with political YouTube drama, laugh my ass off. I know. They don't get it. They don't like it. Now that the Connor has more time, he really needs to troubleshoot this shit. It's not me. It's not me. It's the fucking internet. What do you want? You want me to fucking go yell at Spectrum? You know, what the fuck am I gonna do? Ruth for 20 says, so you're saying if your wife hates the political autism stuff, become a streamer may not be a good choice, asking for a friend? Oh, well, YOLO. Well, that's what I said. So Ruth is a friend. He's local. We went shooting together. His wife, similar to my ex-wife, doesn't understand and doesn't like the Twitch and YouTube political space. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. Okay? It really shouldn't be that big of a deal for your partner to have like an autistic hobby. You know? So I don't think it should be that big of a deal. I think Victoria, God bless her soul. She's still alive, by the way. But Victoria, God bless her soul, she just, you know, sometimes, let's just say that I think the degree to which she would get upset about some things just didn't match what I thought was appropriate. So, I mean, if your wife has like a good sense of scale and a good sense of security, and she loves you and she, you know, supports you in your other autistic hobbies, probably not that big of a deal. But if you find that she's like critical and gets upset about your autistic political hobby, yeah, being a streamer might be a step too far. After the latest court cases, do you still think that your elections are free and fair? Yeah. Yeah. Gerrymandering has always been a part of it's gotten a lot worse, but the gerrymandering game is reaching the logical end stage. So, for instance, like all the Democrat states are going to gerrymander, all the Republican states are going to gerrymander, and we will be less democratic as a result. That doesn't mean that we're not a democracy. It just means that we're like a retarded democracy. So, Connor needs to Viltrum post. You know what? I'm gonna say this, since I'm in a committed relationship, but I'm not married, so I'm single. Dude, if Anissa sexually assaulted me, I'm not complaining to my dad, I'll tell you what. Joke's on you, bitch. I'm into that shit. Is that her name? Anissa? The brunette Viltrumite with a fucking super short haircut that's kind of like lesbian-y, but she also has a rockin' body. And in the fucking cartoon, not the cartoon, but in the comic, she beats the fuck out of Mark and rapes him. I know that's fucked up. Like, I know it's fucked up. But I'm just saying, I'll end it there. Joke's on you. I'm into that shit. So Facebook dating is actually pretty good. I got way more matches on there than any other app. Oh, that's interesting. I haven't checked that out, but I probably won't either. But that also makes sense to me. Weirdly enough, Facebook, because it's probably local, you know what I'm saying? But it's like based off of community shit. I think that would work. Ask Connor in Discord and subscribe to Cosmopolitan. True. No dating advice? Fuck you. I feel like not only did I have a successful dating career 15 years ago, but I also had a very brief successful dating career for 2 weeks. So fuck you. I'll talk about dating shit if I want to. And not only that, like I think that I saw the game. I saw the game for what it was, you know? So while my heart goes out to the young guns who are balancing whether or not they put their attention on dating apps or the real world, and the real world is probably better. I understand that dating apps might be a less intimidating forum for meeting someone. And so if you're going to play that game, it's got to be a marathon. It can't be a sprint. So for instance, like Bud123, I'm not trying to call him out. I'm literally trying to like praise him for having the stones to be vulnerable in public. But Bud123 was like, hey, man, I set up this dating profile. I haven't gotten any likes in 24 hours. You know, what do you guys think? What do I need to change? Number one, that's the right attitude. But number two, you're being way too sensitive. I'm serious. I kind of got offended that I created like a dating profile and I wasn't like flooded with likes instantaneously. Dude, I'm 6'4". I have a bachelor's. I own my own house. Like, you know, on paper, I actually have a decent amount of things going for me. So the fact that I didn't just like jump on the dating apps and like all the women around me just like fell to their fucking knees was a huge insult to me on a personal level, right? But that's your ego. And your ego's a fucking dipshit. So don't listen to your ego, you know? So rather than thinking about the way that the world should be, because that has gotten nobody anywhere ever, except for maybe to give you like an orienting perspective towards what you want, you know, you need to deal with what is. And so dealing with what is, I feel like my dating prescriptions of like, it's a marathon, and on the Bumble and Hinge, you're basically doing like a husband resume application. And on Tinder, you're really doing like a boyfriend and hookup application. But it's a numbers game, man. It's a fucking numbers game. Know your league and don't be a nickel out here looking for a dime. Yes and no. Yes and no. Like I said, there's multiple analyses of attractiveness. Christian Blair says, now that you have free time, are you going to set up a schedule for content, Warhammer, sci-fi, Rhino, Republican, political coverage, lean more right or left, depending on the views? I should. I'll try. This has all happened within the past, like, few weeks as well. This has all happened since April. So, yes. But, of course, I do want a little bit of latitude because, you know, it's just tough out there, pimp. Hold on. Oh, is today May 12th? Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Well, Arthur, if you're there in chat, sorry, I didn't see the fucking schedule shit, but I'll try to get back with you so we can pick a date and time. Liberal content, geopol, right-wing content, drama content, leftist content, dating advice. Oh, fuck you. Christian Blair, you just like to bitch. That's your content. Your content is just fucking complaining. Age like milk is a bit harsh about a 78-year-old. Hillary's 40-year-old photo looks good. Sure. Whatever. If I was Bill, I would cheat too. How about that? How's that for an analysis? If I was Bill Clinton and I hooked up with young Hillary Clinton and then Hillary Clinton aged the way that she did, where she basically turned into a fucking pear, a fucking wrinkled pear, then yeah, I would cheat too. How's that? Hasan bad content is kind of on the downward trend though. You say that, Timber Lodge. Weirdly enough, Hasan bad content, I would say, is very middling for live streams. It's not bad, it's not good. Weirdly enough though, the VODs, if I post like a shit posty AI slop thumbnail, we get plenty of haters coming in and leaving a fucking comment and leaving at least like a 5 to 10 minute view. And so as a result, it's actually driven some videos higher than they normally would have been, which is kind of funny. So, liking Prime Kai and Pisco is a red flag on a personal level. Let's be real. Look, I found out one of my best friends cheated for his entire relationship and is dead to me now. Being autistic online is better than having a full-blown second life, lol. True. Ask Connor in Discord or subscribe to Cosmopolitan. True. I hate to break it to people who don't like online politics, but IRL politics are just as memey. It's been nothing but memes for over a decade. True. See? I just got a sweet text message. I just got a very sweet text message. Anybody who chooses to live with Darius when they are not a nuisance streamer or complete shitter deserves to stay irrelevant, in my opinion. No, it's true. Irrelevant has picked bad friends. But he's a good egg himself. Fuck, at this point, I would take soy pill coverage over Pisco. Oh my god, dude. Christian Vlaris, pull the fucking tampon out of your fucking asshole. You're about to get that fucking, like, toxic shock syndrome. Not saying you can't give good advice. I'm saying I don't like it. Okay, well, I'm starting to not care about what you like because you fucking complain so much. I would take anything over PISCO, not because I dislike PISCO, I don't, but the disagreeable law autism makes me switch to literally anything else. True. Agreed. More cringe dating advice, less PISCO based. Dating apps are cringe. Get some stones. Go to a bar. Meet people. True. In general, that's true. Dating apps versus job boards in 2026. Unironically, that's it. It's an interview. It's a fucking job interview. Are all relationships just doomed to a time clock? Absolutely. But you can't be a fucking pussy about it. So, for instance, like I said, this is the ideal, and I was ready to go the distance. The ideal would have been my wife and I would have stayed together. We would have raised our kids. Our kids are beautiful. They're smart. They're funny. They're happy. They're healthy. I really cannot. I don't regret shit. I love my kids so fucking much. But we would have stayed together for another few decades. She would have been annoying about some things. I would have been annoying about some things. And we would have tolerated our annoying shit until the kids get out of the house. Then we would have gone on adventures and traveled a little bit and, you know, done the things that we wish we could have afforded to when we were younger. But then we also would have been around for our kids in order to like support them. And when they started their families, we would have helped out and, you know, help them with childcare and shit as they started their young families. And then eventually one of us would die, you know? And let's be real, it would have been me. So like, so the point is like, even if you have a relationship where you find a good partner who you're sexually attracted to, who you're a good friend with, who you're a good household manager, and you have kids, and you raise kids together, and you engage in hobbies, and you engage in all that and you do all the shit that you're supposed to do, eventually the way that it ends is the person that you love dies in a fucking hospital and you watch them die. That's the happy ending. The happy ending is watching somebody you love die and being there to help them on their way out. And hopefully, if you're a nice enough person, like when it's your turn to go, you'll have enough people that they'll help see you out. So yes, all relationships are doomed, but you know, that's kind of the beauty of it, is to love in spite of the tragedy of life. So that's what I'm doing anyways. The other option is being a miserable cunt. So, you know, miserable cunt or beautiful tragedy. You know, you got to pick beautiful tragedy, being a cunt. Those are your two options. Not to be confused with Anissa Joma lolcow of the first few months of 2026. Correct. I also thought about iDubbbz' partner. Well, if iDubbbz' partner looked like Anissa from the comic books, and then she was a superhuman woman who, you know, beat the shit out of me, you know, maybe that's a vibe. I don't know. Guys, don't worry. Connor is not going to F Anissa Joma, destroyer of charity and spreader of cancer. Of course not. Not saying you can't give good advice. That's the one that I read. Scrolling. Agreed. More cringe dating advice, please. Less Pisco. Go to a bar. 13th. No, it's the 13th. I don't know what the 13th is. What are we talking about with the 13th? Bro, it's surprising you can put pants on. Fuck you, if you're talking about me. Dating apps and job boards are real help. True. You got wonderful exposure yesterday. There you go. They broke up a while ago, right? Relly and Darius? I don't remember. A wrinkled pair is the unfortunate consequences of marrying a woman your age. No, you can keep it tight. There's that Dr. Quinn medicine woman lady. I know it's unfair to compare all of female kind to Dr. Quinn medicine woman, but Dr. Quinn medicine woman actress Jane Seymour now. And dude, even as like an 80-year-old, I know she's not perfect. I'm not saying she's perfect, but she got good plastic surgery. She didn't go crazy with the plastic surgery. She got good plastic surgery. She kept what made her her. And then she obviously worked out and dieted. You know? That's it. That's all I'm looking for. And I know that that's hard because Jane Seymour is naturally beautiful. Like obviously, Jane Seymour is young. But if my old lady looked like this, and she was just wrinkled as shit because we're both old as fuck, that's fine. You know? I don't give a fuck. And, Jane Seymour young. Yeah, obviously Jane Seymour's like a 10 out of 10. She's fucking insanely beautiful. Holy shit, Jane Seymour. So yeah, I get it. She's a 10, so you cannot expect all women to be a 10 and therefore age gracefully. But to say everyone is doomed to not be hot is bullshit. Same thing with Tom Selleck. No homo. Tom Selleck now. Number one, he has one of the best mustaches in the game. That's just true. But, you know, Tom Selleck, that could be a normal guy at your grocery store. You know what I'm saying? But Tom Selleck has enough money that he could eat himself into morbid obesity and just die. And this is him at like 70. Although, to be fair, in this picture, he could lose a few pounds. But realistically, Tom Selleck still looks like Tom Selleck. You know what I'm saying? So just like, you know, don't become morbidly obese. Lift weights a little bit. Get plastic surgery if you have a absolutely fucking gross aging-related issue. But don't get so much fucking plastic surgery you look like an alien. Putting it on the male side too now. Harrison Ford now. Harrison Ford, he looks frail. He looks like he's about to fucking die. A stiff breeze will kill Harrison Ford. But Harrison Ford still looks like Harrison Ford. You know? So, once again, we can't all be Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford is probably, you know, one of the most handsome men on the planet. So we will not be Harrison Ford. But we can not become morbidly obese. We can work out 2 to 3 times a week. We can drink water. And then if you have a gross plastic surgery issue, do some fucking plastic surgery. But once again, don't do so much plastic surgery that you don't look human. It's that simple. Hillary Clinton could hit the fucking gym, okay? And she could eat a little bit less carbs. Can we be real? That's actually what I'm saying. I know it took me fucking 5 minutes to get there, but let me go ahead and cut through the bullshit. Hillary Clinton could get a boob job. No offense. I understand boob jobs aren't for everybody. But she could get a fucking boob job. She could fucking hit the gym. And she could eat a little bit less carbs. You know? My wife is Puerto Rican, so a scale of angry doesn't exist. Well, there you go. Good luck with that shit. But you might be damned if you do and damned if you don't. How did I know that was coming? What, that I was going to want Anissa to rape me? Not Anissa Joma, to be clear, but Anissa from, Anissa from that cartoon show. All right, hold on. I'm almost caught up. And then we're going to start the content. They broke up a while ago. Relly and Darius, got you. Wrinkled pair is unfair. No, it's not. Why the fuck didn't I get a notification? I don't know. We're just here to suffer. Relly and Danny surprised moved out because Darius kept hooking up with Xena and being autistic. There you go. I shipped Connor and Jasmine Crockett. You know it would be gold. Yeah, for a fucking sitcom. Joke's on you, I'm going to live forever. There you go. That's the best part of the relationship. True. Connor needs an African queen to sort his shitty schedule out. Maybe. The 13th Legion. Oh. The Ultramarines? Why are we talking about the Ultramarines? Or why are we talking about Ultramarines and or Caesar's Legion? Jane Seymour, just the most iconic, beautiful woman, that's all. Scrub and Ajukin, that's what I couldn't remember. Her daughters and Wedding Crashers were smoke shows, true. Ancient Crusty, Axe Wound. Oh my god, stop bitching. Stop bitching. No idea who she is, but medically she got nothing on Dr. Kelly Jean. Well, there you go. I'll go with Elizabeth Hurley myself. There you go. Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves looks great. And he's in his 50s, isn't he? Goldberg is hotter than all of them and would destroy my butthole. I don't know who that is. Tom Selleck was great in Ike. I've never seen Ike. Don Fry was fucking smoking hot in his day. There you go. When hit the dating apps when you have a big booty Latina right in front of you, Destiny. Sydney Sweeney is the best part. Got you. Don Fry is goated in Godzilla Final Wars. I left for 3 minutes and I come back to Hillary Clinton could get a boob job. True. Invincible. Yes. Yes. The idea that normies out here getting cosmetic plastic surgery is hilarious to me. You know how expensive that shit is? Yeah, you can't afford fucking $3,000 at one point in your life, bro. I can afford... Okay. Let's just say I have one thing that I want to take care of cosmetically. Literally one thing. That's all I give a fuck about. Everything else is just like not eating carbs as much and lifting weights. So I have one thing. If it becomes a big deal, I'll find $3,000 in order to fix it. You know what I'm saying? The wrestler? Ooh. Yes. Yeah. All right. Anyways, let's get cracking. I caught up with chat. We got a few donations. Thank you guys. And also, yesterday was beautiful. Really, if I could be very transparent, when you guys have the capacity on Valor Media Network, donate. Okay? But Tuesdays is obviously where I get a disproportionate share. And realistically, Grassroots is a big part of the channel. And I'm still getting Counterpoint Star Wars, Counterpoint Sci-Fi, and Rhino. I haven't even started Rhino. Rhino off of the ground. And so cumulatively, we make enough money. But basically what I would say is oil on Tuesdays, chip the rest of the week as you can. And let's wait for Daddy Grassroots to get back. And we'll be fine. Is that fair? But let me thank the people who have chipped today. So we got Anonymous Chatter for 2. I think that's Ruth, but let me expand this real quick. We got Anonymous Chatter for 2. We got Ruth for 20. Thank you, King. So you're saying... Oh, that's the one that I read. That was funny. Fell Runner for 5. Jeb Kush for 5. Fashion 40 for 5. Fashion 40 for 5. And Vaz Raka with a gifted. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. All right. Let me... hold on. Let me read about this. You might have been joking about grass and other Oilers, but you can't rely on that to make it out of a permanent thing. Here is hoping Valor remains forever. I know what you're saying, but, and you're right. You're right. I'm not arguing with you, but that's why I want to do, Rhino. Like, no offense to you guys, but there's really a format. So, okay. Can I be very real? With live streaming, it seems the lazier and shittier you are as a live streamer, in my opinion. Targan says maybe you should change your thumbnail. You look much hotter now. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will. I'll get an updated picture. So for me, it feels like in live streams, the less effort you put in, the better. I'm not kidding. Okay? And it's because every 5 minutes, I want to go on a 5 to 10 minute yap about a tangent. But realistically, every single streamer I know who's a good live streamer, I watch them. They barely talk to their chat. They might literally not read who said what. They just once every 5 minutes, they'll pick out one comment from chat and they'll react to that. And then they will, instead of doing like 5 to 10 minute rants, they'll do like a 30-second, this is why this person is stupid. And that's their reaction. And truth be told, that's what I watch too. Because there's something cathartic about watching someone stupid and then having somebody affirm your position that they are indeed stupid. Okay? And so it feels like I'm trying to do too much and I'm trying too hard. Right? I am picking content. I'm talking for too long. I engage, in no offense, guys, I do love you, but I engage with you guys too much. I treat you like you're human beings on the other side of the screen instead of just fucking like cash cows for me to milk. And so as a result, I just don't think I'm streaming correctly. But I don't really want to do what they're doing. You know? They're barely using their brains. They're barely acknowledging their community. They're barely interacting with their community. They're basically just reaffirming their tribal loyalist audience's preconceptions. And I don't like it. It's not the way that I want to live stream. But if it's true that I am doing too much and therefore I am bad at the format and therefore I might have a core loyal audience, but I'm not going to blow up the way that they blow up, then I need to find my format. And so obviously the breakdown format has been very kind to me. That the breakdown format has given me a ton of money. But you know, I need Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Counterpoint Star Wars to get monetized. They're well on their way to monetization, but they need to be monetized in order for them to be worth the effort. So we're getting there. We're just not there yet. And then with politics, I might just be better in a closed format, right? It just might be better for me to have a topic, have 3 or 4 bullet points, address each bullet point for 2 minutes, know that the entire video needs to be around 10 minutes, and then my yap is closed to 10 minutes. Because if you look at Pondering Politics, or if you look at Valhalla VFTV, or if you look at, I don't even know if Tim Pool does this, but you know what I'm saying? Like the 10 to 15 minute guys, they have ideas, but their ideas are in like a closed system, and they just hit that fucking button 3 to 4 times a day. You know what I'm saying? So if I was, let's say that I started Rhino, and I have a separate channel, and I start posting, and it starts doing well, and then I start making enough money on there that I don't have to worry about the live streaming, then at that point, I can just live stream the way that I want to, interact with my chat the way that I want to. If we're 50 to 150 live viewers, who gives a fuck? The bills are paid. You know what I'm saying? This would be more about keeping some momentum on Valor and cultivating an online digital community of cool people than it would be about making money. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, I just, everybody I know who's successful in online media, they have found their niche. So once again, the breakdown niche is really good for me, but it takes time, energy, and effort. And I need to find my politics niche because I'm so passionate about politics. I'm not going to shut the fuck up about politics. Either as a hobby or as a creator, I will be covering online politics for the rest of my life. So it is what it is. It depends on whether or not people want to listen to you or not, and whether you are a good content creator. I mean, that's true. But once again, the people who are most successful have a predictable formula. And I see the feedback in chat right now that seems to confirm what I'm doing. Or not what I'm doing, seems to confirm the formula that I perceive. So for instance, Christian Blair says, correct. Diminished Dark Knot says, huh, true. Boston Bam says, true. Fashion 40 says, Connor, we like you for the way that you interact. If you didn't interact, we wouldn't be here. For real, that's why you make so much from us without the high viewership. I know. And then that's the scary thing too, is like, if I stopped interacting, would I have the same community? And the answer is no. People want to feel smarter and not want to have their feelings hurt. True. Cut down on the apps by like 10% or put a stopwatch on it, especially in the beginning. Well, you know, in the morning, I'm kind of just warming up and interacting with chat anyways. Fellrunner says, this doesn't feel true about Destiny. I don't need Destiny to exist, so it's not defensive. What I'm asking is, he seems to care about his community and interacts with them. Does he during the live stream? I don't see that during the live stream. No offense. Maybe I'm not watching him enough. But with Destiny, typically, I'm sorry if this is like, if you're like a DGGer and this is offensive to you, I'm really not trying to be offensive at all. For Destiny, the way that I've seen it, is that motherfucker just does what he wants to do. It's literally like 4 hours of dead air and playing video games. But then number one, he'll get like a segment. Then he'll do the React Andy shit the way that I was talking about, where he does like a 30-second of like, oh, this is why this is stupid. Blah, 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 blah. He also talks fast and he's brief. he does have a talent for brevity, and I do think it's admirable. His sense of brevity is admirable. But then, not only that, but I don't see him. He might like hang out in the Discord or hang out in the Reddit or shit like that in his off time, but I do not see him saying, "Oh, conserve liberalism for $20. Blah 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 blah. That's really interesting. Let me yap about that for 5 minutes." I don't think I've seen Destiny ever do that shit. You know, he'll take call-ins, but I don't think I've ever seen him interact with a super chat like that. So, you need to increase your level of accurate prediction so your followers have a narrative to follow. Ooh, that's true. I need to be prescriptive, not just descriptive. That's true. Christian Blair's ignorant here, but how do you get both sci-fi and whatever to be monetized? How close are you? How do you know you are close? So I'm a third of the way there, and we've been doing it for about 6 months, and my numbers are such that I will be monetized by the end of the year, even if I keep Indy, hush. Even if I keep the current stats, I'm gonna be monetized. So basically it's watch time. You have 3,000 hours of watch time, and I'm pushing 1,000 right now with them, and I've been doing it for 6 months. Now, you're supposed to get 3,000 hours of watch time within 365 days, but the truth is that I'm not banging out the shorts as much as I could, and those can help with watch time. And also, I haven't been as aggressive about posting content as I should be. But with the... divorce wrapping up, I should have more time to be more consistent about content. So that's actually not going to be a problem. Oh, that's cute. L Messer for 50 DKK. Thank you, King. I was told women prefer 10 to 15 minute guys. True. True. Yeah. They don't like those 5 hours guys, you know? They run out of lubrication. Yeah, I think Cotter should go loner box route and just research and debate people as they naturally occur. Maybe, but, you know, once again, I like the way that we do things. Yeah, I like the way that we do things. So on one hand, I'm trapped because I'm trapped at 50 to 150 live viewers. On the other hand, I love the 50 to 150 live viewers that I've attracted. So I'm like in this hard stuck trap. But I would rather do this than what they do, because what they do, I think, is gay and lame. Good content creators ignore their chat because their chat is large. Don't emulate that in a smaller chat. Don't play hard to get without that chat size to back it up. I understand what you're saying, Airborne Kite, but I do wonder... So, for instance, like, I'll go on to, like, a 2-minute yap just off of that comment alone. A lot of people are not engaging in chat. Like, chatters are not, weirdly enough, you know, we have like dozens of people who interact in chat, but chatters are not a majority of the people watching. A majority of the people watching, they want the content, and every 2 minutes, they want your take. Content for 5 minutes, 30-second take. Content for 5 minutes, 2-minute take. Content for 5 minutes, 30-second take. Content for 5 minutes, 20-second take. Content for 5 minutes, 2-minute take. You know, that's what they want. They don't want the chat because they're working. You know? They're stocking shelves. They're fucking, you know, looking at their IT shit. They're fucking working on emails. They're doing this. They're doing that. They don't have time to type. So chat interaction to them is wasted stream time. So Destiny takes calls on Discord. Chat moves too fast for him to react to if it's not a super chat, but he will talk to anyone. Yeah, sure. He does do the Discord call-ins to his credit, of course. I've legit had Destiny respond to my chats before. Well, Beef Supreme, you are a particularly infuriating person. I am Simba says Destiny talks to super chats a ton, but he has been at this for 15 years, so his system is going to seem more natural just off of experience. I haven't seen it. Maybe I don't watch enough of his content. I don't know. I have not seen Destiny go real serious for 100 Argentinian pesos. You know, like I have not seen that ever. And I've watched hours of Destiny. Now, to be clear, I jump in randomly. I stick around for 30 to 45 minutes, and then I jump out. And then I also watch VODs, so maybe I shouldn't rely on that interactive experience to tell me what his stream is actually like, because I'm not there for 8 hours. But that's not been my experience, I'll put it that way. Demon King Drago says, I enjoy watching because you're the type of conservative I could get along with IRL. You're not going to insult me for being gay. You're influenced by facts and you're real. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I will insult you if you buy a gay drink in front of me. And I'll be like, ha ha ha, gay. I'm not going to insult you for kissing boys. I think there's a difference, right? He looks and reacts to DG chat, but not so much YouTube. That being said, he does read YouTube, especially if you type something that really pisses him off. Well, yeah, of course. Real serious with 100 Argentinian. Don't worry, buddy. I'll keep financing you long after everyone else has left. If no one else has you, you're my person. I got you. My pesos got you, dude. So that's what I love. I do love the donations from Real Serious, but I do love getting like, one day he did like a 1,500 pesos donation and it like went red and it just like stays there for like 10 hours. And I was like, damn, 1,500 Argentinian pesos. I don't even know what that is. That's crazy. And he's like, don't worry, bro. It's like $1.07. Oh my God. Argentina needs to get its shit together. When your audience gets that big, you have to pick and choose chatters. Yeah, sure. I'm sure it's both a function of size, but like, you got to do what you got to do, right? If you ignored me more, I would seek validation harder. I'd feel more special when I get a fleeting acknowledgement. My autistic gay messages would taint the VOD less, and I'd probably get milked harder. Well, there you go. Rachel's a retard, but Brian is overly confident. Well, that's what I'm looking forward to. Eric says, true. I barely interact in big chats because I know streamers won't pick it up. Yep. He won't say the chatter's name unless he's yelling at them. True. To be fair, he's not monetized right now. True. If he answers a text, he often doesn't say the name, so he'll just be like, yeah, that kind of take is interesting, and it sounds more like a thought that he's had than something that he's reading. I know, but that's not as parasocial as saying, Barack64 says, what's up, Connor? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, when you have a smaller chat, but it's like a passionately engaged chat, I know that there's a human on the other side of the screen who took the time to click in the chat box, type something out, and I'm reading it, Speaking of which, shut the fuck up. We got to do some content. Speaking of which, stop chatting. We need to do content. All right. Let's, I need to go get my other tea because I'm not sufficiently caffeinated. So, all right. Apparently, we're not allowed to listen to white girl music anymore. We have to listen to divorced dad rock. So, I'm trying to think of like what's like the best. Obviously, you have Nirvana and like Smells Like Teen Spirit and all that shit, but that is going to get copyright struck immediately. Not Barack. Ba-ra-K, as in the Lego franchise, not Barack. Well, I'm going to fuck that up a shitload more times, Ba-ra-K, but I'll try to pronounce your name properly. That way it's like that Aaron fucking Key and Peele skit, Try Creed. Maybe, but it's not angry enough for me. Creed isn't angry enough for me. Don't know how universal this is, but I don't like it when you and Tiny react too much to other streamers because I don't care about the streamers' opinions, which is why I only watch YouTube. Oh, that's interesting. Linkin Park. Ooh, bleed it out. We're 100% going to get copyright struck, but it'll be worth it. Yes. Bleed it out. I'm sad that the lead singer committed suicide. He seemed like obviously he seemed like a kind of a edgy emo in his feelings. Fuck Green Day. The only Green Day song that I'll ever listen to unironically is Brain Stew. Everything else can eat a dick. Fucking wake me up when September ends. Dude, wake me up when September ends makes me want to go commit fucking war crimes in the Middle East and North Africa. Fucking Green Day. And also, like, the song, like, Holiday makes me want to kill myself. I've heard Holiday so many goddamn times. Let's put lightsaber techniques on the schedule. Is lightsaber techniques a euphemism for shorts where girls are doing athletic things in spandex. That way, like, it's kind of like softcore porn, so you get to, like, look at their butts, but it's also not, like, hardcore porn, so nobody can, like, judge you super hard, you know? Sup, buddy? Dude, Green Day is so overrated. It's not even that they're overrated. Like they're good, but they're overplayed like a motherfucker. Real Serious says, you say that, but I sent some supers into anything else once and got them thinking I was sending hundreds of dollars until Dan caught me, figured out I'd be outed as a member of the tribe. They know their currency. That's funny. Down for Linkin Park. Rip Chester. Yeah. The Sip Chester, I know it's like sleep in peace, but for some reason Sip is just weird to me. But anyways, wait, hold on. Linkin Park went woke. What, by having a girl? I've actually heard the girl sing, and I like the girl. I think she does great. It's not the same band. Obviously, it's not the same band, and calling themselves Linkin Park is a little bit weird. But the girl who sings Chester's songs, but she sings them in her way, I actually like it. It's pretty good. So, Eli says you're rocking the Punisher look. Thanks, King. I appreciate you. Rage Against the Machine. Rage Against the Machine has bangers, obviously. I only liked Boulevard and the Seinfeld recap song. Well, there you go. All right. Anyways, let me play Bleed It Out, and then I'll be right back. They put a chick in it and they made it gay. True. I'll be right back. Let me go get my my tea and enjoy some it's newer Linkin Park, okay? So this was released 18 years ago. Holy shit. So what is that? That's 2008. And really, like, Linkin Park's peak was like 2004. So this is like old Linkin Park, but it's still 18 years ago. That's fucking bananas. Fucking rip the Chester. I wish he didn't kill himself, but it is what it is. All right, be right back.
Hand grenade pins in every line. Throw them up and let something shine. Going out of my fucking mind. Filthy mouth, no excuse. Find a new place to hang this noose. String me up from atop these roofs. Knot it tight so I won't get loose. Truth is you can stop and stare. Let myself out and no one cares. Dug the trench out, lay down there with a shovel up out of reach somewhere. Yeah, someone pour it in. Make it a dirt dance floor again. Say your prayers and stop it out when they bring that chorus in. I bleed it out, digging deeper just to throw it away. I bleed it out, digging deeper just to throw it away. I bleed it out, digging deeper just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. I bleed it out. Go, stop the show. Choppy words and a sloppy flow. Shotgun opera lock and load. Cock it back and then watch it go. Mama help me, I've been cursed. Death is rolling in every verse. Candy paint on his brand new hearse. Can't contain him, he knows he works. Fuck, this hurts, I won't lie. Doesn't matter how hard I try. Half the words don't mean a thing, and I know that I won't be satisfied. So why try ignoring him? Make it dirt dance floor again. Say your prayers and stop it out when they bring that chorus in. I bleed it out, digging deeper just to throw it away. I bleed it out, digging deeper just to throw it away. I bleed it out, digging deeper just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. I bleed it out. I've opened up these scars. I'll make you face us. I pull myself so far. I'll make you face us. No! I bleed it out, digging deeper just to throw it away. I bleed it out, digging deeper just to throw it away. I bleed it out, digging deeper just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. I bleed it out, digging deeper just to throw it away. I bleed it out, digging deeper just to throw it away. I bleed it out, digging deeper just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. I bleed it out. I bleed it out.
I'm back. Let's suffer together, ladies and gentlemen. And Christian Valaris may be like, why is Connor watching Rachel Wilson? You know why? Because that bitch has been fucking on JRE. Have I been on JRE yet? Absolutely not. And also, Brian Shapiro consistently walks into debates like very confident and gets the fucking shit stomped out of him.
Think it's gonna be
so he's actually like, weirdly enough, he's like a popular liberal, and he just keeps getting his fucking ass kicked. I don't know how this dude has such like a big following. Is it the fucking hat? I don't know what it is. But I'll read you guys' chats in a second. Let me go ahead and intro the segment. When is Connor going to get an earring? God, I would. You know what I would get? I would get the black. You know how they have like, I wouldn't get a gauge, okay, to be clear. But I would get like the really small black gauge, like the really small one. You know what I'm saying? I would do that, but I also feel like that's trying a little bit too hard for my position in life right now. So, anyways, it's kind of adorable how unprepared he is. So true. So true. All right. Anyways, let's do it. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I try to be a rhino. I try to be a Republican who is honest, who has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And today, I have a feminism debate for Rachel Wilson versus Brian Shapiro. For those of you who don't know, Rachel Wilson is the wife of famed internet bully of e-whores, Andrew Wilson. And she has a personal past that is like, I don't criticize it. I don't criticize it at all. But she has a couple of kids from different dads, but she's been with Andrew for a long time. They've been loyal to each other. They seem happy enough. But she's a conservative, and she's like a giga conservative. Like, let's get women back in the kitchen. Let's get women subservient to their men again. Let's use happiness statistics about women who have children and are homemakers versus boss babes. And let's use that as a social prescription to say that every woman should be a fucking homemaker instead of a boss babe. Let's repeal the 19th. Now, that might be like a little bit hyperbolic. I'll actually let her make her own arguments, but that's the vibe, right? That's the vibe. And then Brian Shapiro, I hate to say this because Brian Shapiro seems friendly enough and he swims in my circles. Like, all of my liberal friends are friendly with Brian Shapiro, but Brian Shapiro truly seems like a midwit who just, like, through his popularity on his radio show, keeps fucking getting dragged into conservative debates and just gets fucking mollywopped. So what we're going to be trying to do here today is we're going to watch whatever's going on. We're going to break it down every couple of minutes. But if I can forward argumentation that I feel like Brian Shapiro should be forwarding in the defense of gender or sex equality, then I will do what Brian Shapiro should have done. Okay? So let's take it from there.
I like to think it's going to be history versus common sense. You guys can decide for yourselves. You know, it's funny because I was talking with my manager on the way over here and we were laughing a little bit because the irony of this debate is she would not be standing here, with all due respect. She would not be getting paid to debate me if not for feminism. That's not an opinion, everybody. That's a fact. She would not have been paid to write her book if not for feminism and the people that work really hard to give her the opportunity to do this. Now listen, I don't care how much money she's getting paid. I don't care how much money her husband makes. The fact of the matter is that she wouldn't be here if not for feminism. Again, not an opinion, fact. I've never been called a feminist before. I've been called a lot of things by a lot of people. Never been called a feminist because I don't think I am one. I'm just somebody that doesn't like to tell other people what to do with their lives, man or woman. Who am I to tell a woman, you should stay at home? You shouldn't be in the workplace. You shouldn't have kids after 30. No. I want people to live their lives and do the things that they want to do because life is short. What right do I have, man or woman, to tell you what to do with your life? Now, I'm not really sure, and I'll ask Rachel this question. What does this country look like for her? Does she not want women to work at all? Does she want us to be a third world country like Afghanistan where women are not allowed to work? Now, you're going to hear this word a lot in this debate. No, it's not going to be Donald Trump. But you're going to hear the word hypocrisy a lot. Because Rachel has made decisions in her life because of feminism. Rachel's had the opportunity to get out of relationships because of feminism. It wasn't even that long ago where women were in abusive relationships, but they weren't allowed to get out of those relationships. I don't care about someone's personal life. I don't care how many baby daddies they have. I don't care how many ex-husbands they have. It's not my business. But in this debate, it is my business because she's telling other people how they should live their life. Why is it okay for her to do that, but not others? I defer.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. We're going to kick it over to Rachel for her 5-minute opening as well. Rachel, I have the timer set for you. The floor is all yours.
Well, thanks for coming, everybody, and being here. It's great to see so many faces, and all of you online watching, thanks for your support. Thank you to Andrew for giving me something beautiful to look at in the front row. A whole straw man opening is brand new for me, but that should be fun. So for my opening, the topic of the debate is, has feminism been good for women and children? I'm glad we're talking about this because the whole reason I do this is that feminism has destroyed the lives of children. So let's talk about the promises of feminism, what it told women and children it was going to do, how they got suffrage passed, how they got the whole agenda passed. It was supposed to provide women with safety, equality, and happiness. Let's look at the last 100 years and see if feminism has delivered on any of those promises to women and kids. So,
all right, before she goes, I want to acknowledge the super chat. Anonymous for 5 says, say a quick prayer for my mid-30s ass in the mosh pits tonight. It's going to see Whitechapel, and at some point I'll be drunk enough to mosh. Let's go, bro. Blow out a fucking knee. Elbow a teenager in the face. Let's go.
After no-fault divorce became kind of the law of the land starting in the 60s and spread across the country, we changed all of society. Prior to 1950, there were only about 2% of kids living with single parents in a single-parent home. Now that number is over 40%. Contrary to popular belief, women were allowed to leave abusive and dangerous marriages prior to no fault. No-fault divorce didn't mean no divorce. It just meant you have to have a reason. So in the year 1900 alone, there were over 55,700 divorces granted to women for reasons like abuse or abandonment. Now you can just get one because you're not feeling it anymore. So what we have is broken homes, and the effects of broken homes on kids are extremely well explained in the data across all the data sets, and they're very consistent over time. So after this big wave of divorce in the 80s and all these newly single parent homes, children experienced a lot of destabilization in their lives, which put them at risk for everything you can think of. From, let's take a look at this. Fatherless homes account for children. 90% of kids who are homeless come from a fatherless home. 85% with behavioral disorders. 75% of kids in substance abuse treatment centers. 88% of kids who are committed to psych wards come from broken homes. If you look at abuse of all kinds, all the data sets show that kids who are living with a single mom and their partner are at the highest risk, more than 10 times more risk than children who are living with both married biological parents. Also for women, domestic violence didn't go away because of no-fault divorce. It shifted to cohabitative relationships. So the domestic violence rate dropped for married couples, but it skyrocketed for cohabitating couples. You are at 40% higher risk of getting abused by your boyfriend than you are your husband if you live with your boyfriend. So much for safety, I guess. What about equality? Well, men still do all the dirty, dangerous, difficult jobs. 92% of all work deaths are men. 90% of all infrastructure jobs, the essential infrastructure jobs that run everything you see here, are done by men. Women get less time for the same crime. Men get 30% longer sentences. Women get 40% more probation than sentences for the exact same crimes as men. Single mother households dominate welfare. 85% of SNAP money goes to women, to single moms. And if you look at welfare and out-of-wedlock births on a graph, they go up in tandem over the last 70 years.
Okay. I know this is a bad move. I have no problems continuing to watch this content. If you guys have something hot that's popping off, I would be happy to switch. Let me tell you why, though. The reason why is because I have no problems with her descriptive argumentation. If it seems like I haven't been interrupting at all, I have no fucking problems with her descriptive argumentation. I have problems with her, probably her prescriptions. I would be curious about how she gets to prescriptions. So, for instance, I can say this as a divorced guy that I think the ideal would be monogamous partnership, particularly through the your child's like rearing stages. Like until your kids are out of your fucking house, they should have a stable, loving household. That's the ideal, right? And so the like even in my own situation, I was kind of shocked that the divorce was preferable. For those of you who don't know, I just got divorced recently. I was kind of shocked that divorce was preferable considering the amount of, based off of what she was complaining about in our relationship, based off of the risk to the kids. Because, like, I understand. Yeah, Eli, I got divorced recently. We'll talk about it later, King. But anyways, the point is that, like, I was kind of shocked. And if we're talking about, like, bitter and angry, that's one of the bitter and angry things that I'm bitter and angry about. I mean, I'm not going to, like, hold it against her or yell at her or anything. But, like, it's pretty clear, based off of stats, that divorced households obviously impact your children. Now that we've been kind of forced to go down this path, I think the wife and I have committed to trying to minimally impact our children and maximally emotionally support them. But, the stats don't lie, right? The stats don't lie that divorce is a tough thing for kids to go through. So I'm kind of like, just because I failed in the ideal doesn't mean that I still don't believe in the ideal, right? So the point is, but here's where we're going to get into the prescriptive nonsense. This is actually probably the best thing that I could say. With the prescriptive nonsense, though, what's her prescription? Because my prescription is we as a society should focus on training men and women to being better partners and educate them on how difficult long-term partnership actually is. Because it's not just about physical attraction. It's not just about physical chemistry. It's not just about the genetic health of the children. It's also about partnership, friendship, household management, a shitload of fucking logistics, parenting responsibilities, intents to parenting, morality, religion, economics. Like, there's like a whole fucking thesis paper that you could write on the complexities of long-term partnership. And frankly, there's a lot of fucking books about it because it's so goddamn hard. So, realistically, like, that would be my goal, is trying to use home economics and public education in order to prepare people for the rigors of having kids and long-term partnership, not just blanket telling women, get back in the fucking kitchen, Anyways, my dog needs to come back in. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Together. So what about happiness? Are women happy? Well, unfortunately, no. We now have 26% of all American women are on at least one psychiatric drug. There's been 2 major studies done on women's happiness since sexual liberation. The paradox of declining female happiness and a follow-up study called the female happiness paradox. Both data sets across time, culture, economic status did not matter. Women's happiness has decreased both absolutely and relative to men. So in summary, no, feminism didn't deliver on its promises. It hadn't made women and children safer or happier. It made them more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation by removing the men that have the most interest in protecting them, and that would be their own fathers and their own husbands.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Real Serious says, this is like saying children who went to hospitals are more at risk of dying than children who didn't. What's the data of children of couples that hate each other? Thanks for the super chat. And yeah, that's the other thing too. What's the prescriptions when it comes to toxic couples? You know, physically abusive couples. Now, she did say that divorce, even prior to no-fault divorce, would have exceptions for abandoned and or abusive relationships. So, I mean, that's good. But can we get some specific prescriptions on that? Because obviously, like, this is the reason why domestic violence laws changed in the 1980s. So in the 1980s, domestic violence battery was viewed as a personal issue. So I want to tell you that because this was part of the history of law enforcement. So in the 1980s, if you hit your wife in the fucking face and somebody called the cops, then the cops would show up. And if both parties said, hey, we don't want anyone to go to jail, then the cops would just leave. But what happened was there were so many cases of basically the cops getting called to the same house over and over again and leaving over and over again, and that escalating and escalating and escalating and resulting in a homicide, that eventually almost all of the states, this is almost nationwide, by the way, almost all of the states have said, if you hit your partner, and if we have evidence that you hit your partner, you're going to jail, right? So that's where, like, for me, is that too far? Maybe sometimes. Like, so for instance, I brought up the that couple that was like 60 years old, and one of them pinched the other one, and they admitted it to law enforcement, and then my partners were arguing about how to load up morbidly obese 60-year-olds on fucking oxygen who pinched each other to fucking jail. That's an example where obviously that law is being misapplied, in my opinion. But how many homicides have been prevented by that cultural and social change? And so once again, my prescriptions are train young people to be better partners, lovers, friends, you know, long-term partners, household managers, et cetera, et cetera. But I would be curious. I would be curious what Rachel's prescriptions are.
5-minute opening as well. We will jump into the rebuttals. These are 5 minutes as well. Brian, I've got the timer set for you. The floor is all yours.
The word would be hypocrisy. Rachel just talked about abuse, divorce. I want to be very clear with what I'm about to say. It is normally not my business to talk about how many children you have, how many ex-husbands you have. But when you have somebody to my left who wants to tell other women how to live their lives, I'm going to bring this up, and I'm going to bring up some studies. Now, Rachel has 3 baby daddies. Why is that important? Well, Guzzo and...
You got to be ready for it. Like, obviously, Andrew and Rachel Wilson got to be ready for it. But goddamn, do I not think that's a fucking low blow. Okay? Because can I tell you what a baby daddy is? A baby daddy is someone who you fuck and have kids with, and then they dip out. That's a baby daddy. He might swing by for fucking birthdays. He might drop off a birthday card or some shit with some cash in it, but he ain't hanging out with his kids. That's a fucking baby daddy. So, if Rachel Wilson, somebody correct me on the Rachel Wilson lore, but if Rachel Wilson was married, had a kid, he was a piece of shit, got divorced, got married, had a kid, he was a piece of shit, they got divorced, got married, had a kid, stayed with that man for 20 fucking years. That's not the same as having fucking baby daddies. You know what yeah, 3's a lot. I know. She's white. You know, she's not black. She's from the hood. I get it. Like, dude, yes. I understand. But, dude, if you're with somebody for 15 or 20 years, that's an accomplishment. It's an accomplishment to put up with some fucking asshole for 15 to 20 years. You know? So, like, even if Rachel and Andrew got divorced, I'm still not hating on them. You know, 15 to 20 fucking years. That's a military contract. You know? So I'm not hating on that. Yeah, one of them passed. I know, I heard that. That was sad. I think one of the Wilson clan, I think one of their children passed as well, which fucking sucks. It sucks ass. There's no other way to say that. So fucking going through their personal history and saying baby daddy, like, I get it. It's like a nice little jab, and it probably plays well to like the liberal side of the fucking audience. But like, if it feels like slut shaming, you know? And I understand that Rachel Wilson is the first person to slut shame. So I totally understand that it might be on a valid target. So you feel like you're bullying a cry bully. But, you know, it does feel a little rich coming from the side of, well, let's not judge anybody. Let's not judge the way that anybody conducts their personal affairs, you know? It's rich.
Firstberg study says that if you do have multiple baby daddies, the family has higher stress, more likely to have more mental health issues, the things that you claim that you care so much about. I do as well. The Dorius study, lower income and families most likely in children have a lower education rate. The Rutgers study, you just talked about physical violence. The Rutgers study, which, by the way, these studies have just come out in the last couple of years. You could look it up if you would like on your phone. By the way, you want to go back to 50 years or 100 years ago, then why do you use a cell phone? I'm just curious. Why do you use a cell phone? You can laugh, but if you want to go back to the way things were 50 or 100 years ago, we were a slavery nation. Are we still a slavery nation now? Do you want to go back to slavery? Should black people be allowed to vote? I'd love you to answer those questions. But anyway, going back to that Rutgers study, if you have multiple baby daddies, there's a much higher rate, in fact, a 24% higher risk of physical violence and sex abuse. A Halliburton study, among other studies, you're likely to be below the poverty line if you have multiple baby daddies. Now, you might tell me right now, and I would believe you, if you said, I got through it, my kids grew up to be great people, and I would say, I'm happy for you, I think that's great. But why is it okay for you, but not okay for them? Why is it okay for you to say, well, you know what, I made some, maybe you won't say it was a mistake, I don't know, I'll ask you. But why would it be okay for you hypothetically to say, I made some mistakes, but, you know, everything turned out okay, my kids turned out okay. Why can't other women use those same excuses if they have kids after 30, or if they want their own career? If you want to be a stay-at-home mom with kids, I think that's great. Go ahead and do that. But if you want to be out there in the workforce and be a doctor or a lawyer, you should be allowed to do that too, and Bible thumpers shouldn't be telling you what you should or shouldn't do. That's exactly what you do, Rachel. So I'd like you to explain to this audience right now why it's okay for you to have 3 baby daddies, why it's okay for you to take those risks in those studies that I just mentioned for your kids, but why is it not okay for everybody else?
Because she's the exception and not the rule. So listen, like, I want to hear, because Andrew Wilson obviously spurred the fuck out on Charlie, what's her face? She was a pretty bisexual girl on the Whatever podcast. So if Rachel Wilson spurred out, that'd be funny. I'd love to see that content, but I hope she answers it earnestly. But I have to assume that she's going to say, I'm the exception, not the rule. So, and this is what I'm predicting. She'll say, I don't regret any of my children. I love all of my children. You know, I thought I was doing the right thing at the time, but, you know, XYZ, ABC, it didn't work out. And now I have this beautiful husband, and Andrew's such a great guy, and blah, 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 blah. But I'm the exception and not the rule. So as a result, if I had to socially prescribe what I think is ideal for society, I actually don't recommend my path. And that doesn't make her a hypocrite, by the way. Like, you know, you can say cope if you want. But once again, like, the issues, talking from personal experience, the issues that my wife and I were experiencing, I don't think they warranted divorce. That's part of what I'm upset by. But she did. And based off of the system, she's allowed to do that. But I still think the ideal, and she would probably agree with this as well, the ideal would have been that whatever issue she had with me, I fixed to a decent degree so she could tolerate being my wife for another few decades. And then the issues that I had with her, maybe we would work on those a little bit. I know women don't like criticism, but it's okay. Maybe she would work on some of her issues, and then we would be able to make it work for another few decades, especially until the kids are out of the school. I don't even think that she would necessarily disagree with that line of argumentation. But just because we failed in accomplishing the ideal doesn't mean that the ideal disappears. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, I'll let Rachel speak for herself, but this is my that's my prediction.
We will switch over to Rachel for her 5-minute rebuttal. Got the timer set for you, Rachel. The floor is all yours.
So what you just heard was amateur hour of somebody who does not know how to make an argument, somebody who doesn't know what a debate is or how to
Ad hominem
have a
attacks.
debate. You can't interrupt.
It's a rebuttal, bitch. Real serious with the 100 Argentinian pesos. There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, impregnate me once, shame on you. Impregnate me twice, you can't get pregnant again. Nice.
Attack.
You can't.
You can't interrupt during the
No.
Yep, go ahead.
Again, amateur hour. This is the person who did the ad hominem attacks. He didn't present an argument. He just said, what about you? He used a tu quoque fallacy. What about you, though? This debate has nothing to do with my life or your life or
Yes,
my
it does.
personal life or your personal life.
We got to mute you.
Okay.
You're going to interrupt.
Control yourself, Brian.
Yeah,
Sean, please mute Brian.
staggering lack of self-control. So again, another fallacy, a straw man fallacy. My argument was not that I can tell women what to do. My whole entire opening was just explaining what has happened to society in general, going over data. There was no condemnation of working mothers. There was no condemnation of women who need to leave abusive relationships like I did. There was no, we need to go back to slavery, which was 50 years ago, I guess. Again, not sure how this person is employed in media. But all that aside, he did not address any of the arguments I made, which were that, actually what he did was support my arguments by saying, yeah, when families are broken up, it's bad for kids. When we see divorce, rampant divorce, children raised in single household families, it's bad for kids. Yes, it is. Now, if everyone was only getting divorced in instances of abuse or abandonment, we would see divorce rates much closer to numbers that we had prior to no fault. You would see, if you look at surveys, the reasons for divorce, things like legitimate physical abuse are very far down on the list. They're usually like 4th or 5th. The number one reason is irreconcilable differences. I fell out of love. Mr. Johnson down the street makes me feel sexy. I need to find myself. And the kids are resilient and they'll get over it. What I'm against is this frivolous breaking down of families to chase personal happiness. The kids don't get over it. We have massive studies on what happens to children after divorce. And as Brian brilliantly laid out, it's very bad for kids. We see the worst outcomes for children coming from broken homes. So the argument is not no one can get divorced. The argument is divorce should only be permitted for very good reasons. That was the historic norm for the church. I'm not saying that women can't work outside the home ever. I'm saying that mothers already have a full-time job and that pushing them to work outside the home, creating the two-income trap that's been laid for us by feminism reduced women's choices. It didn't give us more choices. There was never a time when women were not allowed to work. It just wasn't the norm because women already had a full-time job, especially prior to the birth control pill in 1965, when most women had an average of 3 to 7 kids, depending on what time frame you're looking at. That's a full-time job. It didn't make sense to send women out to do men's jobs. It didn't make any sense to push them outside the home and force them to work. And now women like me who want to stay home struggle and find that they can't and find that they have to work when all they really want to do is be at home raising their own children, and they're forced to try to outsource that, which is why most women only have 1 or 2 children anymore. You can't afford to put 5 kids in daycare. So we have very small families, we have lower birth rates, and we have unhappier women who are now trapped in a different set of bad circumstances with abusive cohabitating partners instead of a husband who loves them and takes care of them. We're trapped in this two-income trap. We have women who are trying to juggle everything and balance everything and are struggling to do that, and they're reporting higher levels of anxiety and depression. I'm not here to condemn women. Brian's here to condemn me personally, apparently, which is the actual ad hom argument. If he had an actual argument rather than just pointing at me, that would be fine. But if all he's here to do is say, well, but you got divorced because you were in an abusive marriage, that's actually not an argument. It supports my argument that you should be able to get out of abusive marriages, and you were. You were actually able to get out of abusive marriages prior to no fault. No fault.
I'm gonna start sweeping for Rachel. Chat's already pissed. Wait, what's the actual critique? Okay, lol, this lady is oblivious. Forced, no you're not, bitch. What the fuck is this? Are you anti-capitalist? Hold up. Because I'll tell you the argumentation that I heard, and you're gonna have to, push me on this, I guess. So, let's talk about it from like a historical. Let's talk about it from a historical perspective. So prior to World War II, as far as I understand it, yeah, some women, especially poor women, they did have to work during the age of industrialization. So the way that I understood it was when you were living in tenement housing in industrial cities, effectively, people still like to fuck and they didn't have birth control. Okay? So since they like to fuck and they didn't have birth control, they still had a shitload of kids. But what happened was because education wasn't industrialized itself, was you would still have the women working part-time, raising the kids and taking care of the household shit, and then they would have to work side hustles. And then not only the side hustle, but basically some of the kids would have to start working relatively young, which is part of the reason why public education came into existence, was to alleviate the burden of, basically having kids and needing to work in order to get by. But historically, if you do look at the way that men's and women's roles were divided up, was that men disproportionately worked in order to earn the bread for the family, and then the women, a vast majority of their labor was in reference to raising the kids, taking care of the kids, familiar responsibilities, laundry, food prep, food cleaning, house cleaning, etc., etc., etc. But that was like culturally enforced to a very strict degree, even as recent as my grandmother's generation. That was very normal, like in the 1920s, 1930s, right? Then, in the 1940s, allegedly, this is part of the lore, I don't know how much of it is true, but World War II was such a mass mobilization of the male workforce overseas, and World War II was such a massive social effort that women, because of a domestic labor shortage, were permitted to get into more aggressive aspects of the labor force. And that created a desire. Let me sneeze. 1 second. Excuse me. That created an appetite in female kind to have their own money, their own jobs, their own capacity to provide for themselves, which was further enhanced by the pill, because the pill offered true reproductive equality. And I think that was in the 1960s, because what the pill does is it gives you the choice of when you're having children, but prior to the pill, you just kind of you did the rhythm method, you pulled out, and you just kind of prayed that you didn't get pregnant. That was the that was the hustle. As a matter of fact, I'll be vulgar. Don't be a dummy, come on the tummy, right? The rhythm method was probably the most common form of birth control prior to the pill. And so, with the pill, actually comes a high level of predictability, and the mass production of condoms comes a high predictive probability of being able to control your reproduction. So yeah, like women, and they're talking about this. This is the thrust of the debate. Was it positive for women to not only be given limited social access at the whims of men to participate in the economy, but is it good to push women into economic participation as being the same or better than motherhood? And I think I'm actually with Rachel. I think that, like, probably for, like, women should be free to make their own fucking choices. But I think culture should do some reinforcement that having children is positive, that having a family is positive, that doing household labor is noble and admirable and a good part of the human condition. And probably the same way that Rachel resents the economic push of women out of the household and how difficult it is to raise a family on a single income, I have the same resentment. You know, it was a sincere blessing to be able to make enough money over the past 5 years to have my wife stay home and raise the kids. And it was great in many regards. But, you know, that came at a cost. Our finances were not as stable as they could have been had she been working part-time. So they don't want it reinforced. They want it forced. Well, that's where I'm kind of waiting for the prescriptions. I am kind of waiting for the prescriptions. Now, Christian Blaris earlier said, I forget where it is, but you basically said, did we go to couples therapy before the split? Yes, we did. It was pretty limited, and it was through the VA because that's what was available. But basically, we only went for like a month or two before she was like, hey, I don't think this is going to work. So, Demon King Drago says, no fault divorce isn't what she described as I understand it. It was incredibly hard to escape an abusive marriage. Between being abused, sent to the sanatoriums, the only escape was killing yourself. Hey, yeah, I'm not arguing to go back to the 50s or 60s. I do want to hear more prescriptions. AK Batisai says, did the judge give you a weird look when you said you were an internet streamer? No, we were able to wrap it up in mediation. So, for those of you who don't know, I'll actually give you a screenshot, or I'll give you a preview of the future for you. Okay? Hopefully you never get divorced, but if you do. So, if you get divorced, basically, like, the state is so overwhelmed with domestic violence, domestic cases, and divorce cases that they don't want it to go to court unless you have to. So, if you get a lawyer, which I strongly recommend you get a lawyer. I can't like find a family friend who has enough money to spot you the cash in order to get a lawyer. Okay? Because the truth is, I was willing to just sign whatever needed to be signed in order to get it done within the first couple of weeks because I was like, let's just say, not happy with the scenario and wanted to escape the scenario as quickly as possible and get back to economic and social productivity. But the truth is, by getting a lawyer who was aggressive, the lawyer basically said, hey, this is a bad deal. You're kind of being a fucking idiot. This is what we would get. This is what I think is a negotiated middle that's good. So you should get a lawyer who will advocate in your best interest. So literally, if you can't afford one, I would strongly recommend, asking a family member to get help, like literally get help. Anyways, but the good news for me was that we were able to split assets relatively amicably and quickly because I gave her everything that made sense for her and she gave me everything that made sense for me. And then not just that, but we were able to come to what the court would give us. Like it was pretty predictable that both lawyers knew what the court would give us. And so we were able to negotiate based off of that to she wanted more custody. And truth be told, I would have been perfectly happy with 50-50, but I know how much of like a loving and caring mother she is and how well intended that motivation was. And so I was willing to give her that if she was willing to let me keep the house. So we ended up at, we could have been at 50-50 if we wanted to be, but we ended up at 60-40 and I kept the house. And she took a little bit of less of a settlement. So, out of the house. Anonymous for 5 says, this R-sword argumentation is predicated on something Andrew has argued before. If all women left, it would double wages for men left in the workforce. Or what? It would cut wages in half? Yeah, sure. But, like, can't we find the balance? Right? Can't we find the balance between women should have the right to pursue economics, like economic ambition if they want to, but the women should have the right to pursue whatever economic ambitions they have, but we should in general be a pro-natalist society that valorizes and values wives and mothers who take on domestic labor proudly, and we should valorize that effort because it is hard. So, anyways, I've been yapping for a while, so I'm gonna let it flow.
Means you don't need a reason, and the other party does not have to agree. And that's where I think that we went wrong.
Thank you very much for that rebuttal from Rachel. We're going into the 40-minute crossfire or open dialogue. I'm going to trust you guys, but if there are interruptions, I do have to jump in and break it into 90-second responses. So, handing it off to you. The floor is yours.
Well, first of all, for somebody that wants to stay home, you're certainly out a lot debating people, so I really don't understand that argument.
Well, are you aware of well, let me address that,
since
10
this
is the back and forth.
Can I just finish?
Well, this is a back and forth.
I know, but that was like 10 seconds.
But you already got it wrong. So my children
well,
are...
you got everything wrong.
My children are grown. No, I got everything right.
I know they're grown.
They're grown up and out of the house.
Can I just finish?
So
okay.
I've never said that women can't leave the house when their kids have grown up and left, and that they can't...
Do you believe women should be allowed to vote?
Do you think women are chained to the kitchen?
I'm asking you a question. Do you think women should be allowed to vote?
I think it would be better if women and many other groups didn't vote. I would categorize women as one of the groups that should not. Yes.
Is there any other demo that shouldn't be allowed to vote, or is it just women?
I think there's a lot of different ways that you could limit suffrage that would make everything a lot more fair and a lot more efficient. I think that if you're taking more from the system than you get, so that would be a great way to limit suffrage. You'd have to be a net zero taxpayer. You can't be taking more than you're getting. So if you're getting more in SNAP benefits and welfare than you're paying.
So voting should be based on how much you pay in taxes, or if you pay taxes?
It should be based on whether you are contributing to the system or not. If you're taking more than you're contributing, no, you shouldn't be having a voice in governance. You should also have to take a civics test proving that you have some rudimentary understanding of how our government works.
A lot of people wouldn't vote for Donald Trump if that was the case. But anyway, so...
True and based. Literally, if... So that feels like a counter argument, but it's not. If we put out a civics test and half of MAGA failed the civics test, holy shit, would I be so fucking happy. So that feels like a counterpoint, but it's not.
Oh, okay. So you don't think that women should be allowed to vote? You don't think women should be allowed to vote? At least if they're...
Would you like me to explain why?
No. Do you know why the birth rate is so low?
No, he doesn't want me to explain why. I will anyway.
I find it interesting that you want to take away one of the most fundamental rights of a woman, which is being able to vote. By the way, women are, as I think you're aware, bringing children into this world.
Not enough.
Well, yeah. Why? Why is that? What's the number one reason why women aren't bringing children in?
Do you want to know like the actual correlate?
No, I want to know the polls of the last 2 years, and women have asked, because I have the studies right in front of me right here. What is the number one reason, Rachel, why women aren't bringing kids into this world in the last 2 years? Do you know the reason for that?
I can tell you what the actual data says. The data says that the number one correlate to declining birth rates around the world in every culture, regardless of income or religion, is women's access to higher education and pushing them into the workforce.
Not true. So according to the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, which have been polled for the last 2 years, they've done it 8 times. The Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, I'll take their word over yours, they say the number one reason why women don't want to bring children into the world is something called the economy, Rachel. Now let's talk a little bit.
Okay. Hold on. People are agreeing with Brian Shapiro in chat, but I'm going to push you on this. Look at fucking Great Depression ass families. These motherfuckers, okay, because they did fuck a lot of moms, okay, they are poor. They are destitute. They are living in one of the toughest times in America ever to be able to have enough money to feed your children. And it's for a variety of reasons. The Dust Bowl, due to over-farming, we like demineralized the soil, which didn't allow like grass to root. And so as a result, there was a Dust Bowl famine. Then, not only that, the fucking stock market crashed. So the thing that everybody used as a vehicle of wealth crashed simultaneously. And then not just that, but the economy was fucking shit because everybody was transitioning from agricultural work to city industrial work. Okay? How many fucking kids are on your screen right now? 1, 2, 3, 4. These motherfuckers had 4 kids. How many kids are on your screen right now? 1, 2, 3. She looks pregnant. How many kids are on your screen right now? 2, to be fair. How many kids are on your screen right now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Dude, these motherfuckers were having kids like a motherfucker. You know why? Because they didn't have condoms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids. Grandma was fucking, dude. I hate to say it. We have this this like notion of like everybody was a Christian conservative prior to like 1960. Therefore they were all prudes. No offense, but grandma was fucking. What was the 1920s birth rate? That's the birth rate. Let's do the fertility rate. That's easier to read. Fertility rate. 3.3. It's currently like 1.55. You know? The average number of children per woman falling from roughly 3.3 to 2.5 by 1930. Okay, so I mean, it did have a correlated negative effect, for sure. For sure. Economic conditions. Let's just say that economic conditions affect the fertility rate, okay? Because we can actually see right here, number of children per woman dipped in the Great Depression from 3.5 to 2.25, and then it spiked to 3.5. So we shouldn't pretend that the economy has nothing to do with the fertility rate. But if we look at fertility rate from 1800 to 2020, look at this shit, dude. What? It's like a 45-degree... Dude, this is like a stone skipping across a lake, dude. This is the rock getting thrown, and then a skip, like a fucking drop during World War II or right before World War II, then a skip when all the World War II veterans came home and they were horny as fuck and they wanted their families, and then the fucking rock skipping again, and now we're skipping at the bottom of the lake. Which, by the way, is fine, right? We shouldn't think that like we need to perpetually grow as a population, because the truth is we would eventually overpopulate the planet. So there's no problem with the fertility rate stabilizing. I have no beefs with that. The only thing that I want to attack with this line of argumentation is the fact that like grandma was fucking, grandma be having kids, and even when they were fucking like cooking rocks inside a stove so they could like suck the minerals off of rocks in order to survive, people were still fucking and people were still having kids. You know what I'm saying?
A little bit about the economy
what's
real
that?
quick. Hold on. Let's talk a little bit about that. Let's talk a little bit about that, Rachel.
Okay.
That is the fact. Demon King Drago, you said fertility, the fertility rate jumped when minimum wage increased. Fertility rate jump correlated with minimum wage increase. Research indicates that the minimum wage increases do not correlate with a jump in fertility. Rather, they are strongly linked to a reduction in teenage birth rates and improved infant health. Okay, well, improved infant health is still good. Evidence suggests that a $1 increase in minimum wage lowers adolescent birth rate by roughly 2%, often due to increased work opportunities substituting for childbearing. I don't know what you wanted me to get from that, but that's not what I wanted to get from that. If you told me that paying everybody $20 an hour for fucking minimum wage would result in an increased birth rate, I would literally become the most like vicious advocate for an increase in minimum wage possible. So if you have any study that shows that like minimum wage and dignified wages correlate with an increase in birth rate, 100%, I will become the most passionate advocate for fucking dignified labor that you've ever seen. I'll become a Democrat. Okay? If you can find me a correlated study, give me the talking point, please. Does increased wages correlate with an increase in fertility? Because I think it negatively correlates. The relationship between increased wages and fertility is complex, often showing a positive correlation for men. Higher income leads to higher fertility, but a negative or weak correlation for women due to higher opportunity costs of childbearing. So, yes. Howdy, Zarenthius. Yeah, literally find me the study that says increased dignified work conditions fucking correlates with like an increase in fertility, and I will literally become a fucking social democrat tomorrow. But let me tell you. Okay, let me tell you. When you look at social democratic countries, it seems the opposite. It seems that once you reach a certain dignified wage standard, people have the choice to choose between personal luxury and raising kids. And so as a result, it's disproportionately the poor who have kids. So, once again, I challenge you, and I'm sorry for like halting on this point for so long, but literally like being pro-family is important enough to me that I literally would stop giving a fuck about labels. I would just be, yeah, keep people poor. That way they have kids. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Yep. Stay poor. The human population still needs to exist. At least poor people know how to fuck. Talk all that shit you want about how stupid they are. At least they know how to fuck. Holy shit. AK Batusai with the 10. Thank you, King. My grandma and local community stopped using birth control when a lady died due to it. My grandpa went and got a back alley vasectomy in some doctor's basement with his friends. Jesus. I choose PlayStation 6, which is why I don't want to be a Democrat, because you're all a bunch of fucking anti-natalists. No offense, I get really spicy about it. But a lot of Democrats are fucking anti-natalist. It freaks me the fuck out. Maybe it's hope for the future. You think people are choosing luxury instead of kids, but it's because they don't believe in better futures, so they begrudgingly choose not to have kids. Pussy. Pussy. Matter of fact, sorry, I know that I'm doing an ADD tangent, but this is so necessary. This is so necessary. It's always sunny poop lab. Okay. Hold on. Is this it? That's not the one that I wanted. Here we go. There it is. I saw it.
Charlie, you knew.
Why is it loading weird? Load properly.
Charlie, you knew. No, you did it. Fast up.
Slow.
You want me to do what?
We want you to examine our poopy.
Yeah. We just want to know who it came from.
That's it. Yeah.
What he was gonna say.
Man, why
Get out of my lap.
Pussy. Hitty.
They edited it this way? This is fucking horrible. Anyways, I'll just act it out because it's going to take too long to fucking find it. Somebody poops in Charlie Kelly's bed. Charlie Kelly and Frank sleep together. They're not sexual. They just sleep together, okay? Somebody poops in their bed. They're trying to figure it out. So they go to a university scientist to see if they can evaluate the poop to see who it came from. And so the scientist is like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Get the fuck out of my lab. And so they're so upset with the scientist that they end up saying, you just missed out on an incredible adventure, pal. And then fucking Frank goes, pussy. And so for me, when you go, oh, I want to play my PlayStation 6. Oh, I want to DoorDash Taco Bell. Oh, I want to do, I want to fucking get into BDSM kink play and I don't want to worry about having kids. What I want to say is you've missed out on an incredible adventure, pal. See, like that's where I'm at. Demon King Drago, Discord. What about Discord? What are you doing on Discord? Demographic research? Okay, hold on. Let's just, I already fucked up the segment anyways with my attention deficit disorder, so let's just take a look at this. Higher incomes are increasingly associated with higher fertility, evidence from the Netherlands. Results. Over the 2008 to 2022 period, income became increasingly positive associated with fertility. Although income effects are stronger for men than for women, the intensifying of the income effect over time is evident for both genders. These results are driven by first births. For higher order births, income effects are much weaker and did not change over the study period. Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. Your fucking study says money will get you your first child, and then after that, they don't have kids. Earning a high income constitutes an increasingly strong prerequisite for the transition to parenthood in the Netherlands. This likely contributes to the postponement of parenthood and the decline of fertility and suggests that low-income groups may increasingly be unable to fulfill their fertility desires. Yeah, that's fucking horse shit. Fucking, dude, people making $7 an hour in America are the people most likely to have children. So, sorry, you have failed to make me a Democrat. Find me sociological evidence that shows that we can increase the birth rate by increasing the quality of the workforce, and I will become the most passionate fucking labor advocate you've ever seen in your life. Until then, I'm going to keep the pores in their correct place. Okay? Which is poor, desperate, having kids.
Why are people losing their medical coverage? Why are people losing their food stamps? Is it because they're just lazy and they don't want to work?
Okay,
you see, because
we're doing another straw man argument
it's a straw man.
yes, because
everything's a straw man argument.
I'll explain how you're wrong.
Yeah, I'll explain why you're wrong.
The only people who do have replacement birth rates are the poorest people. So if it was economics, we wouldn't see that the only people having children would be the poorest among us. And historically, everybody has had children during times of
so
much,
it's because of
much
poor
worse
people.
poverty.
You're saying the reason why is because poor people can't bring people into the world.
No, I'm saying listen very carefully and try to understand.
Okay, Kay says, I had 3 kids and I raised 6. I did my part. Can I go to sleep? Yes, go take a nap. You earned your rest. Dear Kay, the fucking Valkyrie warrior woman of having 3 children and raising 6, you have done well. You have earned your nap. Go take a nap. Please.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
The poor people are the ones having the babies. So the people who have the resources are opting out because they think their job is more important, because they want to take vacations, because they want to pay for a second vehicle and a bigger mortgage.
So when the people that aren't poor are polled and they're saying that the reason why they're not having kids is because of the economy.
It's because
they
are prioritizing a higher material standard of living, yes.
So what has changed then in the last...
Materialism.
So
atheism and materialism.
Okay, so you think it's atheism?
It's
you
atheism
think it's
and
because they don't believe in God, and that's the reason why they're not having children?
It's because they're prioritizing having stuff.
Right.
And having a career over having a family.
So what should we do about that? What do you think? Do you think taking away health care and
I think what we should do about that, I'll tell you what we should do about it is what I'm doing right now, what Andrew does all the time, which is explain why atheism is retarded and why you shouldn't hold
based. Denmark fertility rate is 1.5, US fertility rate is 1.6. Now bear in mind Denmark is probably disproportionately Northern European white, and the Latins, the Latinos are carrying us, but we still have a higher birth rate. That's why I was a Latino futurist. Unfortunately, the Latinos are letting me down. The Latinos have found out that you can use condoms and look at pornography as a result of smartphones, and now their birth rate is collapsing too. It fucking sucks.
to secular materialist worldviews that have no grounding, that have no fundamental basis for morality, and lead you into deaths of despair, and lead you into an antinatalist position where you won't even reproduce yourself.
You know what? I think you saying that makes you retarded. So first of all, to use that word and to call, no, it's not cool for her to use that word, to say that just because we don't believe in what you believe, that people are retarded. Because,
bro, that's retarded.
Okay, good. So let me be very clear, okay? Everybody has the right to believe in what they believe in. Everybody has the right, you can be a Christian, you can be an atheist, to call people retarded because they don't believe in the religion that you believe in, or they don't believe in God, is so beyond absurd and bigoted in nature.
Retarded?
It's ridiculous.
Is that what you're saying?
It's no, I think you are. So what I was going to say,
do you have an argument?
What I was going to say, just be quiet. Make Andrew a sandwich and be quiet. So
that's pretty misogynistic.
20 million. Andrew, do you have a cigarette? Because I need one right now. So
things are getting fucked. Literally, find me the exact material correlate, okay? Poor, educated, this exact amount of government benefits. Find me the perfect material correlate that results in a replacement demographic rate. And by the way, like, hold on, these things are going to sort themselves. Okay, they will. In the long term, okay? In the long term, what's going to happen is Christian Valaris is going to fucking engage in BDSM play, and he's going to play on his PlayStation 6, and he's going to die. And then I'm going to have my two kids, and I'm going to try to instill in them a pronatal culture, and then hopefully they're interested in having grandkids, and I'm going to help raise my grandkids. And I'm literally going to provide the material support that you guys are like, you know, saying needs to exist in order to have kids. I'm going to do it. Because I also think there's like a failure in the boomer generation to actually provide. They want grandkids. They do not want to provide the material support for grandkids. You know? So I'm going to go out of my way in order to provide the material support for my kids to have grandkids. I'm going to use the equity in my house in order to make sure that they can afford to buy a property. I'm going to encourage them to get married. I'm going to encourage that, like, I'm not going to talk to them about, like, oh, sex shit. Like, I'm not going to be gross about it. But I'm going to say, yeah, I want grandkids. I made you. I want you to make some humans. And then I'm going to tell them, too, if you make humans, I will be there. I will be there to babysit while you work. I will be there to help out with the groceries. I will be there to help clean the house. I will be there to fucking help you guys do what you need to do. You know? So, and I will try not to be annoying about it. So, I'm going to be the deadbeatiest of deadbeats. Did you donate a lot of sperm, Jeb Kush? Is that what you're saying? So anyways, the point is, when you guys die, you're just not going to have kids. And so maybe the pronatalist core will be who remains. And so the birth rate will stabilize near demographic replacement. We will just experience, much like South Korea, a 33% drop in the population because all the antinatalists have fucking died, you know? So we'll see. We'll see. But if you find me a policy prescription that Democrats advocate for that correlates with a demographic replacement rate of fertility, I will literally abandon the label Republican. I'll say, listen, I loved what the Republican Party stood for, but they actually don't stand for shit. They're hypocritical pieces of shit. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Consider me a moderately socially conservative Democrat because I want this economic policy that is left-wing coded that is going to correlate with fertility and happiness and human well-being, and I will be a passionate advocate of that policy until I fucking die. You know what I'm saying? But, no offense to Democrats who are currently in my fucking chat, but most of you are fucking gooners. You don't want to have kids. You want to play on your PlayStation. You want to get pegged by your girlfriend. And you want to get fucking whipped in the face by her. By a cat of nine tails. And you don't want kids. So, as long as you guys are fucking gooning degenerates, I'm not on the same team. You know what I'm saying? All jokes aside, I 100% given more clarity to you and have worked for Habitat for Humanity. My contribution to society is just fine. Sure. Yeah. That's fine. You can be socially productive without having kids. I'm not trying to say you can't be socially productive without having kids. That's obviously true. I'm just saying this is something that I care about, right? What if you want all those things and you want to have kids? I would just call you based. You know, I don't give a shit if your wife pegs you. Just have 2 kids. So, have 2.15 kids, and we're Gucci.
Listen.
I know it's got to be embarrassing getting your butt whipped by a housewife.
Yeah, you're kicking my butt, Rachel. Calling everybody retarded because they don't think like you is a wonderful argument to make. So, 20 million people in this country have lost their health care because of what is in the big and beautiful bill. Millions of people have lost their food stamps. And while people that are sitting over there think it's funny that people in this country are struggling, living paycheck to paycheck, many of those people can't afford to have a child. And if they have multiple children, they have to work 2 jobs. They have to work 3 jobs. Now, what happens if a woman hasn't met the right man and she's in her 30s? What does she do there? What happens if a woman is a single woman trying to raise children? What is she supposed to do to raise those children? You know, the people who you support are against unemployment benefits, they're against maternity leave, and they're basically against every government program that would help that mother raise that child. These are the people that you support. So while you can call people retarded for simply not agreeing with your religious beliefs, you're mocking me for making arguments, and yet you want to insult everybody that disagrees with you. Let me be very clear. I support, wait, hold on, 10 seconds.
At some
10
point,
seconds.
I have to be able to
at some point you will. Finish the sandwich. So the point that I was trying to make was, I want everybody to believe in what you want to believe in. I'm not going to call you retarded because you don't want to be Christian, because you don't want to be Jewish. By the way, I'm not an atheist. I do believe that there is a higher power. I just don't consider myself an extremely religious person. I would never call you all retarded because you don't believe in the same religion that Rachel believes in. I don't live my life based on a book. You can. I choose not to. That doesn't make me.
You lead your life based off of some book, you fucking dipshit. Dude, I swear to God, Brian Shapiro is the biggest fucking midwit debate. I have no idea how the fuck he has an audience. He's a fucking midwit, dude. I don't base my life off of a book. Yeah, you do. It's just some fucking lame-ass fucking lib book. Some fucking sociology fucking degree book. You base it off of some fucking secular history book. Yeah, you base your life off of a book. You just fucking don't know what the fucking book is because you're a fucking dipshit. It's fucking crazy. Wow, a lot of homophobes in my chat. 65% of them say they would never let their wife or girlfriend peg them. That's kind of funny, though. Honestly, I did expect it to be like this or like 50-50. I really did expect it. We actually have a more socially conservative audience than I thought we had. 65% of people saying they would not let their girlfriend wear a small strap on and put it up their butt. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. You guys are actually more socially conservative than I thought you were. So, God simps are so weird, man. Why? Is it like, I'm not a Christian. Okay, to be clear, I do not believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. I think he's just like a prophet. He's a meditative bro, right? But there is a creative and ordered force that set the universe into motion. You are basking in its glory every fucking day. Literally all the good things and all the bad things and all the tragedy and malevolence and joy and anger and delicious food and love and loss and all that kind of shit. It's all rolled into this giant, beautiful experience over which you have no control. And to say, hey, whatever set this experience into motion is amazing and I think it's worthy of veneration. Why is that weird? recognizing that you are an existential ant swimming in a dream of which you have very limited comprehension, and recognizing that the powers of the universe are infinitely greater than yourself. Why is that weird? Google best way to increase birth rates. True. Let's do that while I listen.
Be retarded, it doesn't make you retarded. I know a lot of very intelligent people that do not believe in God. It doesn't mean they're bad people. It doesn't mean they're retarded. That is not an argument, Rachel. You're insulting millions and millions of people in this country that don't believe in what you believe in. Go ahead, Ms. Retard, go ahead.
So that was yet another straw man ad hom, not an argument, because, and I'll explain why. You know how long the birth rate has been below replacement levels? Any idea?
I'm sorry, you asking me a question?
Yes.
What was the question?
How long have birth rates been below replacement
I'm
levels?
going by the last 2 years according to the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health.
Answer my question. How long have the birth rates been below replacement?
The data I have are the last 2 years.
Okay, he doesn't know, so I'll tell you.
So tell me.
It's been for about 50 years.
Okay.
So was Trump to blame for the birth rate being below replacement in the 1980s?
I didn't say that.
Okay, what caused it then? During the prosperity of the early 90s, when we had one of the best economies we've had,
I'll respond.
why was the birth rate below replacement then?
Sure. So I'll answer that, but I'll start by saying this. I don't know what's so funny.
Okay, this is my beef with this. Is the most effective way to increase the birth rate is to reduce the high cost of living, provide affordable or free childcare, and enhance work-life balance through parental leave and flexible work arrangements. This is not borne out by data. This isn't borne out by data. They might even be citing your study, right? Affordable childcare. Establishing universal high-quality or free childhood education is considered the most impactful policy, with research showing that a 10% increase in childcare subsidies can boost fertility by 0.4%. I'm 100% for that. 100% for that. But I think that you could do that as a Republican or a Democrat. I don't feel like that's if you're a social conservative, and not only that, it is necessary to sell that idea to social conservatives, because social conservatives are the people who need to buy into that idea in order to get a democratic plurality that puts that into policy. So you could say, oh, well, the Democrats are currently advocating for it. Well, I want to advocate for that idea as a social conservative, right? Family-friendly work policies, enhancing paid paternity leave, and encouraging flexible work arrangements like remote work allows parents to better manage work and family responsibilities. That's true, but that doesn't tell me that you're actually going to increase the birth rate. Lowering the cost of living, reducing the economic strain of raising children, including initiatives to decrease housing costs and offering tax relief, helps encourage larger families. I 100% agree with tax incentives in order to increase that birth rate, but that could be a Republican or Democratic thing. Changing social norms, encouraging a more equal distribution of household and childcare responsibilities between men and women has been linked to higher fertility rates in high-income countries. Okay, but that's high income. You're talking about going from 1.5 to 1.55. That's not what I'm looking for. Support for fertility treatments, improving access, and reducing the... Yeah, dude, this is all part of pronatal culture. And the truth is that what's going on right now is the Democrats advocate for these policies, but a social conservative argument needs to be made to conservatives, and that is better served by the Rhino Project, not by flipping to being a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? Sorry for freaking the fuck out, but like, dude, literally, do you know how easy my life would be? Do you know how I'm sorry, I'm like so pissed right now. Do you know how easy my fucking life would be if I just did the why I left the left, but I did the why I left the right thing? Do you know how fucking easy it would be to be like, hey guys, did you know liberals were right about everything? You know? It would be so fucking easy. Yeah, sure, I would still have fucking, right-wingers come in and say, oh, we always knew you were a Democrat. We always knew you were a Democrat. But you know how many fucking liberals would love to be fucking jerked off that they were totally right about everything all the fucking time? You know? It'd be so fucking easy. God damn it. Anyways. The left left you, Connor? True. Cope harder, Connor? I will. I will continue to cope.
I have the study for the last 2 years. Now, I didn't bring up the study for why the birth rate was lower.
No. Trill, you misunderstand. I'm not saying it would be easy for me on a personal level. The reason why I don't do it is because I can't do it on a personal level. I'm saying, do you know how easy it would be to grift? Do you know how easy it would be? Like, oh my God, Gavin Newsom is a fucking genius. AOC is a political goddess. She never says anything stupid. Like, do you know how fucking easy it would be to just take fucking Democratic political cocks and just start fucking jerking them off? Oh, God damn it.
50 years ago. And the reason why I didn't is in my opening monologue, what I told everybody is that...
No. Hold on. Yes, Connor, being honest that the libs are more right than they are wrong would be hard. Doing the right thing is hard. Libs are more right than they are wrong. They're also fucking dumb as fuck. They're also dumb as fuck, and they're very wrong about some very important things. That's the problem. So, like, I can't do the... I wish I could. Dude, I wish I could. I wish I could do the pondering politics thing where I just wake up every single day and I think about what... And by the way, Josiah is an earnest guy. Okay, so hear me when I say this. Josiah truly believes that the Democratic Party is the best vehicle for human well-being. So as I say this, please bear in mind, I am not accusing Josiah being dishonest. I'm just accusing him of having an easier job than me from a political commentary perspective. Okay? Josiah, fucking wake up every single goddamn day, find 3 current events, and give the Democratic take on it. Holy shit. God damn it.
I care about what's going on in this country.
But I disproved
right
your point.
Now.
My point disproves your point.
What are you talking about?
You
It's
said
the economy
you
right
said,
now.
You said
Right now.
yes. You said the reason women aren't
Right
having.
now.
Yeah. You
Right
said
now.
the reason is this.
Right.
I'm telling you, it's been this way for 50 years, so it can't be anything that's happened in
I
the
just
last
gave
2
you
years.
why women are not having children
Are you not
now.
able to follow logic?
Are you not able to listen to logic? I just
That's
told you.
not logic.
I just told you right now the reason why women aren't having kids now. Now I know you care about 50 years ago. I care
No,
about
I'm talking
right now.
about consistency over
Okay,
time.
and right now the number one reason is the economy. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Why don't you pay attention?
What I'm
Why
trying to
don't you
explain
listen?
to you is that
Which is not true. All the Scandinavian societies that have general social benefits have worse fertility rates than the United States. I think this is anonymous chatter, but anonymous chatter says, get on your knees and get pegged, little gay boy. God damn it. God damn it.
even in the 90s, when the economy was at its best, women were still not having more
And
than
times change, and people change, and women have different opinions
What I'm
of why
telling
they're
you
doing
is
different things.
this disproves your theory.
No, it doesn't.
You can take one survey.
No, it doesn't.
What you have is one survey. How many people were asked the question in the survey?
I have.
Okay, Demon King Drago says, I'm not trying to flip you into a Democrat. I'm just trying to help you research. Think of this as more as a collaboration between a conservative and a Democrat. Of course, bro. And that's the grill hottest, to be honest. So I'm going to bring this up just in case you've never seen it. Because I do love my community members, and I do love my community. So this is my political project. Somewhere in here. Here. Okay, so I hope you can see this. Should be loading momentarily. So, I also updated it. Didn't I update it to include liberal social democrats? I think I updated it to include liberal social democrats. So, I have a liberal project in that I think that human freedom is good. Okay? Whether you're libertarian or liberal, human freedom is good. Okay? Now, you can be a conservatarian. You can be a constitutional conservative. You can be a fiscal conservative. You can be a whole bunch of shit, right? And then, liberals are better than a lot of other tribal factions. Let's be real. Okay? So, when it comes to my political project, I would like to get the Never Trump Republicans to continue to fuck over Trump, the neoconservatives to realize that they should not be sucking up to Trump, which, good news, that's happening. It's taken a fucking decade, but it's happening. The contrarian right, half abandoning Trump. They're abandoning Trump for the wrong reason, but they're doing it. And so as a result, some MAGA, some contrarian right-wingers, we might be able to suck away from the Trump cult. So that's good. Then we got the liberals. And the liberals, for the most part, yeah, can they be smug? Can they be condescending? Can they have bad technocratic policy? Can they have weird, cringe, fucking live and let live perspectives on life? Absolutely. Okay? But liberals, for the most part, are going to fall well within my political project. Then there's some progressives who legitimately have decent prescriptions about what's wrong with society and how to fix it. And so I want to talk to sane progressives while I don't want fucking insane progressives to think that I'm on their team. Because I'm not. If you think that society's fucked up and you want to fix it, I agree with you. If your idea is dumb as fuck, then I'm not going to agree with you, and I'm going to fight you hook, line, sinker, and nail. And by the way, I'm going to listen to a punk song in a second. Then, sock Dems, social democrats, weirdly enough, are, if they're like social moderates, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't want to like trans their 2-year-old, and they don't want to fucking firebomb a police station. They just want a Scandinavian technocratic welfare state, and they actually do like freedom. I love liberal social democrats. Come be a part of the team. Your economics are a little far left, but that's okay. You know, come be a part of the team because you still value freedom and you still value technocracy. So I want to take the liberal social democrats and drag them out into the Grill Hottest project. But the Grill Hottest project is grilling being a symbol of being normal, and jihadist being a symbol of being radical about something. I want people to be radical about being normal. Andrew Tate fucking comes in your, like one of your friends says, oh, I love Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's so based. I want to be fucking Andrew Tate when I grow up. Call him a fucking F slur. You know? Fucking, some fucking lefty is like, oh, Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker's so based. I can't wait for the fucking revolution. Call him a fucking R slur and an F slur. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want. I want normal people to stand up to the extremities of online politics and call the worst parts of online. You fucking bump into Nick Fuentes. You meet a groyper in real life, or you meet a groyper on the internet, and he's like, oh man, I can't wait for the fucking Christian nationalist revolution. I can't wait to fucking put all the blacks into a fucking concentration camp. Call them the F slur. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want. That's what I'm pushing for. I want the fucking moderates and the centrists and the sane people and the technocrats to get angry, and I want them to start calling their political opponents homophobic slurs. Okay? That's what I want. Anyways, we got a few more minutes until we're talking to STV Philly, so give me a second.
Have it right here. 18,000.
18,000.
Yes, 18,000.
And they,
John Hopkins.
Right. So you don't think that it could be the case that when they say it's the economy, they're not saying we're starving. They're saying, look, I want to go on a cruise every year. I want that
Wick is down with the project. Good. Welcome aboard, Wick.
second vehicle. I want a higher standard of living,
Wait,
and
hold on,
I would
let me
prefer
get
to
this
have a
right.
job and work.
So the
I can
reason
have
why
stuff.
women aren't having kids is because they want to go on a cruise.
It's
That's
because
not
they
retarded.
want a higher material standard of living. And
Okay.
so
All right. How do you
now
know that?
Well,
How do you know that?
you did this big long monologue, so now I'm going to do one. If you know anything about the economics of the last 50 years and the birth rates, you would know that prior to pushing women into the workforce in huge numbers in 1970, most women with school-age children stayed at home. Overwhelmingly, there was only like 6% of kids who had a mom that worked full-time. During that time, the economy fundamentally changed into a two-income economy where rather than just having the basics, where a janitor who's a father of 5 can support all those kids on one income, and they can have a house in a nice neighborhood, they can have a car, they can afford groceries, and they can even afford to retire. Imagine such a thing, like the baby boomers did. When we pushed women into the economy in huge numbers, it did a couple of things. The first is it created that two-income trap, where now you don't have a family wage, you have an individual wage. And on top of that, we changed from being more of a productive economy to what my friend Erin Clary calls a she economy. And this is more of a service-based, consumer-based, debt-based economy where everybody is buying more than they can afford, they are financing everything, they are living well above their means, and it takes two incomes to keep this up. And this happened because we gave women a ton of free college. It wasn't really free, they had to pay it back. Women are now the majority debt holders. They have the most degrees, but they also go into life with an average of $50,000 in debt.
Are you against student debt forgiveness?
I'm not done yet.
Oh.
So yes, when you have a young woman who spends all of her formative years going to school, she doesn't graduate college till she's at least 22, maybe later, she's got $50,000 in debt starting out, and she has to start a career, of course she's gonna say, I can't have a baby. I just started in life with debt and a career that I have to build, otherwise all this college I went to is for nothing. That's why I chose not to do it, because I wanted to have a family and I thought it doesn't make sense for me to do things this way.
Yep.
And a lot of women want to do that and feel the social pressure.
August Puig says, a depressed teen hears be normal and instantly wants to cry or die. It's like being sad, life sucks, and your dad's saying you get used to it instead of here's how you do better. Yeah, but guess what? Dude, there was this, God, it's another clip. Frothing horse piss from like Anchorman 2. Anchorman. Where is it? Anchorman frothing horse piss clip. Why isn't it loading? That's obviously like a very poor clip. Maybe this is it. Can you load?
For the first time ever, Anchorman 2 is rated R and supersized for your pleasure with 700.
Do you mean Dr. J? Dr. Julius Caesar, the basketball player?
Look, you're... quiet.
I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Burgundy. He don't go to sleep.
He needs to hear this. He's 6 years old. He's a man.
Mommy and Daddy are just having a discussion.
No, he needs to hear this. He's 6 years old. He's a man. Walter, listen to me. Life isn't a fairy tale, okay? It's not let's play Candyland and take a 3-hour dump. It's complicated. It's about getting a paycheck and keeping a gun out of your mouth.
He is a child, Ron.
No. He's got hair on his nugs. He's old enough to hear this. Sometimes in life, you're gonna have to drink a big, fat, stinking bowl of hot, frothy horse piss. Am I getting through to you?
Anchorman 2.
Oh, listen. That movie sucked. I agree with everybody who's saying that movie sucked. But when somebody's like, you know, a teenager hears that you just need to be normal and they want to get depressed, I want to play that Ron Burgundy clip where it's like, listen, life isn't a fairy tale. It's about earning a paycheck and keeping a gun out of your mouth. Sometimes it's about drinking a giant bowl of warm, frothy horse piss. Like that's... Listen, not all the time, but some of the time. Oh my God. Yeah, he's got hair on his nuts. He's 6 years old. So anyways, no. Okay, but seriously, like I know that a teenager doesn't want to hear this, but I'm just gonna be real quick. Try to get 8 hours of sleep. Eat stuff besides fast food. Lift weights 3 to 5 times a week. Try not to be an antisocial fucking freak. Find a job that doesn't make you want to fucking put a gun in your mouth. And then try to climb up that job as much as possible so you can make enough money in order to provide for you and a girl who will tolerate your ass enough to have your kids. That's my prescription. And then after that, you know, keep the gun out, earn your paycheck, keep the gun out of your mouth, and drink the fucking frothy bowl of horse piss as needed. Let me see if STV is still good. All right, cool. STV's lining up, so we're good. We only got like 10 minutes.
Sure that they cannot make that choice because everyone around them goes, you've got to have your own money. You can't depend on a man. That's scary. He'll abuse you and you'll have to leave and it's going to be awful. And we don't fearmonger women about, let's say a woman wants to be a dentist and we say, well, what happens if you get arthritis? What if you hurt your hand or lose your fingers in an accident? You can't rely on being a dentist. What if something happens?
All right, let me jump in here.
So it's not that, just to summarize, it's not that women are too poor. It's not that people are too poor. We still have a much higher standard of living than we've ever had historically. It's not that we can't afford children, it's that we fundamentally transformed the economics of the country and people have different material standards that they want, instead that they prioritize over family.
Okay, so I just repeat, she just said, it's not that women can't afford children. Rachel's in a situation where she has means and she has money. She doesn't speak for all the other women that were in this John Hopkins where they all said that the #1 reason was the economy. There could be all sorts of different reasons. I don't believe that the majority of these women said they're not having kids because they want to be able to go on a cruise, okay?
They got to pay their college
I don't believe,
debt.
I'm not done yet, okay? I don't believe that at all. She's making a gross assumption in assuming to form her argument that all these women are not having kids, and it's got nothing to do with any of the policies put forth right now. It's got nothing to do with the fact that they're living to paycheck, or they're single mothers who can't get maternity leave. It's got nothing to do with any of that stuff, but it's, you know, forming her argument on that, which obviously.
August Puig says, once enough people are in shape and healthy and with kids and money, what do we want to build? What's the inspiration for what makes people move mountains? Well, for me, fucking space, space exploration. Like I want to conquer the fucking stars. I want humanity to legitimately build technological, industrial, and political marvels that are worthy of the highest achievements of our species. So, that's what I want. But I understand that different people are going to have different dreams for what they think humanity is capable of.
I completely disagree, but she said something very interesting. It's the whole form of why I'm here today. She said she chose. She chose to do things in her life. And I would never want to take that away from you, Rachel. But you want to take that away from other people. And then you'll say, that's a straw man argument. You've said in this debate thus far, what are we halfway through, that she doesn't believe that the majority of women should vote. She thinks it should be on the level of taxes.
I don't think the majority of men should vote either.
Okay. Well, that's a great argument, Rachel. That's a great argument.
It is a great argument.
Yeah. So you don't believe women should vote, and you don't believe a certain percentage of men should vote. But everybody should be allowed to have a gun, though, right, if you're not a felon?
Yes, exactly.
Right. That makes a lot of sense.
You know why?
That makes a lot of sense.
I think the founders were correct about suffrage.
The founders had muskets, Rachel. We have AR-15s now.
What does that have to do with suffrage?
Has a lot to do with
By
gun
the way,
control.
this is a guy.
What a fucking pussy. Anyways, I'll change it up just because, so unfortunately, STV Philly did cancel. Unfortunate. But I'll save Christian Valeris from the brain damage. So STV Philly he went to go tell his family, like, oh, I'm getting ready for the stream. And then his wife said, hey, we have an appointment with our daughter at the doctor's at 1. And so he's got a dip. So no problem. That's okay. We can reschedule. It's not a big deal. But we'll skip it or whatever. Listen, the main reason why I wanted to watch this, I know that I might not have reacted the way, like, intentional, but I am sick. In my defense, I'm fucking sick. But Brian Shapiro is like the classic limp-wristed fucking lib shit, barely understands his own fucking talking points, has like half a dozen fucking talking points that suck unless you're like a midwit fucking liberal. So, dude, like Rachel Wilson, no offense. I actually agreed with Rachel more than I agreed with Brian. Brian, if he's not going to get fucking milked by all the debate lords in this space, he needs to up his fucking game, dude. He's got to up his game hard. You cannot come into this half-cocked with, like, radio show talking points and then expect the the online political conservatives to not just aggressively milk you. It fucking sucks. So, how do we make Brian better? We bully him. Although I do think he actually might, this is very mean because he's a friend of a friend, but, like, I do think he's legitimately a midwit, so I actually don't know if he's capable of change. So, Philly didn't even talk to his wife, lol, even laughed my ass off. I know, right? It would have to be the morning because I have one-on-ones after 11 a.m. I got Ryan Mulally at 11. I got Valerie Axe at 1. So I need to do it. Oh, a smug arsler and an arsler maggot walk into a debate space. True. Philly didn't talk to his wife, lol, even laugh my ass off. True. Corey earned himself an unban from Counterpoints, and you can wrench him. Okay, yeah, dude, Corey, just fucking play nice. Just, yeah, I understand. Okay, let me explain to you the politics, the internal politics of the COG real quick. Fell Runner, Christian Valeris complains at me. He yells at me to be a better streamer and make better content and to post when I'm live. Okay? And I can't do it. I'm just not a good person. So, Fellrunner has picked up the slack by posting my links to my other channels, posting the Discord link, announcing, like, I'll say, hey, I'm about to be live in 5 to 10 minutes. And Fellrunner will go back and post in Discord, hey, Connor's actually live. Here's a link to the live stream, which is very helpful. So Fell's taken it upon himself. So he is a valued, close member of the COG. And if I ever start making more than 6 figures, I'll actually give him some cash. But that doesn't mean that I don't want conservatarians and far lefties and far righties in here throwing fucking elbows. You know? Like, we get into our little hug space of Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, which I think is true, by the way. But we need some conservatarians every now and then to say, hey, have you ever thought about it from this angle? And we might call you fucking stupid, and we might take a shit on what you say, but, you know, as iron sharpens iron, men sharpen men, and we need a plurality of perspectives so that we don't become like a fucking endless circle jerk. And that's what kind of pisses me off about those people who are like, oh, you just ban people who disagree with you. No. I want people who disagree with me, but I don't want antisocial, schizophrenic, fucking freak pieces of shit. So, if you come in and you just fucking spam personal attacks, or you spam stupid talking points, or if you spam fucking complaining about how you're fucking getting timed out, yeah, I'm gonna ban you, because fuck you. But, if you come in here with like an actual take that is fun and cool and thought-provoking and interesting, then I want to give you a digital hug and drag you into the community. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm sorry if, Corey, I don't even know if it's you, but if you got into a beef with Fellrunner or whatever, my apologies if you felt like you got stomped on a little bit. But Fell is a valued member of the team, but I do want to promote viewpoint diversity, I think is what they call it. I do want to promote viewpoint diversity in the COG. I want a social democrat to be fighting a conservatarian to be fighting a libertarian to be fighting a liberal to be fighting a progressive to be fighting a fucking dissident right-wing freak. I do want viewpoint diversity, just not shitty fucking being a shithead diversity. Zaleb says, I gotta be honest, these type of conservatives can never have their mind changed. Brian's biggest issue is his own ego, and it gets in the way of his debate. I agree. Christian Blair says, new content, Crowder versus Fuentes. Let's do it. I'm next with Connor's wife, says Penetrator. I hate that. Funny, I guess, but I hate it. Connor has always been fair to his audience. I try to be. I'm not always. Sometimes I freak the fuck out. You know? So, all right. Yeah. But whenever we have a tiff, I try to apologize. Yes, especially when I like freak the fuck out. When I freak the fuck out and I know I'm taking it personal, I try to apologize. It doesn't always work, but I'm trying my best over here, okay? What did you say it was? It was Crowder versus Fuentes? Crowder Fuentes. Is it on Rumble? 5 months ago, 23 hours ago, 2 hours and 41 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Creative process with the crew. Ad-free experience. You can go to foundationdaily.com. It's going to be conversation. That does indicate that people are. I apologize. I'm looking.
Communist.
Hold on. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right, here we go. Let's increase the video quality. Let's do an intro. I do look my haircut. I didn't like brush it the way that I was supposed to. I got a little bit of product in there. But I actually I like my haircut. I like my haircut. I also like the close crop beard. So I do love having a bushy beard. Can I be real for a second? I regret having a bushy beard for so long. Okay? But what I was told by the wife, weirdly personal detail here, is that if I cut the beard short, then it gets scratchy, and then therefore kissing is not as it's not as fun, right? But I think that because it becomes like a nest, like a bird's nest of hair, it's not as appealing to kiss. Like, I'm not gay, but I'm assuming it's not as appealing because it looks messy, right? So I like the close crop beard. I should probably put more conditioner in it. But the whole point is to keep a beard clean enough that it looks good and soft enough that I'm fun to kiss. So that's the fucking dynamic I'm trying to get. Oh, thank God I come back and Rachel's not on my screen anymore. Demon King Drago says, oh God, please no, not the maggot grifter and the Nazi. Please God, Grill Daddy, have mercy. Absolutely fucking not. We go where the metrics go, Demon King Drago. We suffer. We suffer together. And I'm gonna say this right now. Christian Valaris needs to stop being such a fucking pussy about content. We're gonna go wherever the numbers are. Okay? We're gonna cover real political topics, but I am sick of the fucking cog bitching about fucking rightoids not being fun to watch. Okay? We will watch rightoid cringe. We will watch leftoid cringe. We will watch liberal cringe as long as it's good for the fucking algorithm. All hail the almighty fucking algorithm, and doubters will burn in the fucking fiery pit of hell. Okay? How's that? Anyways, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got it, memberships if you got it. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here. And let me thank everybody who's donated today. So, Numenax, thank you for the membership. Hold on, let me go full screen so I can read everybody's name. Oh, Numenax with the membership. Anonymous Chatter with the 2. AK Batusai with the 10. Anonymous with the 5. Real Serious with the multiple Argentinian donations. Anonymous with the 5. Fashion 40 with the 2. Fellrunner with the 5. Anonymous, well, hold on. Real Serious with the multiple donations. L Messer with the 50 DKK. Anonymous with the 2. Ruth with the 20. Fellrunner with the 5. Jeb Kush with the 5. Fashion 40 with the 5. Fashion 40 with the 5. Vazraka with the gifted. And Jeb Kush with the 2. All hands brace for psychic damage. Exactly. That's the attitude. That's the attitude. We suffer together. Let's do it. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I try to be a Republican who has integrity, nuance, and objectives. I have 2 cringe lords for you today. I have Steven Crowder, the MAGA conservative, I can't say it any other nice way, dick sucker, the MAGA conservative fucking dick sucker, Canadian, by the way, bisexual, by the way, who sells mugs, by the way, who got kicked off of YouTube, by the way. I don't think he got kicked off of YouTube. He got demonetized. But anyways, he's like a conservative. He would be what I call the contrarian right, where he kind of like, if the right wing ever does anything bad, then he just kind of does this thing where he's like, oh, but have you heard about the left wing? But he's also a conservative because he actually does have socially conservative views. He's interviewing Nick Fuentes or debating Nick Fuentes. We'll see. Nick Fuentes is, of course, a dissident right-wing, Christian nationalist, authoritarian, fascist apologist. I don't say fascism as an insult. I say fascism descriptively. He's a fascist apologist. He's mad at Donald Trump that Donald Trump isn't authoritarian enough. He's not fucking up the Constitution enough. He's not violating the Fourth Amendment enough. He, truth be told, he does criticize the foreign wars. So I guess, silver linings where you got it. Oh, Nick Fuentes still exists? Oh, yeah, he exists. Arguably, he's bigger than he's ever been. I think this is Vaz Raka. Thank you for the gifted. I'll check and make sure that I thank the right person in a second. But the point is, they did an interview debate. I'll be pausing intermittently. Let's go.
Red corner, blue corner. I don't know. It's not a debate. It's going to be a conversation. Let's welcome on Nick Fuentes. Yeah. All right, Senior Fuentes. Thank you for being. Can you see me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you well. First off, you big timey. You show up late, and it's the one time you're not wearing a suit. You do the hoodie. What is this?
It's early for me, Steven. I do a nightly show, so this is it's early in the morning over here, 10:30 for a show.
All right.
That's crazy.
No, and I appreciate you letting me know and being accommodating last week where we had a doctor's, I had a doctor's appointment that I couldn't avoid. Hey, first off, where's the best place for people to find you? And I apologize if I'm looking down because I kind of have to look to see you on the monitor as opposed to my, you know how that is. Best place for people to find you when you stream.
I am at rumble.com/Nick J. Fuentes every Monday through Friday.
All right, very good. And X, you're there now, right?
Yes, I'm still on X. Nick J. Fuentes there as well.
Okay. Well, I figure we start this off. I think last time, right? It was fair. It was a fun conversation. We had some disagreements. I'm hoping we can continue on that path. If you're good with it, yeah.
Absolutely.
And you fully have permission, by the way, to respectfully be disrespectful. I think there's enough rapport. You can call me names, whatever that is. Treat me like a buddy. Like a buddy who's ass you kick in the locker room. Now, speaking of which, I did want to show you. I don't know if you saw our coverage of you rightfully shoving that lady who showed up to your house, but I have that clip on a loop on my computer like a morphine drip, just because of how much I enjoy it. For people who haven't seen it, you were well within. And were you surprised at the level of defense you got, even from detractors who didn't like you?
I was, and from Reddit. It was on the front page of Reddit, and all the Redditors were defending me too. So yeah, I thought it was going to be a little bit more maybe negative or maybe even split, but it was almost like 90% of people said I was in the right. So it's
okay, we'll do it. So this just feels like a fucking jerk off already. And Nick Fuentes, funny guy, charismatic guy, interesting guy, smart guy, total piece of shit. And the reason why he's a piece of shit is because he has these prescriptions that are totally antithetical to the American project. We have a frenemy of the channel, Ryan Mulally, who talks about how, if you are American, meaning that you identify with the American political project, then you should be evaluated based off of your proximity to the ideas of the Founding Fathers, which is interesting because I'm not while I believe the Founding Fathers had a lot of good ideas, I'm not a perfect Founding Father cultist, which I think was funny to kind of debate, and we'll continue that debate as we go on. But Nick Fuentes should be antithetical to the American project. All of the fucking Founding Fathers, as far as I know, vast majority of them were Protestants or deists. They didn't want, part of the reason why they enshrined religious freedom in the United States is because they wanted to avoid the theocratic bloodletting that had so dominated Europe for centuries or millennia. So becoming a Christian theocrat in America is rawly antithetical to the Founding Fathers' perspectives on religious freedom within the United States. Now, Nick can say, oh, well, everybody should just be Christian, though. But that's clearly not what they fucking said. That wasn't the intent of the First Amendment of the United States. The First Amendment of the United States was penned by Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson quite famously has a quote where he's defending the Virginia of Commonwealth, allowing atheists, Hindus, Muslims, Jews, pagans to participate in public life. And he basically says, like, neither Mohammedan, nor Jew, nor pagan, nor heathen of any color should be prohibited from public office. So if that's what one of the founding fathers, the writer of the First Amendment, said about the intent of the First Amendment, then Nick Fuentes is clearly and squarely against the Constitution of the United States in that regard. When it comes to, like, racial plurality and all that kind of bullshit, like, obviously, like, plenty of people in the 19th century were racist, but at the same time, he wants to discriminate on Jews. He wants to discriminate with blacks. He wants to discriminate on fucking Hispanics. So, you know, clearly anti-American rawly into the core. And so watching fucking, you know, Steven Crowder, you know, Nick Fuentes walks on and he's like, hey, I want your audience to know that they have a safe space in my audience too. Wasn't it crazy how 2 years ago some lady showed up to your house and you shoved her off of your driveway? That was so based. Ha 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 ha. It's like gay. Once again, I have no beef with my homosexual audience members, but I think that fucking Steven Crowder pretty much politically just fucking sucked off Nick Fuentes in front of us. Holy shit. Christian Blair says, Connor, please, we are having a more productive and intellectual convo about pegging. Please quite the yap. God damn it. Christian Blairis, you motherfucker. All right, anyways.
Surprising.
I was a little surprised too, but I think that does indicate that people are tired of this shit. Because once upon a time, people went, whoa, he deserves it, you know, that kind of stuff. So there's been a noticeable shift, I think, post Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, well, and I think people recognize you cross a boundary like that, and everybody understands people all have a home, and they don't want to be bothered at their home. Everybody recognizes we disagree. Everything's very politically charged right now, but we want to feel safe where we live. So I think there's something to that. We're definitely making some progress, I think.
Well, I want to show the clip for people who missed it, and then I don't know if you saw when we covered it, we did a Photoshop with it. But first, for those who missed it, the clip, awesome. The internet agrees he was well within his rights, and prepare to laugh. I love her reaction. Wait, what?
Oh my God, what are you doing?
She's surprised. Hold on.
Sorry, I missed it. I saw a YouTube short that was compelling on my phone.
Hold on a second. He was well within his rights, and prepare to laugh. I love her reaction. Wait, what?
Oh my God, what are you doing?
She's surprised. Hold on a second, pause.
What a fucking retard, dude. This is what passes for conservatism these days. This is conservatism. What a fucking F-slur, dude. Seriously. I'm sorry. 50-year-old fucking woman. Yeah, she's being cringe. Yeah, she's being cringe as fuck. But she walks up, she's videotaping, she fucking comes to your doorway. Your immediate reaction is pepper spray shove? Maybe there's more to it. Maybe they were arguing through the door for a little bit, but that... Fuck you. Like, you're such a fucking pussy, dude. Fucking Crowder's such a fucking pussy. I shoved a 50-year-old woman down concrete steps. I'm so badass. I beat up a 50-year-old woman. What a fucking... Okay, and by the way, I agree with them from a legalistic standpoint. You go to somebody's house, you fucking get up in their face, you're filming them, all that kind of shit. They have a right to ask you to leave the property. If you don't leave the property, they're trespassing. Now, you should have just called law enforcement. Realistically, from a legalistic perspective, he did commit simple battery. Whether or not it's justified, you know, is fine. But there's nothing fucking cool about shoving a 50-year-old woman. There's nothing cool about this. You're both fucking losers. Anyways.
Nick, you know what I love about that? You walk back like both a cartoon character / Bigfoot who's annoyed. Like your arms are down here like this. Like you could just, you don't even seem that aggravated. Like this was just a day at the office. What? Oh my God. And then she turns to her friend who does nothing. Her friend is Judas. Keep playing it. There's so many elements here that I just love. All right, gonna take your phone.
Yeah.
And then she turns to her friend.
Did you catch that?
What? She didn't even roll down her window. She half opens it. By the way, parked in front of a fire hydrant. And then I said, like, my favorite part is it gave us what should have been Time's photo of the year. This right here. Like, that to me, that picture, it looks like a 70s horror film. And so we turned it into a poster for you where it was, there you go. Yeah, the step groiper. The next thing streaming could be you. So it's just you.
Oh, my God. Dude, just go to the fucking hotel room already. You know, they want to shove gays back in the closet. Can you two motherfuckers go back in? Holy shit.
Really, it reminded me of the stepfather. But that was a lot of fun. I'm glad to see that, you know, you got some support. And even though if we disagree on some things, it is dangerous out there. I think, would we agree on this, that definitely the left as a whole is violent, and those who have achieved power in our institutions, namely academia, media, big tech, the entertainment industry, we could use, I know that you probably would point out Jewry as well. I say the Marxist left, we'll get into that. But enemies of America that I think we both want, that kind of America, have seized significant power in the institutions in our country, and they are a threat. Will we find common ground on that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and it's no question there is a scourge of left-wing violence. I talked about this on my show, even when Luigi Mangione killed that healthcare CEO. It was Thomas Crooks, Luigi Mangione, and then that seemed to ignite this cycle of violence then against Charlie Kirk, against Donald Trump. Even now they say the wildfires in the Palisades was started by some crazed radical leftist. So there's no question that that is going on. And like you say, it's organized and exacerbated by the organized institutional left. So I think we're 100% agreement on that.
Okay, good. Now let's get to the part here where we disagree. And I think it's a political strategy prescription. So to be clear, we did play the clip where you said, I'm a moderate Democrat now. I said, look, I think that's hyperbole. I think he's making the point here. So I don't want to do the whole, he's a leftist or he's a Nazi. Let's start this way. How about I steel man your argument as I understand it, and you can let me know if I have a decent grasp or correct me.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So my view is you're issuing a political strategy, right? You are not a leftist. You are not a Democrat. But okay, Republicans have taken your vote for granted. They have not been held accountable. They haven't delivered on any of the promises that they've made. Americans are feeling this right now, particularly young Americans in this economy. They feel as though they're not represented and they're being sold out to big corporate interests, including, by the way, a foreign nation like Israel, placing that above the interests of American citizens. And so we need to speak the only language they understand, which is defeat, make it sting in the midterms, vote Democrat in 2026, so that it will pave the way or allow for a candidate who more effectively represents America first, or a true version of their constituency.
Staping Green says, Connor, if you really want to start a discussion, why would you watch two people 99% of your viewers would agree are dipshits? Because I get to say this. Fuck these motherfuckers. And I am so happy that this is the conversation being had. Because effectively, if you had this conversation in 2024, and by the way, Nick Fuentes did this in 2024 too. He said, Donald Trump's a pussy. Donald Trump didn't deliver in Trump 1.0. He's not going to deliver again. He's going to get us into a war with Iran. As a result, we need to punish the MAGA movement, and we're going to be actively campaigning against them. And then he actually threatened, you guys might not even remember this, but back in 24, he was saying that he was going to mobilize the Groiper army in order to fucking, basically transform Rust Belt states into Republican graveyards so they could take over the Republican Party. That quite famously did not happen, right? Then not only that, but he's trying to do it again. But this time, the MAGA movement is infinitely more sympathetic to this argumentation because now they've been burned by Trump. And so this is part of the reason why I've been telling liberals, hey, you're winning. So don't be a fucking dipshit. Try to actually capitalize on the moderates and independents and disaffected conservatives and conservatarians who actually want to turn on Trump and want to move away from the MAGA movement. This is your time. Don't be a fucking idiot. Don't squander your political capital. And the reason why is because we got Steven Crowder, the biggest fucking Trump glazer on the goddamn planet, glazing Nick Fuentes and saying, hey, maybe we should punish the Republicans. You know? Are we doing another goal? I mean, I have if you have another poll, I could set up another poll. That's up to you. Goal, we're sitting at a 6 out of 10. We had an okay day. We're not rich. Grassroots ain't here, but it's all good. All the chippers chipped. Some of the Oilers oiled. I'm a happy camper. So, Tubiko High says, pity engagement for the expected divorce. Hope I get you a lunch. Okay. I hope I get you a lunch. Tobiko High, I literally do not understand what you're saying. You want to engage with my chat because you feel bad for me because you expected my divorce. I hope you get me a lunch. What, like by engaging with it, you up me in the algorithm and then I get more AdSense and then that gets me a lunch? Thanks for the lunch. Did Philly reschedule? Yeah, we're either going to do tomorrow afternoon or Friday morning. So to be go high, if you're trying to insult me, work on the insult. If you're not trying to insult me, thank you. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a pretty good summary. Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that you think I've gotten wrong or would correct?
I would add another layer to it because to me it is a two-parter. It's for 2026, but it also is there's a very significant part of it that's looking ahead to 2028 as well. But that's a big part of it. That's, let's say, half of it.
Okay, good. Now do mine.
Well, I think that, you voted for Trump in 2024. I think you'll be voting Republican in 26 and 28. And I think you would probably say that the left is always going to be worse. The Democrats are always going to be worse. And so
Bibiko High comes back and says, that took you a silly amount of time to break down something so simple. Welcome to the content, bitch. That's what I'm famous for.
Voting for something worse is always going to be bad. If we want Republicans to be better, we should maybe focus on primaries and what's more, Republicans are holding back something far worse, which is always going to come from the Democrats. Things like open borders, not only no mass deportations, but also no borders, not only war with Iran, but maybe war with Russia, continuing the war in Ukraine. Basically, it only exacerbates our problems, doesn't actually solve them. Would be something like, I think your position is.
I think that's actually relatively fair. I would probably add some layers too. It's multi-pronged. Like I'm certainly not, I've had plenty of instances where I've not voted Republican, but I have said I am precluded from voting Democrat. So that's a non-starter for me. But I have left it blank when I've had Republicans on the ticket in elections, and I can't because as a crisis of conscience, I can't violate it and vote for this person. I've even voted third party in local elections because it's different from national. I think we also both operate. That's one thing I appreciate about you. You're not just the system, man, third party, let's vote Gary Johnson. Like, that under universal suffrage, it's a two-party system, and you have to work within that to affect change, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I appreciate you being more genuine about that because a lot of people online just throw their hat and they'll keep you warring with each other. And, so I don't want to do that silly crap today. Okay, so flesh out the plan. I disagree. Vote Democrat in 2026. Why? And then walk me through the plan.
So, in 2024, I didn't vote Republican. I recused myself. I just told people not to vote. Everybody thinks I voted for Kamala, but I didn't. I just told people to withhold their vote. But in 2026, what really did it for me was the war in Iran. I think that, for me, that was the red line. We were promised no new wars. We got a war in Iran. And I really believe that if you vote for Republicans after that, it's almost like you'll tolerate anything because that's such an explicit betrayal and on a very serious matter. And then what's more, to maybe get into the positive reason for voting Democrat as opposed to withholding your vote or not voting Republican, is I think that when you look at the House of Representatives in particular, and I say this on my show, they exercise oversight powers under the Constitution. And so they can depose, they can compel the release of documents, they can subpoena, form subcommittees. And I really believe that they, set against the Republicans, will actually work to slow down the administration. And it's not just that the administration is not doing things, they're doing things that are bad. They did try to bury the Epstein files. And if it wasn't for the Democrats and a handful of Republicans, they would have never seen the light of day. And then you have the War Powers Resolution in the Senate, which got shut down basically along party lines, with one exception, which was John Fetterman. And so, and then you have a group of Democrats, this is just last week, they put out a letter to the White House asking to disclose Israel's nuclear program. So I would like to see actually Democrats.
Can you repeat that last part just for people who maybe missed it? There was a lot of rapid fire, disclosing the nuclear program.
Yeah, there was a group of 20 House Democrats. They signed a letter to the White House basically asking the White House to acknowledge that Israel has a nuclear arsenal, because they believe, and I think it's correct, that the lack of disclosure about that creates a risk of miscalculation or escalation. We don't know where Israel's red line is when they would use a nuke. So these are just like a few examples where I think that it's actually a good thing for Democrats to have a divided government with Republicans and slow down and challenge some of the things that are going on, because I think they're not good. And then, if you will, do you want to stop there and then get on to the other part, or do you want me to finish the whole thing?
I think so. So let's take all of that, let's take it in totality. First off, I still don't think it's anywhere comparable to the actual progress, the wins that have been made under the Trump administration. Like, I wouldn't say and also I don't think that these are things that you couldn't force Republicans to do. For example, it's a pretty popular position, at least in my experience with Republicans on this show, to remove this ambiguity, this unofficial ambiguity as far as Israeli nukes. I also agree with that. I don't think that it outweighs the mammoth wins, but let's assume that, okay, it's a wash for the sake of this. What I really want to know is, okay, so you vote Democrat. I think you and I would both acknowledge, because you've said that voting Democrat is a way to punish Republicans. You're not going to get the change in this system with the Democrat Party. Do I have that right? This is about fundamentally changing the Republican Party through accountability.
Absolutely. Yes,
okay.
Totally.
Okay.
So I'm going to repeat a little bit of what I said earlier, but this is what it's good to hear political rivals talking this way when I feel like the soul of the Republican Party has been like corrupted and fucked up for the past decade. So I get it. You don't like neoconservatism. You don't like laissez-faire economics that allow the working class to fall further and further behind. You don't like military adventurism overseas that dumps tens of thousands of American lives into the sands of the Middle East, dumps their blood into the sands of the Middle East. And you don't like the endless wars for oil and or Israeli security. Okay, I get that. I understand the motivation for not liking neoconservatives. But the truth is that neoconservatives seem to be the only people who have consistently said, no. The Constitution of the United States, the freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, due process, 4th Amendment, 8th Amendment, 14th Amendment, they're the only people who have been never Trumpers and said that the Constitution trumps the cult of personality around Donald Trump. Whereas it seems like the social conservatives have said, we don't give a fuck about the Constitution as long as we repeal Roe versus Wade. And by the way, they got that. They got that in Trump 1.0. And then it seems like the Trump cultists and the fiscal conservatives have said, well, goddamn the Constitution. I hope that the guardrails hold. But realistically, I expect Trump to do more about reining in federal spending. And I expect him to give me tax cuts. And I expect him to be more favorable to tech businesses than I expect the Democrats to be. Therefore, I will vote for him out of naked self-interest. Consequences be damned. Hopefully the guardrails hold. That seems to be a shitload of the contrarian right, a shitload of fiscal conservatives, which once again, I think it's vile, but I understand it. So the point is, well, and then the constitutional conservatives say that if you don't blow the founding fathers full-throatedly, if you don't agree with the founding fathers lockstep with everything they've said, if you don't fit Thomas Jefferson's cock and balls into your mouth, then you're a fucking communist. Very weird. Don't know what to do with that. You know, I really would be with the constitutional conservatives, but basically like, you know, they just say wild shit some of the time. Really, I don't know if you guys remember Aircraft Sparky, but Aircraft Sparky, the Motor Grid One Sports, and Ryan Mulally are the constitutional conservatives who, in my opinion, while we align on a lot of stuff, they take it way too fucking far. You know, they spiritually wish they could fit the founding fathers' cock and balls in their mouths, right? And I say that with the utmost respect. So the point is, watching these rival tribes, though, watching the Trump cult that I think Steven Crowder has enabled for the past decade, watching the Groyper Christian nationalist authoritarians saying we have to start from scratch in the Republican Party is actually exciting for me, because while I don't have a broad base of support, honestly, I do really need to focus on getting the Rhino moving. But like, while I don't have a broad base of support, I think it's fertile ground for these tribes to fight. And I don't want the neoconservatives to completely abandon the Republican Party, because what that does is it just turns it into a fight between Christian nationalist authoritarians who the social conservatives back because they're social conservatives, and or Trump MAGA techno-feudalist cocksleeves. So this fight is beautiful to me.
Good. Just because I don't want people to misconstrue what you just said. Like, so see, Democrats are actually good. Like, they have some bullshit that they throw in every now and then. What do you do after that? So in other words, you're saying this will lead us to a consistent or more representative victory, 2028. What's the roster? Where are the funds? What's the ground game, right? Because it's a big risk, handing the country over to the left. We know what they want to do.
Well, and see, this is where it gets interesting, and this is where we might disagree on some things. So the way that I see it, 2028 is really what it's all about. I really believe that this administration is just cooked. Like, I don't think there's going to be a course correction. I have no faith in this administration. I think Trump is old. The people around him are very bad. And so I think the real question is, and this is a huge question, who will be Trump's successor? Because that person is going to define the direction of the party. And I really believe there should be a very competitive primary for the presidential race in 28.
Which, by the way, for me, it's going to be Rubio. Okay? I'm just telling you right now. Because a CNN poll got released today that had all of the likely Democratic contenders, and AOC was polling at 24%. And I think Gavin Newsom was next at like 19 or 20. So I'm telling you right now, and North and I can come fight about this. If it's between, I know you guys love AOC. I know you love her Boston University boobs. Matter of fact, I'm a single guy, okay? Well, I'm not single. I'm in a committed relationship. But I think my girlfriend is going to have to tolerate me being gross on stream. So let's just look at AOC Boston University t-shirt, okay? Look at these huge socialist boobs, okay? You know? Look, a lot of Americans are going to vote for that, okay? A lot of Americans are going to vote for that, all right? And then, Aryan AOC. If AOC comes out as a fucking fascist... I'll vote for fascist AOC, okay? She's like, hey, the tankies have been getting too crazy with it. I'm going to institute pro-social programs that are going to involve a high level of economic redistribution, but we're not going to be socialist. Matter of fact, I have a plan to round up Hasan Piker's chat and denaturalize them and deport them to Cuba. Then I'll vote for AOC. Now, the chances more likely, okay, more likely what's going to happen is she's going to fucking cuddle up to Hasan Piker and his fucking democratic socialist tanky power level hiding fucking F-slurs. Okay, that's more likely. All right? So, barring a fascist Aryan AOC, Marco Rubio, and by the way, if it's Gavin Newsom, I'll vote for Gavin Newsom. Literally. I'll tell you right now. Marco Rubio over Vance. Hear me when I'm never voting for Vance. Okay? Vance versus AOC, I kill myself at the airport. Okay? Vance versus AOC, I just don't vote. I leave the top of the ticket blank. Vance versus Rubio, I'm voting Rubio. Newsom versus Rubio, I'll vote Newsom, not because I don't think that Rubio is probably a manifestation of the politics that I want the Republican Party to go to, because he's trying to take the momentum of MAGA, but then use neoconservative and national conservative rhetoric in order to hybridize the old school Republican Party and the new school Republican Party into a synthesis, which actually is not the worst thing that I've ever heard. But I would vote for Newsom over Rubio for the sake of like national stability, right? But if it's Rubio versus AOC, it's Rubio. I'm just being real. I'm ripping the Band-Aid off now, okay? Just ripping the Band-Aid off now. Maybe I'll have a struggle session with PISCO. Maybe I'll have a struggle session with fucking North, and they can struggle session me into the position that I can never vote for Rubio, even if there's a fucking Democratic socialist on the ticket. But I'm just telling you, that's what I'm sick. I'm tired. I feel like Dookie shoes. That's where I'm at right now. Rahm Emanuel, dude, I would vote for Rahm Emanuel. I fucking love Rahm Emanuel. I don't even know what Rahm Emanuel's politics are besides he was Obama's fucking chief of staff. Rahm Emanuel, listening to him talking in politics, he talks the way that I want to talk as a politician. Rahm Emanuel running a staff meeting, he's like, yo, fuck that guy, that guy's cool, this is what we need to do, let's do this, let's do that, fuck that guy. You know? Fucking love Rahm Emanuel. I want to be Rahm Emanuel's friend. Can you explain what you mean by national stability? Yeah, so the MAGA movement has tested the Constitution of the United States so aggressively over the past decade that we need some, like, cleanup time. We need some, like, sane adults running the show. In Marco Rubio, as much as I think that he personally is a sane adult, I think in order to get the MAGA movement to back him, he would have to glaze the techno-feudalist, Palantir, Elon Musk fucking dickheads, right? So I would rather have those guys get checked by a moderate Democrat than be emboldened by a Trump cocksleeve, right? Matter of fact, why don't I do that? Why don't I do that real quick? You know what? I'm going to have to, let me end the poll. Because the poll actually ended exactly where I thought it was going to be. Far left, 5%. Center left, 68%. Center right, 18%. Far right, 8%. Now, I do think the far rightoids, there's probably some libertarians mixed in there. But not just that. With the far rightoids, we might have a disproportionate sample size just because we have we got Nick Fuentes on the screen. But anyways, let me start a new poll. Let me do a new option. I already know Newsom versus Rubio. Newsom's probably going to be like 70%, and Rubio will be 30%. So let's make it interesting. Let's do AOC versus Rubio, because that's going to test my liberals. Because my liberals are going to hate the fuck out of Rubio for being a part of the MAGA, for being a part of the Trump administration, Trump 2.0 administration. But AOC might be a little bit too far left. So I'll put AOC, I'll put Rubio, and I'll put top of the ticket blank. So I'm going to give you guys a hard choice. I wonder how you guys are going to do with that one. So anyways, back to the content.
And what they're trying to do is consolidate support around either Vance or Rubio. As I'm sure you know, behind the scenes, there's a very big fight going on between donors and between party personnel. Are they going to get behind Rubio, which he seems to have the backing of the neocons and Mark Levin and AIPAC and Miriam Adelson? Or are they going to get behind Vance, who has the support of Little Tech, Palantir, Tucker, you know, and he's going to clearly run in the more America First lane. At least nominally, he's going to claim that. And I think that we should not have consolidation where it's 80% behind one candidate. I think it should be wide open. I also don't like either Rubio or Vance because I think you get a neocon or a Palantir guy. And so to me, the only way to have an open field is if everyone associated with the administration is sufficiently.
Dude, I'm not going to be disappointed. You know why? Because I think you motherfuckers get enslaved by socialist titties. That's what I think happens. Because we have this conversation a lot of times, okay? For me, Hasan Piker is the Nick Fuentes of the left. So if there was a political figure on the right, I don't know, Steven Crowder, for instance, hanging out with Nick Fuentes, I'd be like, oh, this dude's a piece of shit, right? He wants to fucking pander to the far right. Fuck this guy, okay? And so, but I don't think that you guys see the far left as big of a threat as I do. Oftentimes, you just tell me. You don't think that you don't think the far left is as big of a threat. And oftentimes you tell me that Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic Socialist, AOC, Democratic Socialist, Bernie Sanders, Democratic Socialist, they always moderate to social democratic policy prescriptions whenever they govern because they cannot effectuate a socialist government. So I understand you guys don't see AOC, Bernie Sanders, Hasan Piker the way that I do. I literally see Hasan Piker as the fucking Nick Fuentes of the left. Okay? So 13% of people say they're leaving the top of the ticket blank. 35% of people say they would vote for Rubio over AOC. That's comforting, actually. Because that basically means that like 48% of people are the people that I would like, they kind of are in my camp. You know what I'm saying? Whereas 52% of you are enslaved by socialist titties because you just think like, oh, she'll moderate. You know? She'll moderate. So it is what it is. That I am neither surprised nor disappointed. I am actually, that feels accurate. I think this is anonymous for two. Says Rahm Emanuel is the smartest man I've ever heard speak. True. Honestly, I love Rahm Emanuel. He's a vulgar king after my heart. Eli Gray for two says, sent you a clip of Rahm Emanuel on Discord. He's running. Fuck it. I'd vote for Rahm. I don't even know what his fucking policies are, but I would vote for Rahm Emanuel 100%. Anyways.
Weekend. So I'm actually rooting for Democrats to degrade and sabotage this administration and the people in it so that they're less politically viable. And maybe that clears the way for a dark horse or an outsider, someone from outside the MAGA, Mar-a-Lago, Trump administration to maybe clinch the nomination in 28. And to me, that's really the big picture.
Okay. So here's my primary problem, what you just said. And it's that keyword maybe. So my first question is the roster. You say, yeah, competitive primary. I agree. I hear who you don't want. The roster, the funds, the ground game. Maybe, right? Because you've tried this before. It's failed. The losses are real with the Democrats that we faced. I would argue, I think it'd be tough to argue against, worst 3 years in modern American history. The wins, the potential wins that you're describing are imaginary with no concretes. And I know that you talked about this with Dan Bilzerian, so I'm not trying to sandbag you here, but if I'm going, okay, there's a risk. It's a political play. Well, I won't be able to take part, along with many conservatives, Republicans, because I cannot vote Democrat. Doesn't mean I'll vote for Republicans all across the board. Can't vote Democrat. But the roster, the funds, the ground game. You know, the things that you need to win elections in 2028 through the major risk of handing the country over to Democrats when we know that that means open borders, packing the courts, turning them into citizens, right? DEI back in the administration, H-1B skyrocketing again, all of that. Huge risk, concretes, so we see the payoff.
Fashion 40 for 5 says, I live in New York City. He did moderate, and he's balanced the budget for the first time in decades, which aren't they constitutionally required to do? You know, that's almost impressive by itself. Newman X says, of course she'll moderate. How else would anything get done at all for the constituency she'd represent? Hello. Okay. Get fucking enslaved by socialist titties, man. Go for it. It's fine. It's fine. You do your thing. I'll do my thing. It's fine. Fucking vote for Aryan AOC.
See, and this is where you might disagree, because I think that's maybe the best argument against it. And you're 100% right. It is an extremely risky play, and I don't underestimate that risk at all, and I don't want to understate it. But here's my reframe. Here's kind of like my game theory reframe of it, is I really believe that this country has serious problems with the debt, with the border. They want a $1.5 trillion budget for the military alone. The Republicans do. We got this war in the Middle East. I really believe that without a radical intervention, like a radically different approach, whether we get a Democrat or lesser of two evils Republican, like a continuity with what we have under Trump, I think that's a no-win proposition. Like, if it's Gavin Newsom, J.D. Vance, or Marco Rubio, if those are our options, and let's say everybody else in the Democratic field, I don't see any of those candidates solving it, fixing it. To me, it's really just a question of how fast or how slow it's all going to come crumbling down. And so that's the only reason why I say, if we degrade the two people in this administration, it's sort of like we know what we're going to get with them, and we know it's not going to be radical enough. At least if we tear them down, it's a huge maybe, but then there's an opening that something radical may appear. And I've got some people in mind. I wouldn't say them, of course, because you know that game about who's going to run and who's going to throw their hat in the ring, and then my endorsement might hurt that person if they're characterized as the Groiper or Caesar or something.
I don't think so. I mean, we have examples of that right here. I mean, Ken Paxton, who you may or may not like, but like Brandon Herrera, who was on the show, he won his primary. We had him on the show. I knew him through the GunTube community, and he directly went up against AIPAC. They put out a hit on him, figuratively, to be clear to people watching. He fought them, and he's going to win. He's going to win his seat. He then won the primary. So, no, you could have an effect. I actually think it's a requirement, frankly, considering the risk. If we both acknowledge it, the risk is you say something radical could happen. With the answer you're giving me now, something radical will happen. It's the radical that we experienced from 2020 through 2024. So the radical upside, you do got to give a name, you do have to give some finances and a ground game for us to take that risk. Because I don't think, and I'll make the case here, I don't think there's an equivalency. If you look at the actual record, Nick, when Democrats control...
Okay. Listen, I'm going to say this because I'm tired and I don't want to fight about it, and I'm sick and I feel the sniffles. I feel the Dayquil wearing off, okay? Are you presupposing AOC's winning of this hypothetical election comes with a more leftist government in general, or what? Christian Vlaris, if AOC is so far left in her rhetoric and voting position so much different from the rest of the fucking squad, you think she is the same as Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib? I'm going to make this incredibly fucking simple so I don't have to argue about the fucking details. AOC is she's a sock dem at least, right? Is she still identifying with a Democratic Socialist label? I almost guarantee you that she's as recently as like 2 years ago, identified with the Democratic Socialist label. I am a neoconservative. And you're saying, Connor, why are you voting for the neoconservative who's trying to hybridize neoconservatism with the current Republican Party over a social democrat or a democratic socialist? You're just the fucking pipeline, bro. You're just the fucking pipeline. All he has is vibes. Eat my dick. How about that? Eat my fucking dick. Why are you voting for a neoconservative over a democratic socialist? Oh, the neoconservative is voting for a neoconservative? He's betrayed all his values. Oh, I feel so betrayed right now that the neoconservative is voting for a neoconservative. Fuck off. Get enslaved by fat socialist titties, you fucking loser. Have fun. God damn. The Democratic Socialist is going to govern as a liberal centrist. Okay, have fun with that. I don't give a shit. Eli Gray for the 5s. As Rahm is pushing for family, money out of politics, cleaning out both parties, career politicians, free community college, good common sense policies. Okay, I'll vote for Rahm. How about that? How about you get enslaved by fat socialist titties and I'll get enslaved by fucking Obama technocratic fucking Rahm Emanuel lefty bullshit. How about that? How about that shit? Christian Blair says, worst case scenario, AOC is a full-on leftist and tries leftist policy. U.S. what happens? I want you to answer this. The system is probably so gunked up, she's a lame duck. Lame duck, excuse me. Legitimately, like, that's the most likely scenario. But guess what, motherfucker? That also fucking shifts the zeitgeist. We got a Hispanic socialist with fat tits. Yeah, that's going to shift the fucking zeitgeist. How many motherfuckers are going to be ready to vote for a Democratic socialist after we appoint our first Democratic socialist president? Why say enslaved? Because I know you motherfuckers. That's why. In the BDSM fucking category, you guys are masochists. You know? You want to pretend that you're the sadists. You're all the masochists. The real question is, why are you voting for a MAGA bootlicker who betrayed every value he claimed to support, masquerading as a neocon? Because he had a great fucking speech. Because of that Munich speech. That Munich speech was legitimately like one of the most beautiful fucking threading of the needles that I've seen in modern American politics. That's why. Oh, the neocons voting for a neocon. Time to freak the fuck out. Have fun with that. Keep freaking the fuck out.
Controlled the Senate. Gave us open borders, record inflation, right, at 9.1%, trillions in new spending. They, of course, stopped deportations. They stopped building the wall. They put DEI. I mean, they had the Department of Misinformation. Trump 2.0 has put us for the first time in net negative immigration, record deportations, over $1 trillion in cuts. Not to mention doing away with DEI in the administration, some huge Supreme Court wins that actually pave the way going forward. I mean, H-1Bs are a really big thing, I know, because you ran billboards on them. They are not the same. These are actually, I would say, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to argue against, whether they're enough, they are the single biggest rightward shifts domestically that we have seen in modern American history, and that includes Reagan, Nixon, anyone else. So the risk is what we lived through. That's guaranteed to happen unless we have concrete.
Okay, I'm not fighting you guys anymore. I'm too sick and I'm too tired to do it, okay? Catch me on a different fucking day if you want to fight about fucking Rubio versus AOC. You want to vote, and I'm serious. Let me, I know it's funny. I keep talking about enslaving with fucking fat socialist titties. I know it's funny. But, like, I don't give a fuck. This is where it's at. You can try to convince me. You're not going to convince me. Okay? I'm just telling you right now. It'll be a struggle session, and after a 6-hour struggle session where you say running a Democratic socialist for president is going to have no deleterious effects compared to running a neocon, therefore, you should, like, in a hypothetical scenario where we have a Democratic socialist versus a neocon, you should still vote for the Democratic socialist because of the orientation of the fucking Overton window. It's not going to happen. All right? I'm not doing it. Okay? So you guys fucking struggle session all the fuck you want. I'm not struggle sessioning with you. Okay? So have fun. Have fun with your fat Democratic socialist titties. I'm not fucking doing it. Okay?
Yeah, what I would push back on is I really think that you think you're overstating some of the wins. To me, I would just say it's too little too late. I mean, as far as like open borders, that's my favorite one because Trump ran in 2016 saying, we're going to build a border wall. And why a border wall? Because it cannot be torn down. You build a physical structure, Democrats can't undo that. If it's an executive order, like remain in Mexico or some of those other architecture, they can, and they did. And so it was really Trump's failure to build a border wall. And he enforced it through executive orders, which is why Democrats were able to come in and say, oh, we're just going to undo all of that. And you might say, well, okay, Trump has another crack at it, and the border is secure now. It's like record low crossings. There's no apprehensions at the border. However, it seems that once again, he's given up on the wall. You know, you've got
That's incorrect,
coming
Nick.
up.
That's incorrect. Nick, he has built more of the wall in his first 6 months than all 4 years of Biden. And it's on track to be done in 2027. Let's call it 28. It's just
How much
not
wall has he
factually
built this year?
This last year, it's been, as I understand it, hundreds of feet, and they're going to be putting up digital security, right, because there's certain areas and terrain that are a little bit more complicated, but more than Biden in 4 years. And you're saying vote for those people for 4 years. So there is a difference building anything than nothing. And I agree with you, by the way, like a good example, H-1Bs. Remember, you ran those billboards. right?
Yeah.
And you and I were on the same page. I don't know if you saw this. I was going hard at Elon Musk on X.
Hayes says, I can't wait to struggle session with you, Connor. A2, Hayes? A2? You want to vote for the fucking Democratic Socialists over Rubio? A fucking 2? God. I feel betrayed. Hey, at least 46% of the fucking poll are with me. It's okay. It easily could have been 2/3 against me. So at least 44% of the fucking poll know what I'm talking about. 56% of me, or 56% of the chat have betrayed me. And my own editor, a fellow never Trump Republican, has fucking stabbed me in the heart. God damn. Now my feelings are hurt.
On H-1Bs and President Trump. And by the way, got into an argument with Vivek in person. I suggested a 3-point plan. One of them was a 6-figure fee. So you put up, Bill, have you told your audience about the unfathomable wins on H-1Bs?
Well, I believe they hit the cap for H-1Bs last year, did they not, in 2025?
So 26% reduction in issuances, and new overseas H-1Bs, meaning people who are not in this country, down 87%. They were up anywhere from 20 to 90% under Biden. The denial rate was like 1%, 2% on a really good day. 87% reduction on new overseas H-1Bs with a $100,000 fee. If you put up billboards and people are upset about that, and you and I are in the same camp, have you told your audience about that win? That's the biggest shift we've ever seen in H-1Bs. It's not even close.
Again, yeah.
So, Taze, I don't know if you were here earlier, so I'll go over it briefly again. So, Vance versus Rubio, obviously Rubio. AOC versus Vance, I kill myself in the airport, which actually means that I just leave the top of the ticket blank because I don't want to be responsible for a fucked up world that AOC creates or a fucked up world that Vance creates, okay? Rubio versus AOC, it's Rubio for me. I'm just being honest. No caveats, no hands down. You're not running a fucking Democratic Socialist and running a fucking neocon, and I'm clicking the fucking top of the ticket for the Democratic Socialist. It's not going to fucking happen. It's too far for me. Fuck you, you know? Then, if it's Gavin Newsom or Rahm Emanuel, literally, this is how I feel. Rahm Emanuel is such a political pragmatist and profane person that Rahm Emanuel could have the fucking, literally, AOC's social democratic platform, and I would click the ticket for Rahm Emanuel. Because I've seen Rahm Emanuel. I've watched enough of his fucking, like, a documentary about him and shit. He is a raw Chicago political pragmatist. That motherfucker gives no fucks. So, Rahm Emanuel versus Rubio, I might click the ticket for Rahm in order to balance the American political zeitgeist. And then Gavin Newsom versus Rubio, even though Rubio is going to be making beautiful fucking speeches that are going to totally fucking jerk me raw in 2028, I will likely click the box for Newsom over Rubio. But seriously, it's the lowest bar in political history. You want me to map it? All right, I'll map it. But it's literally the lowest bar in fucking political history to say the Dems should run a moderate so they can have a trifecta in 28. And it's something that Christian Valeris and fucking conservative liberalism will not commit to while simultaneously giving me shit. You know? And it's so fucking annoying because we agree on so much other shit that to have them fucking moral F-slur at me in the chat pisses me the fuck off. To be fair, you made a level 1 argument. I'm a level 1 your balls with a fucking ball-paying hammer. How about that shit? Newman Access Connor. AOC is treated by far lefties as a betrayer. Good. Rubio is considered a betrayer to the actual conservatives. Which of these betrayers to you is more amenable? Fucking Rubio. Fuck off. This is why PISCO, someone I dislike, thinks you're personally anti-Trump but not anti-MAGA. You are MAGA adjacent. Correct. Because MAGA is born out of resentment over the economic backsliding of the working class and the disgust at constant American military adventurism overseas. So while I think the MAGA base are truly 80 IQ fucking dipshits, that does not mean that they are incorrect in wanting to stop ceaseless American military interventionism and actually achieve a decent standard of living for the American working and middle class. They're properly motivated. They're just political fucking ignoramuses. And the fact that they thought that Trump was going to solve their problems kind of makes them even bigger dipshits. That doesn't mean that their motivations are incorrect. Can the DNC push a white male at this point? I fucking hope so. You know, I fucking hope so. I think you should just scrap AOC versus Rubio hypothetical. It's dumb. Well, I mean, I'll end the poll. But basically, we're at 57% for AOC socialist titties. We were at like 55. We had 33, I think, at one point, or 30 for fucking Rubio. And we had 14% for top of the ticket blank. So, would appreciate you never including Hasan in your voting hypothetical again. I will be on the grassy knoll before I ever vote for him. Good. That's nice. I appreciate that. I appreciate you throwing me a bone, Christian Valeris. Connor, honest question. Why not push for Rand Paul-like peeps? Because they're schizo. It's not that I don't think we need a conservatarian. I think Thomas Massey and Rand Paul, unironically, if you were talking about the direction of the country that I would want to push in, I would love a Massey or Rand Paul candidate. Number one, I just don't think they're popular enough to win. Number two, I just think that they're schizophrenics. They're beautiful schizophrenics. I love them. I love Thomas Massey for pushing the Epstein bill across the finishing line. I love Rand Paul for calling out Trump on fucking bullshit and also talking about fiscal conservatism in a passionate way that actually makes sense. But once again, they buy into the populist isolationism that I think is legitimately dangerous. You know, the whole point. Okay. Hold on. I can describe this. I can describe this really well for my chat. So when we invaded Iraq, we created a endless tail of the dragon. Okay. We had Burger King. We had ice cream. We had a DFAC. We had Turkish and Filipino and Malaysian and Nigerian contractors. We spent billions of dollars on anti-mortar, anti-rocket, counter-artillery systems. We advanced the military-industrial complex a generation, easily, through the War on Terror. And while I love military technology, it was a huge waste of blood and treasure. And so I still want to be in Iraq, but my presence in Iraq, I want to be Marine Corps, Ranger, and Special Forces QRFs, training, no Burger King, no ice cream, no women, unless they're prostitutes, okay? And I want it to be a small fob with those guys on there. They are doing foreign internal defense training where they're training the indigenous forces. And then I want the Air Force to be on the air base with their QRF, their fob, and they're going to be running MQ-9 fucking Reapers. Are MQ-9 Reapers or are those Predators? I forget. But they're going to be running Predators and Reapers and fucking... God, what are they called? Give me a second. Propeller, close attack, aircraft, Afghanistan. Super Tucanos. And so the Air Force has their fob, and they're running fucking Reapers, Predators, and Super Tucanos out of the Air Force Base. And so what you have is a 90% reduction in budget. You have a 90% reduction in logistics tail. You have a 90% reduction in American personnel. And yet, you have the capacity to train local forces to slaughter jihadist terrorists competently. And you have air support that will fuck up anything that stands up to you. That's what I want. So I still want to be a neocon. I still want to be, fucking with the jihadists in the Middle East and North Africa. I still want to be calling airstrikes in on their fucking heads. I still want fucking American Special Forces teams with Afghan and Iraqi Special Forces teams kicking in fucking doors and black bagging motherfuckers in the middle of the night. I just want to reduce the logistics supply chain and the budget by 90%. And weirdly enough, that's very difficult to articulate because the war hawks want the endless pork and budget so they can jump American military technology another generation, whereas the isolationists don't want to be there at all. And so trying to thread the needle on that is very difficult. It's not a very popular position because very few people know sufficient information in order to fucking prescribe this. Let him have his yap. You better let me have my fucking yap. Been sitting here listening to fucking dipshits all day. Not you, the creators. So anyways.
I just don't think that's really, when you say, well, they're building hundreds of feet of border wall, that's more than Biden. Well, there's a 26% reduction in H-1Bs. They hit the cap, I believe, it was 127,000 last year.
87%. Here's why. You know why. And Nick, let's both pretend that we're smart enough.
Okay.
The president has broad powers over people coming into this country, right? New H-1Bs. And I see this a lot where he gets no credit.
No. I wasn't saying the soldiers need to be prostitutes. They're not going to be soldiers. The fucking female pogues. The female pogues can be back in the United States. Female pogues can exist. I don't give a fuck about that. The prostitutes are going to be Turkish or Filipino.
For executive orders. But then when things get blocked and cut, they also blame Donald Trump and go, why didn't he get these cuts? Well, that's because of 100% of Democrats. And yes, some feckless Republicans. We should know them by name, the Thunes, the Murkowskis, the Collins of the world who should be voted out. But he has broad powers on who's coming in the country. He can slap 100,000 on that, and he did, 87% reduction. To deal with the bulk of H-1Bs, people who are extending them, that would require an act of Congress. So the most potent tool that he has as president, he enacted an 87% reduction in new people coming over. People should know that if they're going to say both sides are the same.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just not sure, but I believe he hit the cap for H-1Bs last year. It was 127,000 came in.
You're always going to hit the cap when you're talking about people extending H-1Bs. What we're talking about is new people, new Pajeets coming in, right?
Yeah.
$100,000. And this is important. It also, by the way, this is your job, my job as commentators. It shifts that Overton window where it's like, hey, we were told that they were bringing in, the Haji Elon Musk or the next brown Nikolai Tesla. Well, $100,000 fee would mean nothing. Instead,
all the fucking feminists in my chat are freaking the fuck out about prostitutes. Okay, no. Prostitution is a horrible trade. It is the sexual exploitation of financially and socially desperate women. Prostitution, it's mostly a meme. Prostitution effectively shouldn't exist. Our soldiers should jerk off. Okay? Our soldiers, our Marines, they should deploy for 6 months at a time because a 6-month deployment is already long enough. They should just jerk off. There should be no prostitutes. Okay? Hear me when I say this. Prostitution bad. Okay? But what happened over there is that in Asia in particular, okay, in Japan, there were strip clubs, that had buy me drink, or wait, hold on. There were strip clubs that had Brazilian girls that they imported. There were Brazilian Japanese girls who were imported. There were Filipino girls that were imported. They worked at buy me drinky bars. There were Japanese prostitutes. And because the supply-demand ratios for sex for young military service members was so off that men engaged with Japanese prostitutes, Filipino buy-me-drinky girls, and Brazilian strippers. Okay, imported, not trafficked. Well, some of them were voluntary. You could literally, like, weirdly enough, there actually was, like, the criminal sex trafficking element. And then there was literally, like, I know that you can't be voluntary in the oppressive system of capitalism, right? But some of them were like, oh, fuck yeah. They're like, hell yeah, I'll be a stripper in Japan. Dude, the Brazilians in particular, it was an awesome deal for them. You could strip back in Brazil and make cents on the fucking dollar, or you could strip in Japan and you could make thousands of dollars. Like, dude, like I know, like, it's hard to conceptualize, like, financial parity in reference to cash. But let's say, what is the Brazilian currency in general, I guess? Sorry, I'm so tired. My brain is so fucking tired. I should turn this into a segment, but fuck it. I'm tired as shit. I'm sick as shit. We got 15 minutes left in the show. Let me summarize it for you real quick. Nick Fuentes, F-slur. Steven Crowder, R-slur, F-slur. They're trying to capitalize on the downfall of MAGA and the downfall of Trump. Steven Crowder is saying we should be loyal to the MAGA agenda and Donald Trump because he's achieved more than anybody else. And as a result, we should pick up the banner after, he falls and continue the charge forward. Okay? And what Nick Fuentes is saying is no. That's not far enough. We need to burn the entire thing down and fucking start from scratch, and we need somebody more aggressive. So I want to burn the entire fucking thing down. That's the argument. My argument is fuck both of these R-slur, F-slurs, and the neocons, the never-Trumpers, the principled Republicans, the social conservatives who aren't sociopaths, and the fiscal conservatives who don't have R-slurred geopolitics need to capitalize on the downfall of the MAGA camp and the Trump cult. And they need to take back market share within the Republican Party, or else the Republican Party will remain a shit show for generations to come. Now let's talk about sex work. So, Brazilian currency is called the reais, and is divided into 100 centavos. And so Brazilian reais to US dollar. A Brazilian reais equals 20 cents. So that's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. What is the average salary of a Brazilian in US dollars? Is $1,300. Oh, that's a month. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. 600. Actually, Brazil's doing pretty good. That's not bad. $600 to $1,300 a month in the U.S. So roughly 6,500 Brazilian reals or reises or whatever. 1,300. That's like 10 grand a year. That's not bad. That's not bad. Brazil must be fucking damn. Brazil GDP by decade. Brazil GDP by decade. GDP per capita, 1800 to 2018 for Brazil. That's not bad, man. Look at that. Look at 1950. GDP per capita has fucking like quintupled since 1950. Holy shit. Damn, man. Anyways. So the point is, if you can make $10,000 a year as a Brazilian in Brazil, and then you can make $400 a night as a stripper for American service members in Japan. Let's say you make $400 a night as a hot Brazilian stripper in Japan. Times, let's say you work 5 days a week. That's $2,000 a week times 4 weeks in a month times 12 months in a year, 96,000. You can make 10 times the average salary of a Brazilian by being a stripper in Japan. Then let's make this an American equivalent. What is the average salary, annual salary in the U.S.? Is $65,000 a year. Okay? So let's do 65,000 times 10. $650,000 a year. So I'm going to put a poll in chat. Would you travel to Japan to become a stripper for $650,000 a year? Yes or no? There you go. So, of course, sex work is exploitive. Of course, it's 100% it's exploitative. I'm not trying to deny the exploitation inherent in sex work. But if I could travel to Japan and make $650,000 a year as a stripper, it might be hard for me to say no. You know? I'm not saying yes, because, you know, I got kids and shit. You know, I got some level of dignity. I enjoy my job. All that kind of shit. But realistically, $650K is a lot of fucking cash. You know? I'm all in, but in this scenario, am I a big-ass Brazilian? No. Literally imagine that you are a heterosexual male stripping for a all-female, or like 80%, 90% female audience. Think about that. The military, Okinawa is a small island. The military is 80% male. Okay? So let's flip the scenario. Let's say that there existed a military service that is 80% female. So you are stripping for an 80% female audience as a male stripper, exactly as you are right now. Lo siento, sorry, but 33% of people have dignity and 70% of people are going to become fucking millionaires. As of early 2026, the average salary is $65K. And the median annual salary is $62K. So either way, it's $60K. $60K, I think when I did the Brazilian thing, it was like 10x. You could make 10x as a Brazilian. You could make 10x the average salary being a stripper in fucking Japan. Yeah, sure. Some of you are going to have dignity. Some of you are never going to want to leave home. I get it. Yes, exactly. I'm sorry, I always forget how to pronounce your name. Koska Maikos says, my dignity can have a rest. I have bills to pay. That's what I'm fucking saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. Definitely going to shake my pee-pee. Demon King Drago says, Japan has draconian views on outsiders, especially on white men, because of dickheads like Logan Paul. Sure. But in this case, we're analogizing it for the sake of, because here's the thing. Everyone wants to say that the sex workers are exploited. I agree. I do not disagree with that concept. Sex workers are 100% exploited. They're exploited by the poverty of their host nations. They're exploited by the fucking nature of sex work. They're exploited by the power imbalances of sex work in general. But I'm just asking you, would you become a stripper in a foreign country for $650,000 if let's say you're heterosexual, if you got to strip for an 80% opposite sex / gendered audience? You know? Anyways, I think I made my point. Of course, when you become Filipino and you're actually doing the buy me drinky shit, that gets a little bit more dangerous. When you're a Japanese prostitute, because they do have red light districts, the red light districts are run by the Yakuza, gets a little bit more dicey. I understand. I just went for the most like sanitized job, you know? The most sanitized and most lucrative job. Unironically, the Brazilian prostitutes, not Brazilian prostitutes, the Brazilian strippers probably have it fucking made compared to the Filipino buy me drinky girls and the Japanese red light workers. The Brazilians probably have it made. So, anyways, fuck was I thinking? F slur, not an R slur. F slur, R slur. Oh, I was talking about women in reference to combat deployments. So anyways, women are a distraction. Okay? No offense. I love women. I think you guys know that I love women. Female pogues are a distraction. Everybody wants to hook up with them. And so the females, like if we had a very small logistical footprint in the Middle East and North Africa, and we just had MQ-9 Reapers. Is it MQ-9 Reapers? What is the designation for the Predator drone? MQ-1 Predator. What is the designation for the Reaper drone? MQ-9. So, literally, we're running MQ-1s. We're running MQ-9s. We're running our new fucking American Shaheds. We're running fucking Super Tucanos with a very small Air Force footprint. We're running fucking American Special Forces, Marine Corps, everybody doing fucking foreign internal defense, quick reaction forces, and training, special forces and infantry for the indigenous people. We are reducing the logistical and financial impact of American military deployments by 95%, and hopefully we have less rape. And we reduce deployments down to 6 months. Because that whole like 1.5 year army shit is way too long. Asking somebody to wait, asking a wife to wait for their husband, or a husband to wait for their wife for 1.5 years is way too fucking long. Okay? Way too long. Eli Gray says, Connor, what about Rom Kinzinger? Oh, I'd vote for that instantaneously. Instantaneously. Rahm Emanuel, Adam Kinzinger ticket. Boom. Click. Easiest vote of my life. Easiest vote of my life. And by the way, like I said, Rahm Emanuel could have the same policies as fucking AOC. And I would trust Rahm Emanuel to execute them as a moderate technocrat more than I would trust fucking AOC. I understand that AOC has moderated over the past decade. I understand the leftist do view her as a traitor. I understand all that shit. I still think she's a democratic socialist hiding her fucking power level. And the only reason why she's moderated is because of political pragmatism, not because of ideology. She's trying to pave the way for fucking Hasan Piker. What the fuck is going on? I've been in and out for the last 30 minutes. Lol, what the fuck? We've just been talking about sex work. Sex work and military adventurism and how Nick Fuentes is an F slur and Steven Crowder is an R slur, F slur, and all that shit. What the fuck? That's just sexist. Well, what do you want? I'm actually tired and sick, so I'm just gonna be honest. I would do backflips on the pole for that ticket. See? And that's my point, man. Okay, hold on. I'll do this because it's 2:30, but I should give you guys something serious before we wrap. So the Filipinos, let's do Philippine average income annual. As of 2023, the average annual family income is approximately $6,000. Okay? 6,000. And I think the Buy Me Drinky girls, realistically, they make $100, $200 a night. And I'll describe the dynamics real quick. Okay? So, I'll end the poll. That way I can call you guys gay. Okay. So, a Buy Me Drinky girl. A Buy Me Drinky girl is a girl from rural areas of the Philippines where 6,000 is probably a lot. They probably do not make 6,000. They're recruited from the most rural and poor areas of the Philippines. And so a madam who speaks Tagalog, which is like a local Philippine dialect. I forget the reference, but a lot of the madams spoke Tagalog. So they go to a community and they say, hey, if you're willing to travel to Japan, your daughter can hang out at a bar and she will drink a thimble that is mostly water. Most of the time it's water or it's tea. And maybe it just has a little bit of alcohol to loosen people up. But we do not want the girls to get drunk because we want them to be in control. And so a young American will spend $20, $50, depending on the girl, in order to sit with them and talk with them for 30 minutes. Literally, you spend 20 or 50 bucks in order to sit with a girl and talk with her. It's not sex, right? The Buy Me Drinky girls do not have sex for $20 or $50. Okay? And what happens with the Buy Me Drinky girls is that they obviously get a cut. Let's say it's like 33%. So $40 an hour times 0.33 is 13 bucks an hour. Yeah, Tagalog. Yeah, it's it's Filipino language. So anyways, they're getting paid 13 bucks an hour. Let's say they work 40 hours a week. Let's say they work 4 weeks a month. Let's say they work 12 months a year. They're going to make 4 times the average salary in order to 5 times the average salary in order to sit with men and talk with them. Now, on top of that, you can find a husband. So the Buy Me Drinky girls, there's a variety of ways to play it. So some Buy Me Drinky girls, they're just there to max drinks. They're drinks maxing. So they flirt with all the boys. They have 3 or 4 boyfriends. Maybe they let some of them hit. Maybe they don't let some of them hit. But realistically, they're just there to maximize the amount of boys who are talking to them at any given time, most of whom are Americans, some of whom are Japanese. Then some will get married. I shit you not that most of the, not most of them, but some of the Filipino girls are actually looking for a husband. So they're looking for a lonely Japanese man, a lonely sailor, a lonely American to marry. That way they get a green card either for Japan or for the United States. And obviously, there's a shitload of material benefit to being a citizen of the Philippines living in the poorest and most remote locations on the planet and then marrying an American, right? Huge advantages. And then you also have like all the immigrant, like the chain immigration benefits, okay? So marrying somebody is actually pretty good too. Then there's some girls that do pimp themselves out. and they are whores. But they do get paid, you know, $200, $1,000, whatever, to pimp themselves out, and they get a sizable chunk of that. Obviously, the madam probably gets the most sizable chunk, but they still get to chunk themselves out. So being a buy me drinky girl is not instantaneously prostitution, but it is possibly prostitution. Talibot says, that's funny. That's how I found my Filipino wife. Are you a military veteran? Did Talibot serve in the Navy and get gay married to a Filipino? So here's the thing. Let's just run it back real quick. I'll do another poll. So they said they make $25,000 a year, and they get divided by 6,000 because that's the average annual income in the Philippines. That's 4. Okay. So let's say the average American income is 60,000. Multiply by 4 is 240,000. So I'll write this poll again. Start a poll. Would you move to Japan to have the opposite sex/gender, or hold on. Opposite sex/gender, sex gender, buy you drinks and talk to you in 30-minute increments. It's too long. I already described it for you. Would you be a buy me drinky girl/boy for $240,000 a year? That's the real question. So literally, you start making a surgeon's salary for the opposite sex or gender to buy you drinks for literally buying you like water and tea. They'll buy you water and tea to sit with you for 30 minutes and talk to you. If you like them, they can be your boyfriend or girlfriend. If you really like them, you can marry them. And if you want to be a whore, you can pimp yourself out. So basically for surgeon's salary, would you do that job? You could be a flirt, you could be a tease. You don't have to fuck anyone, actually. There's plenty of buy me drinky girls who just drink max. They literally just talk to lonely guys, you know? So you could be somebody who talks to lonely women for, you know, fucking $50 an hour, you know? For $50 an hour, would you talk to lonely women? You know? Matter of fact, hold on. Let's do that real quick. Let's do 200. Let's find out what the hourly rate for 240,000 is. 240,000 divide by 52 weeks in a year, divide by 40 hours in a week. That's it. Oh, okay. This is actually really easy. I'm going to restart the poll real quick because it looks like half of you would do it, half of you wouldn't. So let me go ahead and stop the poll. Let me do a new poll. Start a new Q&A. Would you talk to lonely women for $115 an hour? There you go. Wait, why did my chat die? I want to see your answers. Why isn't this working anymore? All right, let me pull up my chat doc again. Why isn't this working? No, I want to know the answer to the question. Where's the window? No! It's crashing. Why is it crashing? I want to see the chat. Where's chat? There's chat. Okay, I want to see how many motherfuckers of you are lying. Oh wait, hold on. I don't want it to be I don't want it to be a Q&A. I want it to be a poll. Sorry, my bad. Let me do it again. Poll. Would you talk to lonely women for $115 an hour? Yes or no? There you go. Because I think you motherfuckers are lying. If that's not at 100%, you're fucking lying. You are lying so goddamn much. Especially if you were 18. You know? If you were 18, $115 an hour to talk to lonely women? You better fucking bet I'm doing that goddamn job. That's fucking crazy pants. Now I understand there's like power dynamics, men and women, like all that. I really do. Like I understand. If you want to go through the, oh, they're poor and they can't submit to their own exploitation. Capitalism is inherently exploitative, so they're only doing that because they can't get their food and water and shelter. If you want to say, oh, these girls are coming from poor backgrounds, you know, I totally get it. I totally fucking get it. But like what I'm trying to do is I'm not trying to make excuses for the industry. Every single excuse that you might hear from me, right? I'm not trying to make it as an excuse. All the rape, all the sexual abuse, all the power dynamic shit, all the fucking international power dynamic shit, I totally understand all of it. And furthermore, I agree with it. What I'm trying to ask you, though, is put yourself in the shoes of an 18-year-old Filipino girl and try to see if you, like, do you have the, because we judge whores, right? We judge prostitutes, we judge sex workers really aggressively. But when you add in how much wealth can be generated by pimping yourself out and the dynamics of some of this sex work, I can very clearly see why some of these girls say yes. You know? International power dynamics, holy woke. Hey, listen, I'm an American. I don't have to sell my wiener for $115 an hour. If I was in the Philippines and somebody offered me to sell my wiener for the equivalent of $115 an hour, I'd probably say yes. You know? Yeah. Yeah. I judge Johns and pimps. That's fair. But with Johns, like a lot of them too, they're just lonely men. You know, they just don't have the physical, psychological, emotional capacity to attract women. And so a lot of them are Johns because they literally cannot get physical attention through standard means. So I have standards. Talking takes effort. True. True. You actually have to be personable. I just came back from the Destiny and lust debate. Can somebody catch me up on what were exactly happening? We're trying to propaganda. Okay, so the meme thing is we're trying to get the entire community to start an OnlyFans. The serious thing is I'm trying to get you guys to sympathize with international sex workers. Because while I think we can be harsh on our judgment of the industry as a whole, I'm presenting economic and social opportunity within the context of how much fucking money it is. Because, like, if you're 18 and you're single, and somebody walks up to you and they're like, hey, because buy me drinky bars is a sociological phenomenon in Japan. I described it earlier. But basically, women sit with you and they drink water or tea while you drink alcohol, and you flirt with them for 30 minutes at a time for $20 for 30 minutes. So, assuming that they get a third of the money and 2/3 goes to food, shelter, water, madams, etc., that's the equivalent of $13 an hour. That's $25,000 a year. If they're making 20 grand a year, well, back home, the equivalent of an average salary is $6,000 a year. So if somebody gave you the opportunity to make 5 times the average salary of your country in order to flirt with lonely women, would you do it? And it's very clear from the answers in the polls, most of the cog is filled with whores. They don't even get to drink while yapping. They can. It's just viewed as poor form. Because if they get wasted, because they have to sit there for 6 to 8 hours and fucking talk to 8 hours worth of men during a workday. So if they sit there and they get fucking sloppy and wasted and, you know, they fucking start making out with some guy, then that guy stops paying the money. Then another guy shows up and they start making out with that guy. That's viewed as poor form. It's not that it doesn't happen. It happens. But it's poor form. So, look up the Rahm Emanuel interview CHS. It's the one where he's running in 2018. Yeah, I like Rahm. Connor pretending that he isn't as much of a whore as the rest of us who created the polls, huh? Dude, I am so much, now that I'm not married, I am so much the same. Like, I wouldn't do this shit now. Obviously, I got kids. So, like, I'm not going to do anything. I can pay my bills. I'm not going to do anything that's embarrassing to my kids, besides streaming, obviously. But what was I thinking? I was literally thinking about, like, asking my current girlfriend about the safe for work OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? Like what if I literally, like, did yard work for 45 minutes and then I just took off my shirt and I had, like, dirt and sweat on my brow and I just take a picture and I just post, and, like, I'm still wearing pants, obviously. But, you know, I just take a picture after 2 hours of yard work and I just post that to a safe for work OnlyFans. I think that'd be funny as fuck. Not only do I think that would be funny as fuck, but then if I was posting, like, Warhammer miniatures, you know, I'm posting my favorite Warhammer miniatures on my safe for work OnlyFans. I get done working, I take a post-gym fucking, you know, post-pump selfie, you know. I don't know. I wouldn't really want all, like, the people to, like, skeeve on me and be like, oh, what, you know, like, I wouldn't want the comments. I wouldn't want the DMs. But I would want the money. I would, if I didn't have to read the comments, and if I didn't have to read the DMs, I would do a safer work OnlyFans, you know? Sorry to do this, but it is the same for an 18-year-old girl doing this versus a 50-year-old lonely dude. Obviously not. Obviously not. Yeah, Numinax. Add in all the power dynamics, add in all the gender dynamics, add in everything that you've talked about. Like, anything that you say that's criticizing of the analogy, you know, I'm fine with. Safe for work OnlyFans is called Patreon. That's funny. Connor, stop fantasizing about being Henry Cavill. I will never be Henry Cavill. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I would be an unenthusiastic drinky boy. Greased up to your elbows after digging your alternator out of your car. Caption, look who was a dirty boy. Yeah, see, that's the kind of shit you'd have to do. See, that would be something that I think it's just too much. It's just too much. It's too much. Anyways, as we've learned, as we've already known, man, we've already known this for years. 70% of the COD, 69% of the COG are center left or far left. 20 to 25% of the COG are center right. 5% are dissident right-wing people who are bored as fuck. And so they're looking for anybody who's criticizing the dissident right. And so that's the makeup of the COG. We confirmed that with another poll today. The other thing that we confirmed today is that 80% of the COG are whores. They're either whores or they're horse sympathetic. Oh, that's funny. That's mad funny. Nameless Henchman says, I wouldn't be a Sunder buy me drinky boy. Fair enough. I'm glad you recognize how imba life is for women. I'm just saying some crazy things sometimes. Oh, for sure. Literally, like, I'm sure, by the way, I brought up two of the most sanitized sex worker industries, and I'm sure that some of those Brazilian girls did get abused into being strippers. I'm sure some of those Filipino girls did get abused and trafficked into being buy me drinky girls. I'm sure there's abuse rife within the industry. I'm not trying to sweep for it. Once again, I'm repeating myself, but all I'm trying to do is I think that I'm fairly sex negative, and I do judge, like promiscuous sex is pretty tough. I do view the glorification of sex work as, let's call it problematic, but I think we can still be sympathetic or empathetic to the girls who are offered in dire poverty conditions the opportunity to do sex work for 5 or even 10 times the average national salary, and therefore they take up that work relatively enthusiastically. So that's all I was trying to communicate. I'm here to reinforce the notion that conservatism is a toxic philosophy that leads to fascist authoritarianism as exemplified by the current Republican Party. Gay. John Democracy says, nuance. In this economy? I know. Yeah, I mean, you're getting older, Susan. It's fine. We're all getting older. Our best days are just behind us. Sips drink. Yep. Dude, and flipping the genders does make it funnier, too. Like, it does make it funnier. Because, like, imagine a bunch of, like, desperate, lonely, ugly, to be fair, but some of them are hot, like 18 to 50-year-olds come in to bitch to you about their lives, and you get to choose who you date out of the women who come in to bitch about their lives. That's funny. Like, thinking about men being in that scenario where they have to like, oh, Susan, like that, like where they're like fake laughing and shit. That's funny as fuck. Like that legitimately would be one of the funniest fucking things ever, is in imagining like a bunch of American privileged 18 to 22-year-old men fucking putting up with women bitching about their lives while they like sip coffee and sip drink. You know what? That, I know it's pretty edgy, but that should be an SNL skit. That should be an SNL skit where they do the buy me drinky bars, but they flip the genders. That would be funny as fuck. So, and the reasons I thought Rahm wanted a pro-family Democrat, and that's one of Rahm's key agenda points. That's based. That's very based. Connor says that any Democrat needs to be taller than Pete to have a chance. Do we know how tall Rahm Emanuel is? I don't think the height thing is that big of a deal. I just like quoting Barack Obama, because Barack Obama said that, Pete is a great guy and he should be president of the United States, but he's too short and he's too gay. I thought that was funny. Connor, okay, that's the one I just read. It's AKA and office nasty, voting far left and calling it out now. Sure, absolutely. And nobody will buy me a drink after that. I know. Cotter is a better looking Peter Coffin. I think that's an extreme insult. Peter Coffin, a better looking Peter Coffin? Isn't Peter Coffin the guy who kicked himself in the nuts? I think I'm deeply insulted by this. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Although, you know what? In Peter Coffin's defense, he's not that ugly. He's not that ugly. I think he's cringe. But actually, I do not, you know what? I'll rescind my anger. I think Peter Coffin is cringe. I do not think he is ugly. So I'm okay with that. Like, that's not a bad angle. Literally, that's not bad. Although it does look like he did his fucking eye makeup. That's probably what I look like on a bad day. This is what I look like in general. That's not bad. That's an AI image, but it's not bad. That's not bad. I'll take it. If I'm a hotter Peter Coffin, I'll take it. That's not bad. I'll take it. I was insulted because he's cringe, not because he's ugly. Nick Offerman. I do get Nick Offerman. I do get a fat Russell Crowe. Which sucks. Dude, okay. So people say, sorry, I know I'm just yapping at this point. We're just fucking around. But like, okay, so Russell Crowe, I do think I'm an uglier Russell Crowe. I'm fine with being an uglier Russell Crowe. That's totally fine. But then people say fat Russell Crowe, but Russell Crowe has gotten substantially fatter. You know? So if you wanted to say I'm fat compared to Russell Crowe during the Gladiator days, I'm perfectly fine with that. But I am not this fat. like This one, he looks good, right? But I'm not this fat. I could be this fat. I'm not that fat. Holy shit. God damn. So fucking rude, man. Rude. Rude as fuck. You know? I love that he's smoking a cigarette in this picture. I love that he has khakis with a tight belt and then a belly in a dress shirt sticking over his fucking khakis, and he's smoking a cigarette. I think that's so fucking funny. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah. See, that's fine. I could be that fat. But, yeah. Russell Crowe got chunky. Russell Crowe got chunky. It's okay. We love him. We love him anyways. We love him anyways. I just Googled it. Rahm Emanuel is 5'7", and Pete Buttigieg is 5'8". Does Rahm's straightness offset his 1-inch height deficit? Yeah. Just put on platform shoes. They got those platform shoes that give you 4 inches. Rahm Emanuel could wear platforms. So, he needs better haircuts, true. I'm ugly and proud. I'm ugly and proud. Patrick, you're ugly. Your breath stinks. We stink. We stink. No, no. Love yourself. Love yourself, brother. I'll write you that fucking Hinge dating essay eventually. It sucks people didn't get to see Pete's full policy agenda. Pete's a good egg. Pete's a good egg. Russell Crowe is slowly turning into that Gale guy from Stream. Oh, from Steam? Interesting. He's just pulling a classic Brando. True. Yeah, even it was ugly. If I approach women with confidence, some of them will say yes to dates. I am handsome Squidward. What the fuck is wrong with all the sequels now? I don't know. They're calling it the most divorced live stream of all time. It's the truth. What do you want? What do you want, Queenman? You want the truth? I was literally about to wrap up, but now Queenman's here, so now I feel like I have to, if he has another question, I feel like I have to answer it. Thanks, Connor. I need to redo my Hinge profile. Yeah. Connor, it's going to end stream. Be free, he realized. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Yep. Please don't roll over like that. You make me feel bad. Okay. Dude, Queenman, I don't even know what you think the plan is. Like, you're going to be like, you're divorced. And I'm going to be like, yeah. And you're going to be like, you were a family guy. And I'm going to be like, yeah. And you're going to be like, doesn't divorce suck? And I'm going to be like, yeah. Like, what do you want, man? And you're going to be like, hey, don't you think that since you're divorced, you've made increasingly sexually suggestive commentary that could be uncomfortable if your ex-wife were to see it? And I would be like, yeah. Like, what do you want? Like, I'm not going to lie. That's part of the reason why I'm agreeing to the conversation. Because I have a feeling you're going to be like, blank. And I'm going to be like, uh-huh. I want to know more. So many questions were left unanswered in that segment. Okay. All right. Fair enough. See, Queenman, but that's the opposite accusation. Like, so for instance, like, Chud Logic and J-Stock, they were like, why would you talk about any of this? Why would you admit to any of this? Don't you know your enemies are going to use your personal life against you? So it's funny that, like, I mean, you could be being sarcastic. I have no idea. But, like, it's funny that you're saying, like, no, I have so many more questions. It's like, okay. The criticism from literally everybody else is, like, keep that shit to yourself, you know? So, it's funny. I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but it's funny. I'm a disgusting, voyeuristic, obsessed freak. Hey, it happens. Happens to the best of us. Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude, you know, the glory or the catharsis of other people's pain. At least you're honest and self-aware. That's good. That's good. But anyways, I was wrapping up. It's 3 p.m. I want to go eat. I want to go work on post-recorded content. I promise it's not because Queenman's here. If Queenman wanted to press me on something, I would let me press him. But we could save it for the show for tomorrow. And yeah. So, anyways, all right. Let me thank everybody who supported the stream real quick. We did have a lot of fun today. So, I'm just gonna run through the people who donated because it's pretty much all chips. So, Eli. Oh well, hold on. Let me make sure it's big enough that I can read everybody's name. Because I'm old. Because I'm unk and I'm chopped. Eli, Numinax, Fashion 40, Eli, Anonymous, Fellrunner, Vazraka, Jeb Kush, Numinax, Anonymous, aka Batusai, Anonymous, Real Serious, Anonymous, Fashion 40, Fellrunner, Real Serious, L Messer, Anonymous Chatter, Ruth, Fellrunner, Jeb Kush, Fashion 40, and Vazraka. We probably hit like 2.5 goals, 3 goals today. Thank you, kings and queens. So, anyways, looking forward to it. I appreciate you guys. I hope that you have a beautiful day. I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. And believe it or not, we'll be live with Queenman tomorrow, where we will try to satiate his voyeuristic, obsessed schadenfreude, where he enjoys the suffering of others. So if that's your cup of tea, then it should be a fun day tomorrow.